In the rising sun of a new dawn, a nation stood tall on her own ground. May 30, 1967, the flag was raised. Land of the rising sun, freedom proclaimed. All over Biafra land, the people sang and danced, tired of broken promises and iron chains. In July 6, 1967, Nigeria waged a genocidal war against the young republic. The drums of war began to sound. Nigeria turned against us on our own sacred ground. May 30, 1967, we still remember the day hope was born and hell descended. Rivers ran red, children cried for food in the shadow of famine and flying bombs. Biafra, Biafra, your name we call. Though they tried to bury you behind the wall, your spirit lives in every soul that knows the price of freedom and the blood that flows. Hey. Blockade and hunger became their sword. Kwashiorkor scars on bodies of the young and children. Women buried babies in shallow graves, while the world watched and looked the other way. From Uliya Street to the starving fields, 1 million souls crossed into eternity. They called it war, we call it genocide. Our peoples will refuse to die. May 30, 1967, we still remember the day hope was born and hell descended. Rivers ran red, children cried for food in the shadow of famine and flying bombs. Biafra, Biafra, your name we call. Though they tried to bury you behind the wall, your spirit lives in every soul that knows the price of freedom and the blood that flows. Whoa. No victors, only survivors left to tell of the pain, the courage, and the tears that fell. Nigeria may hide one flag, but two wounds remain. Only Biafra independence can heal these wounds in the heart of a nation still carrying the pain. We do not forget, we will not be silent for the unborn children and the dead who cry loudest. May 30, 1967, echoes in the wind, never to be erased. Biafra lives in memory and in flame. One day the truth will speak your name. We say it loud and clear. Never again, never again, never again. Biafra independence is not negotiable. Independence is not negotiable. Biafra leaves. Today Nigeria is in confusion. Jihadist terrorist killings everywhere in Nigeria. Biafra leaves. Retreat and surrender is dead for us. Therefore, no retreat, no surrender. God bless Biafra Republic, government in exile, under the leadership of Prime Minister His Excellency Nkere, for standing tall for Biafra independence and freedom. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra, the land of the rising. Biafra, the land of the rising sun. In the heart of Africa, a nation bleeds, not from a single wound, but from 1,000 cuts, inflicted by a false union, never meant to endure. This is the story of Nigeria. A giant built on false foundations, now straining beneath the weight of its own contradictions. And at the center of that storm stands the unbroken spirit of Biafra, crying out for freedom from a nightmare that has consumed millions. It began with the rivers of blood in 1966. Thousands of Biafran men, women and children, professionals, traders, students and families who had built lives across the Federation, became targets in the northern city, fueled by ethnic hatred and religious hostility. Mobs descended upon innocent civilians. They were slaughtered in their homes, in crowded markets, and aboard trains carrying desperate families back to the east. Streets were littered with bodies, rivers choked with corpses. Survivors returned to the east carrying trauma, grief, and the painful realization that they were no longer wanted in the Nigerian Union. Biafra, Biafra, voice of truth and freedom. Biafra, Biafra, the rising sun will rise again. Then came May 30th, 1967, a desperate act of survival. What followed were 30 months of unimaginable devastation. The Nigerian military, armed and backed by foreign powers, including Britain, Russia and Egypt, surrounded the young republic. A total blockade was imposed. No food, no medicine, no escape. Starvation became a weapon of war. 5 million, mostly civilians, many of them children, perished during what was not just a conflict but genocide against Biafra. Bombs fell on markets, hospitals and villages. Communities were razed. The world watched in silence while famine hollowed the faces of innocent children. Some nations spoke out, but many turned away. The war officially ended in paper in 1970 under the declaration, no victor, no vanquished. Yet for Biafrans, the suffering did not end. Their properties were confiscated, Nkere destroyed. Biafrans were given only 20 pounds regardless of how much they had. Entire families struggled to rebuild shattered lives. The promise of reintegration faded into disappointment. Marginalization deepened in Nigerian government appointments. Infrastructure and control of resources from Biafran land. Oil flowing from the Biafra land enriched the center, while much of the east remained neglected. Roads deteriorated, industries collapsed. Biafra, Biafra, voice of truth and freedom. The rising sun will rise again. The nightmare did not disappear, rather it evolved. Across Nigeria today, violence and insecurity continue to devastate communities. Armed attacks by Fulani herdsmen terrorists have left villages destroyed, farmers killed, women violated, children orphaned and churches burned. Boko Haram and its offshoots have unleashed terror across multiple regions in the southeast. Demands for Biafra and self-determination are often met with military crackdowns, arrests and bloodshed. Protesters have been killed, fear and tension continue to rise. These tragedies reflect the deadly consequences of forcing vastly different peoples into one political structure. Through the 1914 British amalgamation, distinct ethnic nations, religion, traditions, ideologies, and systems of governance were merged without consent and without a shared national vision. The North feudal and religious conservatism can never blend with the South's entrepreneurial drive. And the East Republican individualism attempts to hold the Union together continue to be at the cost of innocent blood. Why does Biafra matter?
Biafra means self-determination.
Biafra represents dignity, survival, and the rights of a people to life and choose their future.
Biafra
symbolizes resistance, innovation, enterprise, and hope. The vision is of a nation with secure borders, focused development, protection of its citizens, and economic engagement with the world, a future free from oppression, fear, and perpetual conflict. The solution is not endless political conferences, military force or federal quota system, but a peaceful separation based on shared values and voluntary association. History shows that artificial unions often fracture violently, while honest separation can allow wounded nations to recover.
Biafra is not dead, Biafra lives.
It lives because the desire for freedom cannot be extinguished. Nigeria's ongoing crisis, corruption, insecurity, poverty, and division are proof that one structure cannot hold people with dangerous diversities together. For the million already lost, for the children yet unborn.
Biafra,
Biafra independence is non-negotiable. Let Africa remember that true unity cannot be sustained by force. The world must listen before more lives are lost.
Biafra,
Biafra lives, freedom calls. God bless Biafra. God bless the land of the rising sun. God bless Biafra Republic, government in exile, led by Prime Minister His Excellency Nkere, for standing tall in the pursuit of Biafra independence.
Biafra, Biafra.
In the rising sun of a new dawn, a nation stood tall on her own ground. May 30, 1967, the flag was raised. Land of the rising sun, freedom proclaimed. All over Biafra land, the people sang and danced, tired of broken promises and iron chains. In July 6, 1967, Nigeria waged a genocidal war against the young republic. The drums of war began to sound. Nigeria turned against us on our own sacred ground. May 30, 1967, we still remember the day hope was born and hell descended. Rivers ran red, children cried for food in the shadow of famine and flying bombs. Biafra, Biafra, your name we call. Though they tried to bury you behind the wall. Your spirit lives in every soul that knows the price of freedom and the blood that flows. Hey. Blockade and hunger became their sword. Kwashioko's scars on bodies of the young and children. Women buried babies in shallow graves, while the world watched and looked the other way. From Ulier Street to the starving fields, 1 million souls crossed into eternity. They called it war, we call it genocide. Our peoples will refuse to die. May 30, 1967, we still remember the day hope was born and hell descended. Rivers ran red, children cried for food in the shadow of famine and flying bombs. Biafra, Biafra, your name we call. Though they try to bury you behind the wall, your spirit lives in every soul that knows the price of freedom and the blood that flows. Whoa. No victors, only survivors left to tell of the pain, the courage, and the tears that fell. Nigeria may hide one flag, but 2 wounds remain. Only Biafra independence can heal these wounds in the heart of a nation still carrying the pain. We do not forget, we will not be silent for the unborn children and the dead who cry loudest. May 30, 1967, echoes in the wind, never to be erased. Biafra lives in memory and in flame. One day the truth will speak your name. We say it loud and clear. Never again, never again, never again. Biafra independence is not negotiable. Independence is not negotiable. Biafra leaves. Today Nigeria is in confusion. Jihadist terrorist killings everywhere in Nigeria. Biafra leaves. Retreat and surrender is dead for us. Therefore, no retreat, no surrender. God bless Biafra Republic, government in exile, under the leadership of Prime Minister His Excellency Nkere, for standing tall for Biafra independence and freedom. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra, the land of the rising sun. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra, the land of the rising sun. In the heart of Africa, a nation bleeds, not from a single wound, but from 1,000 cuts, inflicted by a false union, never meant to endure. This is the story of Nigeria. A giant built on false foundations, now straining beneath the weight of its own contradictions. And at the center of that storm stands the unbroken spirit of Biafra, crying out for freedom from a nightmare that has consumed millions. It began with the rivers of blood in 1966. Thousands of Biafran men, women and children, professionals, traders, students and families who had built lives across the Federation became targets in the northern city, fueled by ethnic hatred and religious hostility. Mobs descended upon innocent civilians. They were slaughtered in their homes, in crowded markets, and aboard trains carrying desperate families back to the east. Streets were littered with bodies, rivers choked with corpses. Survivors returned to the east carrying trauma, grief, and the painful realization that they were no longer wanted in the Nigerian Union.
Biafra, Biafra,
Voice of truth and freedom,
Biafra,
the rising sun will rise again. Then came May 30th, 1967, a desperate act of survival. What followed were 30 months of unimaginable devastation. The Nigerian military, armed and backed by foreign powers, including Britain, Russia and Egypt, surrounded the young republic. A total blockade was imposed. No food, no medicine, no escape. Starvation became a weapon of war. 5 million, mostly civilians, many of them children, perished during what was not just a conflict but genocide against Biafra. Bombs fell on markets.
Are we coming out? All right, okay. So we are live and direct on Voice of Biafra television. We start the event of the day with our national anthem.
we must defend. shall our trumpets fill the glorious song of victory. We scored all might and wrong. Oh God, protect us from the hidden pitfalls. Guide all our movements, lest we go astray. Give us the strength to heal the humanist cause, to give and not to count the cost each day. Let those who rule to serve with resoluteness, to make this climb a land of righteousness.
All hail Biafra, land of the rising sun. We love and cherish. We have vanquished our enemies. All hail Biafra. God bless Biafra. In Him we trust. Shout it, sing it. All hail Biafra. God bless Biafra. We have emerged triumphant from all our foes. Through the crucible unscathed, we passed victorious. Our trumpets pealing the glorious song. Play it, sing it, all hail Biafra. Oh, hail Biafra. We shall always remember all that perished in the struggle for our freedom. All hail our heroes. Our prayer shall be known both day and night. Say them always. All hail Biafra. All hail Biafra. Now our star shines everywhere. We crave humility. God guide and protect us all. All hail your wisdom, shielding us from fury, unleashed by our enlightenment. Biafra, Biafra, shining forever.
At this point, we observe a minute of silence to the fallen heroes of Biafra, the reason why we celebrate today, and the men and women that stood the test of time for Biafra land to be defended.
Hello?
Memory of our heroes lives forever. They fought for Biafra, they died for Biafra, they declared Biafra because the same hegemonic tendencies that faces everyone today was taking place. Why they fought for Biafra? So that we wouldn't watch and see the heads of our babies, women, and children slice off their head. We remember our heroes, and on this very memorial, proud to finish the race which they started. God help us as we do this. He say, he say, he say, he say, he say, right. Thank you so much to everyone. And at this point, I take the next item on the program. Official welcome to events by the CEO. We can't hear you, sir. See, we can't hear you. Okay, try it now. Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Can you hear
Yes,
me now?
we can hear you.
All right. Good evening, everyone, and good afternoon from my end. I've been called upon to give a welcome to everyone who is here today. And in that note, I would like to welcome our Prime Minister, Nkere, all the cabinet members here, our senior citizens, and all Biafrans at large who I want to take this opportunity to welcome all those who are watching on different Biafran platforms, on VOB, and other streaming platforms of today is a very special day for Biafran people, not because heroes passed, but because it's a day we'll remember men and women who died for a nation. Their death wasn't just as a memory. Their death was for a nation, for Biafra. And today we remember them. So today, I welcome each and every one of us here. And as I welcome you to this event, I want that as we partake in today's event, we take time to reflect on the reasons why our heroes fell and the reason why we have to remember them today. It is also very important to note that it is not just about burning candles. Most important of it all is ensuring that the reason why they died, that we bring it to fulfillment. So as you sit today and join us in this event, take time to reflect on how you are helping to make sure that we fulfill the dreams of our fallen heroes. Take time to reflect on where you can improve to make sure that this price that they paid, that it is not in vain. So once again, I welcome everyone to this very event, to our defense forces who are protecting and defending our land. May those who have gone before us, those we remember today, may they be with you as you protect the land that they died for. May they be your guide. May they shield you when the enemies arises against you. So with this, I say welcome to today's event, and please don't forget, for us to achieve everything that we seek, it requires a community. And that community is you and I. Those who are here, those who are watching, it requires each and every one of us to achieve this goal. Thank you so much, Mazi Sonny. And thank you all Biafrans who are here present and those who are watching. You're welcome.
Thank you, Honorable COS, for that warm welcome speech. I appreciate your effort. And we rush down to the next item on the program, and that is a prayer for the heroes and heroines of Biafra by Senior Minister Comfort. Unmute yourself, ma'am.
Opportunity given to me to pray and recognize our heroes and heroines. Before I do that, I want to recognize His Excellency Mazi Nkere, our Prime Minister, all the Brgie members represented here, the homeland elders from the facto government, our Biafra defense forces, and all of us represented from different sections in Britain. Today we are celebrating a very, very important, memorable, touchy occasion. I humbly surrender and commit this memorable day to Chukwu Okike Abiyama, the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end, to preside on this memorable day, which is the 30th of May, that is observed every year in solidarity of our heroes and heroines. Lord, in you do we trust. Elohim, on this special day, we remember your sons and daughters and children that perished so that we may live. Those who sacrificed their lives to protect their children, families, loved ones, and our nation, Biafra. You will not allow this generation that they fought for to be put to shame, Lord. You will not allow our enemies to triumph over us. For no one that hopes in you or trusts in you will ever come out in shame in any war. But shame shall be unto our enemies, and shall also be unto those that trouble your children. Show us your way, Lord, as we are nothing without you. Have mercy upon us, Lord, and may love and grace abide within us. Let there be love shared amongst us. Let there be peace. Do not remember the sins of our youth. For Psalm 51 says, if thou shalt remember our iniquities, they are so many and grievous. Or the sins of our ancestors, for they are many also. If thou should mark iniquities, who can stand? Nobody. Give us Biafra, Lord, in our own time. Let not our sins have hold over us, for we have no other God, nor creator that we can turn to, apart from thee. For the sake of your name, Elohim, forgive us our iniquities, and grant us Biafra in our own time, that your name may be exalted, praised above every other name. O Lord, today being the 30th of May, 2026, all across Biafra land, we remember our brothers and sisters, O Lord, who died during Biafra War. More than 5 million of our people who were killed, our children who were starved to death, our mothers and our sisters who were raped, beaten, and the people killed in the act of genocide, Lord. We ask you in your own infinite mercies to receive their souls in your paradise and grant them eternal peace with thee, Lord. God bless us all here, Father, that are fighting for liberation of Biafra and our people. God bless the land of Biafra, Elohim. Lord, bless Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, Ahamadike, and Mazi Simon Ekpa, Abatobie, favor and victory in all their court cases, for they have not committed any sin known to man. They want freedom for their people. Father, Lord, finally, I bring His Highness, Mazi Nkere, before you, before that throne of mercy. Grant him fortitude and wisdom to lead us, Father, to victory. Without you, Lord, we cannot achieve Biafra. And everyone that is represented here today, Father, may thou enrich their pockets. Enrich their pockets. Father, may they not be tight-fisted. May you grant them favor so that they will come to contribute in fundraising, Father, so that Biafra can be achieved. There's no other way. Everybody is looking at us. Daddy, we are not the people going to achieve Biafra. It's you. Finance is you. Lord, grant us that finance. I don't know how you're going to do it, but that is what that particular fund to be able to fund our lawyers, lobbies, this and other ones. I pray in the name of Chukwu Okike Abiyama. It's a
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for taking that piece. Thank you so much. We appreciate your services to the Biafran people. Right, we take some jingles and memorial videos before we go to the next item on our program. So stay tight and enjoy the event.
In the rising sun of a new dawn, a nation stood tall on her own ground. May 30, 1967, the flag was raised. Land of the rising sun, freedom proclaimed. All over Biafra land, the people sang and danced, tired of broken promises and iron chains. In July 6, 1967, Nigeria waged a genocidal war against the young republic. The drums of war began to sound. Nigeria turned against us on our own sacred ground. May 30, 1967, we still remember the day hope was born and hell descended. Rivers ran red, children cried for food in the shadow of famine and flying bombs. Biafra, Biafra, your name we call. Though they tried to bury you behind the wall, your spirit lives in every soul that knows the price of freedom and the blood that flows. Hey. Blockade and hunger became their sword. Kwashiorkor scars on bodies of the young and children. Women buried babies in shallow graves, while the world watched and looked the other way. From Woolier Street to the starving fields, 1 million souls crossed into eternity. They called it war, we call it genocide. Our peoples will refuse to die. May 30, 1967, we still remember the day hope was born and hell descended. Rivers ran red, children cried for food in the shadow of famine and flying bombs. Biafra, Biafra, your name we call. Though they try to bury you behind the wall, your spirit lives in every soul that knows the price of freedom and the blood that flows. Whoa. No victors, only survivors left to tell of the pain, the courage, and the tears that fell. Nigeria may hide one flag, but 2 wounds remain. Only Biafra independence can heal these wounds in the heart of a nation still carrying the pain. We do not forget, we will not be silent for the unborn children and the dead who cry loudest. May 30, 1967, echoes in the wind, never to be erased. Biafra lives, in memory and in flame. One day the truth will speak your name. We say it loud and clear. Never again, never again, never again. Biafra independence is not negotiable. Biafra independence is not negotiable. Biafra leaves. Today Nigeria is in confusion. Jihadist terrorist killings everywhere in Nigeria. Biafra leaves. Retreat and surrender is dead for us. Therefore, no retreat, no surrender. God bless Biafra Republic, government in exile. Under the leadership of Prime Minister, His Excellency Nkere, for standing tall for Biafra independence and freedom. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra, the land of the rising sun. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra, the land of the rising sun.
Thank you so much. At this point, we go to the next item on the program, that is memorial videos of our heroes past.
Massacre of Igbos in the north. We could, in that report, it was stated that the first coup was 50,000. Then, later in the same year, the universal massacre that took place across the whole of Nigeria, including the north and parts of the west. We're talking in terms of 700,000 killed. So if it's figures we're looking into, certainly they were very heavy. But when we're talking of genocide, it's intent that really matters. What was the aim of that? And it was very simple, and the language might make people shudder or remember. It was to impose the final solution to the Igbo problem in Nigeria. That is, when there are no more Igbos in Nigeria, then there will be no problem. I think if one thinks back, sometime you will know who used that term, referring to who. There was no distinction. The mere fact that you were an Easterner in those days labeled you fit only for one thing, death, and death at the hands of the Nigerian authorities. The Igbos and their associates were killed in practically every village in northern Nigeria. They were killed in many places in western Nigeria. They were in Lagos, even on Nkere Bridge, the very center of Lagos. People were looked at and thought, oh, this looked an Igbo, and killed. The very first army officer killed in Lagos, actually, during that time was from Calabar, was killed on the bridge, and so on. Igbos were being hunted out and killed. The Igbos that remained in Lagos after the war began were herded together and detained without any trial or anything, no question of any legal rights. Till today, property of Igbos are still sequestered in various areas of Nigeria, and they have not been released, not all of them, to the Igbos, the original owners. Oh no, we're quite certain. In fact, the only reason it is not called or not accepted as genocidal is because of the Cold War. At that time, anything ethnic-based was almost like an insult to humanity. And ethnicity became a term of abuse in politics. That's all. If it were today, certainly, what happened in Nigeria is much, much worse than what you have seen of Rwanda, not to talk about Eastern Europe. The war was not Ojukwu's war. I happened on the Igbo situation at the time of the conflict. I did my duty to the best of my ability, and I am glad that Nigerians generally recognize this fact. One man could not have held the entire Nigeria and her allies for 3 years. The Igbo people felt threatened.
Message of truth and freedom, for it is only the truth that can set us free from the bondages of war and propaganda, which we confuse as history. My name is Colonel Emmanuel Nwobosi. I am 80 years old. It is time to be bold. I am too old to lie. I am not afraid to die. It is time to tell you why we had to try. I am the last of the original coup plotters of January 15, 1966, with Major Chukwuma Kaduna Nzogu. I knew Nzogu well. We went to school together. We trained together. We trained at Sandhurst Military Academy, UK. We lived together. Nzogu was our first head of military intelligence and uncovered terrible plans to wreak havoc across the country. We organized a group of progressive military officers to carry out a coup on 15 January 1966 to stop a jihad and bring sanity to Nigeria, steeped in nepotism, corruption, and mass murders. The government of Tafawa Balewa, controlled by the Premier of Northern Nigeria, Ahmadu Bello, were using us in the army to repress the Middle Belt and Western Nigeria. Houses and cars were burnt, thousands were killed. There were 9 of us that planned the January 15th revolution. Majors Nzogu, Anuforo, Ifajuna, Ademoyega, Chukwuka, Okafo, Onwatuegu, and Obienu, and myself. However, 4 of us started it, Major Ifajuna and Major Ademoyega in the south, and Major Nzogu and myself in the north. We then united as a single revolution. I am the last of the 4 original revolutionaries. None published the complete truth. Only me, Colonel Emmanuel Nwobosi, is alive today to tell the final truth so that the lies will not triumph forever. They used us to repress the Middle Belt and the Yorubas. When we saw genocide, we began to disobey orders and swore to stop them. For instance, Major Chris Onoforo refused to release mass murderers caught with weapons and was court-martialed. He was replaced by Major Hassan Katsina, a northern Muslim willing to act. I was in Abeokuta, but refused to repress Yorubas. Instead, I opened our barracks as a safe place for them to run to. They told many lies about the January 15 boys to justify their genocide. But it is those of us that planned the revolution that they should have killed, not the 3 million innocent Biafrans that knew nothing. For years, I kept quiet, blaming myself and wondering whether at 27 I was too radical, that my actions led to the death of millions. Today, the same evil in 1966 is being unleashed. As I watch, my sense of guilt has vanished because we were not the evil. We were trying to stop the evil. That evil is radical Islamism. I have decided to speak out and warn the world of the impending disaster if we do not stop it. Each time radical Muslims plan a jihad in their religious mission to conquer the world, they will fail. But in the attempt, thousands and even millions will die. That happened to us in Biafra. At this point, let me differentiate between peaceful, law-abiding Muslims and radical Muslims who want to kill others, to force their religion on them. The problem is that wherever peaceful Muslims are, there are some radical Muslims amongst them. That is why they began a jihad in 1966. That is why we had to stop it. That is why they killed millions of our people. That is why we declared Biafra. Because we are a peaceful people and oil and water can never mix. My story is a warning to Nigerians. For years, I was prevented from speaking the truth by exile, prison, harassment, poverty, surveillance, and death threats held over many of the actors like Ojukwu, Zik, Awolowo, Ibiam, and the January 15 boys that survived. But as I watch today, many of the events that led to the revolution are happening again, like Boko Haram, Fulani militia, Niger Delta militants, Shiites, IPOB, and mass murders. Some people think we acted wrongly in carrying out the January 15th revolution, but they may not be fully aware of the realities then. We were trained by the British to be patriotic, to give the ultimate sacrifice for Nigeria, and to stop anyone acting against the nation. Instead of our leaders using us to defend Nigeria, they were using us to suppress the citizens. We decided to arrest them for their atrocities because no one was willing to act. Not Zik, the president, who was powerless, not Ironsi, the head of state of the army, who was a conservative. There were many reasons why we had to act. One, to stop the killings in Yoruba land and the Middle Belt by NPC, the ruling party. Two, to stop the invasion of Yoruba land on 17 January 1966. 3. To correct the massive rigging of the 1964 elections. 4. To free Awolowo from prison and make him the Prime Minister. 5. To stop the terrible corruption, nepotism, and regionalism of the NPC, the ruling party. 5. To stop Ahmadu Bello's planned jihad. It was good that we acted to save the Yoruba and the Middle Belt people, and we thought that was enough to stop the jihad. We could not foresee that they will massively attack innocent Igbos. Blame those who decided to massacre our people for their evil. Today, we are fighting Buhari. He is killing Shiite Muslims and IPOB members. With the benefit of hindsight, we can see other ways of dealing with such evil. But for us in 1966, we just wanted to save the people from massacre. I wish to congratulate Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB for the good work they are doing to free our people from Nigeria and radical Islamism. Many of our people do not understand how vast IPOB is as an organization and the quality of the people that run it. On arrival in Israel, I started meeting high-quality professionals, and I was amazed. I don't know how IPOB united power professionals abroad, power traders at home, and ordinary people from market women to even riff-raff, all under one IPOB family, with worldwide radio and television. Every Igbo and Biafran should be proud of them. They are the strongest force we have today to achieve freedom for all Nigerians. No wonder they can take on the Nigerian government and win. However, it is money that makes things work. I shall donate 10% of all the profits of my new book to IPOB. It is my tithe to freedom. Tithing is God's tax to raise money for the government of the children of God. I urge you all to regularly do the same so we can have the resources to achieve our objectives. On this day of 15th January 2019, the anniversary of our revolution, I want to hand over to Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB the baton of the January 15 boys. To you, to complete the revolution we started. I am Ogene Obosi, a chief and elder of the Obosi people. I bring to you the blessings of the ancients. I fought for Biafra. I was wounded for Biafra. I shall die for Biafra. He said,
Yakasai and northern commentators keep having an about
engaged in Biafra's most successful offensive of the war. How the Biafran army succeeds, armed as it is with an odd-lot collection of weapons, is a puzzle. Some at the front carry communist-made AK-47s, like those used by the Viet Cong. Some only World War I bolt-action antiques. Others modern British semi-automatics. And their pride and heaviest weapon, a .30 caliber machine gun just captured from the Nigerians. Much, in fact, of what the Biafrans are now using against the Nigerians, they have taken from them. One military man up here told me, not totally as a joke, that Biafra now looks upon the Nigerian army as its quartermaster general. And if the Nigerian army runs on beer and bullets, the Biafran army lacks both, with ammunition constantly in critically short supply. These troops had advanced 6 miles in less than a week. Then, practically out of ammunition, were forced to stop on the road to Port Harcourt until more supplies trickled down to them. One of this army's other problems is staying large enough to continue the fight against Nigerians. When Biafra seceded in 1967, it had fewer than 1,000 men under arms, and those mostly officers and clerks. Now it has been built up to between 45 and 60,000. The exact number, a military secret. Volunteers made the original army build-up easy. Now conscription of virtually all able-bodied young men is underway. And in a former school compound, we found recruits drilling, marching in the mud to the improbable tune of Brgie. These new soldiers are also taught the rudiments of jungle warfare and ambush, to be used against an enemy which holds most of Biafra's major cities, several vital road links, but not too much of the countryside. The training is basic, but effective.
We're going to stab us right by the shoulder here, and we want to defend it. Go.
And here I met a young trooper, a very young trooper in the Biafran army. How old are you?
I'm 10 years.
10 years old.
Yes.
Do you know why Biafra is fighting?
Biafra is fighting for survival, sir.
Is it going to win?
Yes, sir.
His spirit and that of this tattered army, driven by fear of genocide which may or may not lie ahead if they lose, plus what must be massive ineptitude on the part of the Nigerian army, is the most probable reason that this war of unequals now has gone into its 3rd year.
Nigeria before the war had an army of just 6,000, and they were professionals, their officers trained by the British. They served with distinction as part of the UN force in the Congo. But then Biafra declared its secession, and all of the Igbo officers and men, some of the best, left to become the nucleus of Biafra's army. In just the past 2 years, Nigeria's army has exploded to 14 times its original size, to 85,000 men. Recruits who used to get 6 months of training now get a mere 6 weeks. They are volunteers, most of them illiterate, just out of the bush, with little sense of nationhood. Their leaders tell them that they are fighting for one Nigeria, but that does not, it cannot have the same urgency for them that mere survival has for the Biafran. A Nigerian soldier may volunteer because he needs a job, or because army life appeals to him as the good life. Besides his uniform and the prestige that goes with it, he gets a comfortable ration of beer and cigarettes. And the pay, at $40 a month, is not bad. His leaders are not aggressive. Most military observers credit what success the Nigerian army has had so far chiefly to their lopsided superiority in firepower furnished by the British and the Russians. It is said only half in jest. The Nigerian army has so much firepower that they use ammunition as a defoliant. Nigeria's planes, MiG-17s and Ilyushin bombers, were bought for cash from the Russians who want to get a political foothold here. Most of the planes are flown by Egyptians, who are characterized as wary of anti-aircraft fire, therefore less than enthusiastic about going after military targets. That, it is suggested, is one cause of the high civilian casualties in the air raids on Biafra. But the war has been bloody on both sides, and inept and unaggressive though they may be, the Nigerian army in 2 years of sporadic fighting has suffered heavily. They will not release official casualty figures, but an army doctor told me that 8,000 Nigerian soldiers have died, and perhaps another 25,000 have been wounded. The military has just 11 army doctors for its 85,000 men. A severe head or body wound in the field means almost certain death.
War story. And now they can't. If we want to teach the Biafra story in schools, I tell you, one of the reasons they stopped teaching history was that they couldn't tell our war story. And now they can't tell the Biafra story. And we cannot tell the story of the coups properly. Now, a country with so many secrets that it cannot divulge cannot write history. It is wrong to talk about ignoring the Biafran story. All the injustices and the oppression that led to Biafra are still very much present and with us. You can't escape Biafra. And in fact, the reason we do need to continuously exhume the ghost of Biafra is that the ethnic principles on the basis of which we had to go to war are all pervasive in the Nigerian society of today. And our leaders do not appear to know what to do about them. They start from the wrong premises. Some want to eliminate ethnic groups. It is not possible to eliminate ethnic groups. That old statement by Amadou Bello in reply to Zik. Zik said, let's forget our differences. Amadou Bello said, no, let's understand them. When you do understand them, you will discover that it is possible for those who are supposedly radically opposed to themselves today, it is possible for them to sit at the same table and discuss virtually every problem.
Biafra had a military-industrial complex. They had no money. They were fighting Nigeria at the time from 67 to 1970. They made their bombs. They made their propelled grenades. They had their tanks. They had, what's that again? Now, when the war ended, this was dismantled. I was a kid. I went to the vice president of Nigeria, Vice Admiral. I said, why did you disband the military-industrial complex of Biafra, which could have been integrated into Nigeria, and by now we could have had the nuclear bomb? And he said to me, the reason was they felt Biafra would rise again. And so as a child, I went to Uli Airstrip. And I saw Uli Airstrip had every 10 meters they dug a hole because they did not want the planes to land in Uli. And I saw the governor of the other day and he said, till today, they cannot surface that road properly because of the damage caused by Nigerian forces because they felt Biafra would rise one day. We are the cause of our problem. Biafra had a military-industrial complex. They had no money. They were fighting Nigeria at the time from 67 to 1970. They made their bombs, they made their propelled grenades, they had their tanks, they had, what's that again? Now, when the war ended, this was dismantled. I was a kid, I went to the vice president of Nigeria, Vice Admiral. I said, why did you disband the military-industrial complex of Biafra, which could have been integrated into Nigeria, and by now we could have had the nuclear bomb? And he said to me, the reason was they felt Biafra would rise again. And so as a child, I went to Uli Airstrip. And I saw Uli Airstrip had every 10 meters they dug a hole because they did not want the planes to land in Uli. And I saw the governor of the other day and he said, till today, they cannot surface that road properly because of the damage caused by Nigerian forces because they felt Biafra would rise one day. We are the cause of our problem.
These children are the lucky ones. For them, the future holds some hope. For those who stay behind, hope is something that grows dimmer every day. In a few more weeks, the local yams and cassavas will all have been eaten, and the next harvest will be 6 months away. The supplies brought in by the relief planes will no longer be a supplement to the native food. They will be all the food there is. When that day comes, it will bring starvation more widespread and terrible than anything that has gone before. Colonel Adumedu Ojukwu has been president of Biafra and commander-in-chief of its army since independence was declared. He, more than any other man, is aware of the famine threatening his people and grateful for any help that reaches them from outside.
Your Excellency, one of the greatest relief campaigns ever mounted by the Irish people has been mounted in the past few months on behalf of Biafra through Caritas. What effect have these airlifts had on the Biafran people?
I think it has been a tremendous work, and may I, if you permit me, take this opportunity to thank the Irish people, particularly as this is intended for them, for their generosity, for their deep understanding and humanity, for their practical help in a time of such great travail. It is gestures and help of this kind that builds lasting friendship. We are very grateful today, tomorrow, and forever our people will be grateful.
Irish missionaries were recently accused by members of the federal government of gun running and more recently of organising mercenaries. Would you like to comment on these charges?
Quite idiotic, absolutely. I don't know whether in fact anybody takes such an accusation seriously. It is the fluster of a frustrated people, and one can understand their frustration after all the massive support they're getting and finding they cannot conduct their quick kill. It is an accusation just made because they are not advancing in the battlefield. No reverend father, no missionary serves in Biafra as a mercenary or organizing one, or indeed doing anything directly to aid our war effort. All the Irish missionaries have done, and indeed the missionaries on this side have done, is their Christian duty of bringing hope, of bringing solicitude, of bringing relief to the afflicted people. That's all.
Since the War of Independence began, most of the Irish missionaries have in fact remained here in Biafra. How do you feel about this?
To me it's natural. A missionary comes in. It's like a wedding, for better or for worse. Right now it's worse. They stay with us. I never thought for one moment that they would leave, and I am happy that they have not left. Our entire people are happy.
The Irish government, however, have not recognised officially the state of Biafra. How do you interpret this?
Governments are usually slow in matters such as this. I interpret the reticence of the Irish government as arising from a lack of conviction that a recognition of Biafra at this stage is to her own interest. The people of Ireland have demonstrated their own feeling in this matter, but governments are always slow. I think that it's a good start that the people are understanding. This understanding by the people, I hope, soon will be transmitted to their accredited representatives and the government. We would very much, of course, like to see a more positive action, diplomatically and politically, from the Irish government.
Your Excellency, it's now over 18 months since this war began. Do you have any regrets now about the secession of Biafra?
Give me 1,000 opportunities again, I will do precisely what I have done. You have only to look at my people, go out to the streets and look at them and see exactly what they feel about the situation. I am today in a happy position of knowing that I have acted absolutely throughout according to the wishes of my people. No, I have no regrets.
There can be no doubt that the people of Biafra are behind their leader. Soldiers sing the name of Ojukwu as they march along. They may not be winning the war against Nigeria, but at least they're no longer losing it. The war against hunger, however, is going less well. Among the craftsmen of Biafra, only the coffin makers are prospering. Business has been brisk indeed over the past 6 months, and it will become brisker still as the local food supplies are exhausted and the impossibility of feeding a whole people by a nightly airlift becomes apparent.
Oh, impossible. After all, we are roughly 10 million in an area the size of Munster. And you couldn't possibly, as Caritas Internationalis have clearly said, we can't feed 10 million people. We can help you.
Well, this means certain famine.
Oh, this means starvation, utter and complete starvation. Even Oxfam, even representatives from England have said within the past week that they estimate that 2 million people would die at the end of 2 months. And that's not over-exaggerated. As a matter of fact, I insist again, and I've written it several times, you couldn't over-exaggerate the hunger problem. You couldn't.
Well, can you see no solution then to this at all?
The only solution is the one that we have proposed all the time, and that is a ceasefire. After all, there are ports at Port Harcourt, there are ports in Calabar. If shiploads could be brought in, then you could feed the people, but you will never feed them by a nightly airlift.
On the island of San Tome, the warehouses are busy from morning to night. The airlift pioneered by Caritas has attracted help from many quarters. The World Council of Churches now bears the cost of every second night, and the two organizations work in close cooperation using the same pilots and planes. Supplies come from many sources, with the Catholic Relief Services of America taking the place of honour. Ireland's Joint Biafra Famine Appeal, England's Oxfam, Germany's Miserior are other organisations that have contributed generously. The International Red Cross have mounted a similar airlift from the island of Fernando Po. Biafra's desperate struggle against starvation seems to have touched the hearts and consciences of the whole world.
I'm loud. Go Georgia, for all our heroes we make us proud. Go Georgia, Biafra blood, Biafra spirit strong. Go Georgia, their story they live now they make us holy. Go Georgia, dance with joy even if I they cry. Go Georgia, honor our people we pay the price. Go Georgia, make that we no go ever forget. Go Georgia, forever bright, forever we go praise. Go Georgia, go Georgia, go Georgia. Back for 1967, call come out, Georgia. When trouble show face, hope still stands tall. Georgia, them stand ground well to protect their own. Georgia, past fire, hunger, rain and heavy stone. Oju coolie dust with hearts way true. Mama them fight, papa them too. Picking them brave as them walk at the road. Every sacrifice where them sow, na good see them soldiers. Them buildings with hand and sense way bright. Ogbuni go shine like morning light. Ulia strip they touch the sky. Them say we no go die, we go still try. No, we no go let their name just fade away. Their strength now our strength to this very day. Lift your voice, lift your leg, make the rhythm flow. For heroes of old, for heroes of old. Make that we go stand and sing. I'm loud. For all our heroes, we make us proud. Biafra blood, Biafra spirit strong. Their story they live now, they make us so. Dance with joy, even if I they cry. On our people, we pay the price. May 30 we no go ever forget you. Forever bright, forever we go pray. no be vain. Their pain turn to our big gain. Whole world look and learn the truth about human value and brave youth. From east go west pass every say. We dey carry their legacy. Strong sense they run deep inside. Every step where we take, now pride where they guide. Women stand when hope almost go. Them you wound, them show love well. You them arise, keep fire, they burn. Freedom dream, now waiting we they land. May 30 we go stand and sing, I'm loud. For all our heroes, we make us proud. Biafra blood, Biafra spirit strong. Their story they live now, they make us solo. Dance with joy, even if I they cry. Honor our people, we pay the price. May 30 we no go ever forget. Forever bright, forever we go praise. We remember the hunger, we remember the pain. We remember the victory, we come out from rain. No winner, no loser, but spirit no breaking. Promise of peace where them talk, we no go take them for faking. Justice and truth, we hold them high. Under sun and under sky. This be our day, this be our song. Where we belong, where we belong.
Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone that have made it to this very occasion, and we appreciate all your services and sacrifices. All right, we are going into the next item on our program, and that is the talk show. And we have some members of the team that have to talk to me.
Our friends and our well-wishers. Due to today's event, as we all listened to our eternal leader, he started it in the middle. And that's because when this thing started, we didn't have modern technology. Actually, we didn't have any technology. So our society was raised and grown and grounded in oral history. So I'm going to step backwards because that's always a beginning to anything. What happened in 1966 had a foundation. So I'm going to try to go back in history to update Biafrans, especially the young generation. I'll go back to towards the end of 18th century, when Biafra was Biafra, existing as an independent well-organized, functioning society. Before those people came, I call them bandits from the Atlantic. They came through Calabar. That seaport in Calabar that is non-functioning now was a functional seaport. They came through there. Are we talking today? We are talking about our heroes and our heroines. Who are those people? Those are Biafrans that refuse to be reduced to nothing. Those are Biafrans that refuse to give up who they are. They refuse to give up their human rights given to them by God the Almighty, Chukwu Okike Abiam. So when they came to change us, the Arrow fighters put up a resistance. Those are our first heroes. After they defeated them, not because they were stronger, but because they had more sophisticated weapons. Our great-grandfathers regrouped to the Ekumeku warriors. Those people were also our heroes. We can't forget them. Because of the weapon, it's difficult for you to defeat somebody with a machete when you just have a stick. The same thing when you have a gun, you become superior fighter towards your opponent who has just a stick. So that's why they were able to defeat our people. Then come to the almighty 1914, when they begin to find things that they need. They teamed up with other bandits from the Sahara, from the Sahel. That's what I call them. So move forward, 1929, when they imposed their tax on our mothers, as if imposing their tax on our fathers wasn't good enough. Men, they were just trying to whatever is in their head. But our mothers said, no, you tax our husbands, now you come back to us. No. They went out to protest against the taxation. They killed most of them. Those are our heroines. They didn't have any gun. They weren't carrying any knife, only the pistol. And they were singing and chanting. The village they reached, more women joined. By the time they know it, it becomes something frightening. They never see women stand up for their right. Those are our heroines. Move forward when they found coal in Enugu. Poor working condition. Our fathers, our uncles, our brothers, they protested. What did they get in return? They were killed because they refused to give up their God-given human rights. Those are our heroes. Think it ended? No. They are getting used to the killing. So move forward to 1966. You guys have heard about the Aburi Accord, and I'm happy that the copy of the Aburi Accord is being circulated so that the young people can read for themselves. What did our people get? Loading the heads, human heads of Biafrans. Only crime was being a Biafran. So this Igbo problem has been there. We have been a threat to those people. And it's not going to stop That was program. That wasn't good enough. Here comes 1967. They fired the first shot. Our eternal leader said, oh, no, not in my backyard. He fired back. After all, what is war? You slap me, I slap you. That's a fight. So the war started. Now they forgot who started the war. They forgot who fired the first shot. They're always blaming Igbos. Any problem has to be settled with Igbo blood. So that lasted. We've watched it thanks to technology that captured it. So I am going to say this to my fellow Biafran citizens. Like I said, he did his part. I am doing my part. And I urge every Biafran to please do your part. Our parents, our grandparents refuse to give up who they are. We are not going to give up. I will not give up. Thank you.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Very nice piece. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, RPM.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. We acknowledge the arrival and the presence of the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic Government in Exile in the Zoom. This is the man that Nigeria are going crazy of. This is the man that has set fire on their small hut where they have been killing everybody on a daily basis. And they say they want to get him down in Washington, D.C. But they are not yet done suffering the heat that he has given them from Washington, D.C. Welcome to this very event, Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic Government in Exile, the hero of our own time, continuing the landmark and the footprint of our heroes past. We appreciate your services. All right, back to our program. And for those that are joining us now, we are live and direct on Voice of Biafra Television. This is BRGIE Biafra Heroes Memorial Day. And the last speaker have just given us a synopsis of who we were before the bandit and the terrorists came. And at this point, I will be calling on Honorable Okay. I don't know if you are close to your system. Honorable Okay, are you close to your system? All right, Honorable Okay.
Yes, yes, I am.
You can go ahead with your small piece with the next 5 minutes of what you can tell us about your advice to the Biafran people and the effectiveness of BRGIE today. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you from the bottom of my heart, Honorable Minister. And our dear Prime Minister, good evening. Biafrans, I will say, use this simple acronym, comrades. That's what we all are. I greet every one of you today. Great Biafrans, honorable ministers and members of the cabinet, in de facto government in homeland, and great Biafrans to home and abroad. I say once again, it's a happy day. You're all welcome. Yes, I will make it brief as the Honorable Minister directs and as the Spirit also directs. We all know what today is. Yes, it's about sorrow and it's also about rejoicing. To rejoice. First, I would not like to go so deep into highlighting because we all know the story, we all know the history, we know where we are coming from, and we know what has led to this epicentric history that we are observing today. My humble advice to Biafrans is, as our people said, if you don't know where the rain starts to beat you, you will not know where it will end. Highlighting further on this is this issue of genocide, massacring of our people. It did not start today. It did not start yesterday. It did not start day before yesterday, neither did it start last year. It started the very day this enclave was brought together by our only known oppressors and antagonists. The Nigeria, which never was, and the British that made it due to their economic gains and nothing else. Not of what will benefit or how it will benefit us, the Biafrans. Knowing this, like I said, it did not start yesterday, neither did it start the day before. Ever since this plight of ours started, we've had men and women that have been fighting for us. Men and women who have ever, always stood, arose to say, no, we disagree with this. Unfortunately, their voices were not strong enough to stop us being in today's predicament. But they spoke. They rose up. They stood firm. Part of their efforts is why we are alive today. And because of their doggedness, because of their resilience, we say, thank you. We remember. So let me then go straight into this issue. Well, it's just like the spirit led the Honorable Minister to give me this part to play. Actually, it's only unfortunate because I prepared something in this line before, but unfortunately I could not upload it today because of one problem or the other, but maybe tomorrow and sometime ago we will still get the whole out of it. It is like I said, men have stood for us, men have risen for us, men fought for us. But then at the end of every tunnel, at the end of every dark tunnel, there is always light. That light that transcends to hope. At the end of every tunnel, Honorable Barrow, I don't know if you had that, what I sent you yesterday. Please, can you just flash it on the screen, just on the background? I don't know if it's possible to just get the message clearer. So, at the end of every tunnel is light. gallant men and women rose in defense of us for our existence, that we may live. Because of their effort and doggedness, we remember we are all alive today. That doesn't mean that the fight ends where they started, nor had it ended. And because that fight has not ended, because their efforts has not yielded, because the life they shared, the blood they shared for us have not been reaped the way they anticipated, the way they wanted it to be. Because of it, we are still standing today. Because of their efforts, because of their sacrifice, we are alive today. That's why, for their efforts, for their sacrifice, and for everything they did for us to be alive today, we remember and we say thank you. There's something in life that I want to share with every one of us, Biafran. Whether you are listening as a friend, whether you are listening as a Biafran, whether you are listening as a dedicated Biafran or not dedicated Biafran, or just a standby Biafran, or whether you are listening as a friend. In this life, no man is ever born and he rose to stardom. You must, one way or the other, one time in your life, need help, helping hand. Biafrans, we are not hated because we are who we are. We are hated. We are where we are today because we are all born Biafrans. We are all destined to be born where we were all born. That is why, if we are encountering difficulties in life, if we have passed through thorns and scourges in our lives, it is because we are Biafrans. Do we have to give in? Do we have to continue crying? Do we have to give up? Do we have to surrender because we've been beaten so hard? Because we've encountered so much stumbling blocks? Because we have seen hardships in our path, on the ways? No. We must not give up. We must continue to fight, to make sure that that fight which our ancestors, that fight which those who have risen up to defend us, that we may live, we must continue standing and fighting until it is realized.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you.
So, yes, please, the summary, the last summary. And why I said we need help is today, there is the government that has taken up every arsenal to make sure that we win this struggle and get us to that promised land. The Biafra Republic government in exile. This is a government. Former leaders, when they started, has not been able to go this far and be where we are today. But today, God has given us the government that will take us to that promised land. Whatever thing we do, we owe this government the utmost support and everything in us to make sure that they accomplish this goal that our ancestors and gallant men and women started. If we don't do that, that means we have failed them. We have failed those who have given, who have shed their blood for us to live. We must do everything possible to make sure that we support this government, not an individual, not an organization that is maybe not recognized world over. We know that government is the only mouthpiece that can speak to every other government in the world today. That is why we must all come out and encourage this government to continue doing what they are doing today. If we don't do it, it is telling those that have shed their blood for us that we don't appreciate, because supporting this government is the only way that we are going to restore and liberate Biafrans. Thank you once again, because the time is too short, but maybe we'll find time next time to continue. We remember all those that shared their blood for us. We also appreciate their dedication and resoluteness. I will end this with just a little appreciation, and that is to say that yes, heroes die that others may live. Oh God, grant our fallen heroes everlasting rest, for they fought your battle that we may live. To our veterans, shower them with abundant blessings, joy, and goodwill, for they are our living heroes. May their efforts and resoluteness never be in vain. Thank you, Biafrans. Support this government. That is the only way out.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Okay, I appreciate your services for Biafra and the Biafran government. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. As I will call up Honorable Betty, I will then advise Honorable Emily to get ready. After Honorable Betty, you will take the stage. Okay, Honorable Betty, over to you. Let us know the real enemies of the Biafran people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Am I coming out?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. I greet every Biafran, men and women, lovers of freedom. I thank all of you for giving me this opportunity today, which is 30th of May, 2026, when we remember our heroes, both the past and the present heroes. We pray to God Almighty that their souls will continue to rest in peace, and that God will give those who are still fighting on the ability to fight as one, and remember that we are fighting a just cause for freedom. Biafrans, based on what we are doing today, I just have to remind us that Nigeria Islamic jihadism remains Biafra's common enemy. I know that many people, like the children born after the war, Nigeria war against Biafrans in 1967 to 70, some of them have no knowledge or idea of what happened then. But however it is, we will always remind them. During the Nigeria-Biafra war, other Nigerians were not saying anything or doing anything. They just kept quiet. And they called us all sorts of names. They called us separatists. They called us terrorists. And based on everything that happened during the war, they removed history from schools so that children will not have ample knowledge of what happened, why their people are being killed, and why the war is never ending. Now, my people, I have to start with Usman Dan Fodio, who migrated to that part of the world in West Africa, Sokoto to be precise, in 1804. He was an Islamic cleric, and he has followers fighting with him on jihadism. And my English dictionary here says that jihadism is a violent political ideology. Its practitioners seek to establish states governed exclusively by their strict interpretation of Islamic law, Sharia. This has been ongoing, my people. During that very war, other Nigerians never appreciated Biafrans, which they call Southeast. And Biafrans are these people who are very tolerant. We are very liberal. We welcome foreigners, we welcome visitors. Based on our religion, we do not discriminate against anyone. We don't fight religious wars. When these marauders came, we accommodated them. During the time of amalgamation, or before the amalgamation, we were Biafrans. But all this were removed from school so that our children will never know their origin. So we were all referred to as Nigerians. And the amalgamation took place and we continued going. After the death of Usman Dan Fodio, his children, Ahmadu Bello, Tafawa Balewa, and the rest, they continued fighting the jihad war. Because they could not penetrate Biafra land, they saw us as challenging, and they continued. During that 1966 that everybody was talking about was barely 6 years after Nigeria regained their independence from the British. And they started the jihad war. When Colonel Nwobosi was talking, he made mention of the reason why coup was taken to stop the jihadist war. Other Nigerians never knew that Biafrans were suffering because we are predominantly Christians. It is only in Biafra land that you will come and you will see everybody as Christians. We don't have Islamic groups. We don't. But these will never get to the history so that our children will know of it. So what am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say, in effect, is Nigeria is Islamic jihadist, remains Biafra's common enemy, simply because we are not giving up to their radical Islamic extremism. But only God knows that we Biafrans, what happened in 1967 to 1970, we will not allow that to repeat itself by being resilient, being focused. Today we have government in exile. And by the special grace of God, we have our Prime Minister, Mazi Nkere, His Excellency, his cabinet ministers who are very resilient. We have Minister of Information and Communication that leads other media groups. During the war, it was only Okoko and them. And we have nobody to speak for us. And they lied against us, that we are separatists, that we want to leave Nigeria. Nigeria being an estate, Nigeria being a country that has expired in 2014. but they are still forcing us. If the oil that is deposited in the southeast is in either the southwest or in the north, they will not let us come close. But Biafrans, what are we going to do? We have gone so far and we can never go back. All we have to do is to come together and know that what we are going through is nothing but Islamic extremists trying to bring us on religion. So Biafrans, let us work as one people with one mind. Remain focused. I know it's difficult because the stage we are now involves a lot of funding. No matter how little, always endeavor to chip in and make your own donation and support your government. Thank you, fellow Biafrans. As we go on, we are not going to surrender. Biafra is our land, is our right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My greetings, special greetings to our Prime Minister. You are doing so well. It's not every time that we will be coming to thank you or greet you for what you are doing. Just know it that you are now the father. No matter what your children do to you, you beat them with the right hand and you bring them back with the left hand. All hail Biafra.
All hail Biafra. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Betty. I appreciate you and your services for Biafra and the Biafran government in Israel is super. You. Honorable Emilike, please. Done me of your time. The de facto government, because of their network issues and time differences. So, Minister of Interior and Minister of State and Chairman Joint Chiefs of Staff of the Biafra Defense Forces, we want you on the mic. Any of you that is available should indicate and come to the mic, please. Minister of State, Minister of Interior, and Chairman Joint Chiefs of Staffs of the Biafra Defense Forces. Okay. Minister, Joint Chief of Staffs of the Biafra Defense Forces, over to you, Minister. Success. You can unmute yourself, sir. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
All right, fellow Biafrans. I greet all of you from my location. His Excellency Honorable Nkere. Good evening, and good evening, fellow cabinet members of the Biafran Republic Government in Exile, and our indefatigable administrators of the Department of Government in Homeland, and to the frontliners, the Biafran Defense Forces. I greet all of you. To fellow Biafrans, I bring a fraternal greetings to you on this historic day of our Heroes' Day celebration. It is with an unbounded deep pleasure that I salute this very august gathering. Today, we stand united in solemn remembrance and a profound gratitude as we honor the memories of our fallen heroes. Those brave sons and daughters whose courage, sacrifice, and unwavering commitment for the cause of justice, liberty, and self-determination continue to inspire our collective resolve. Heroes Day is not just a mere date on our calendar. It is a sacred moment of reflection. It is a day when we pause to remember those who gave their lives so that the dream of our freedom, dignity, and the preservation of our identity may never perish. Their sacrifices remain the foundation upon which our hopes as Biafrans are built. And their memory serves as a guiding light for the present and future generations to come. As chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff, I stand before you today with a deep sense of responsibility and reverence. I pay tribute to the gallant men and women ideal of patriotism, honor, and the devotion. Their heroism reminds us that no struggle for truth and justice is ever in vain. Our commitment to the principle for which they stood, united, resilience, discipline, and an unshakable belief in the righteousness of our cause. Because at every point in time, we call ourselves Umu Chineke, the very image of God. The greatest tribute we can offer is not mere words of remembrance, but steadfast actions that uphold the values that they defended. (1966). How we have been humiliated, our mothers were humiliated. The genocide of 1945 animals, they are killing people. To our people at home and all of you in diaspora, let this day strengthen our bonds of brotherhood. Let there be no partition of the name Biafra. Biafra stood as one, and it means come and join. We are not despising anyone. We're not chasing anyone out of the government. But if you value the sacrifices of those who went before you, then you don't have to justice in this very struggle. Whose name are not remembered, and those whose images were not captured, that work for Biafra. You that is here, make sure you build on the principle of the foundation at which this Biafran struggle was led. Fear and discouragement. Instead, embrace courage, wisdom, and determination as we continue to pursue peace, justice, and equity. To all families of our departed heroes, both present and the past, your sacrifices are immeasurable, and your strength remain an inspiration to us all. The memory of your loved ones shall forever remain etched in the hearts of our nation. As we commemorate this Heroes' Day, in defense of truth, let us draw strength from the resilience of our forebearers and move forward with faith, discipline, and hope. May their sacrifices never be forgotten, and may their legacy continue to inspire our march towards justice and fulfillment. Long live the spirit of our departed heroes. Long live our people, the Republic of Biafra. Long live the enduring hope for a better tomorrow. And God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Minister of State, Minister of Interior, Minister of State. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Good evening. Hand of fellowship to the government in exile and the factor government in homeland. Good evening, my PM, Nkere, with the executive. Today, is who died at Gwacha. Today we honor those who died at the Ebonyi State and also different areas in Biafra land. We honor them because they are the one that made a foundation for us, and that foundation that we stand today. And we are working hard to make sure that the fire they put in our hands will not quench. The devil are trying their best by kidnapping our brothers and sisters. Some of them are in prisons today because of this journey. But we must continue. We'll make sure that the hope they place in us will not be in vain. We must continue keeping the sacrifice that they have made because of the struggle not to be in vain. This is a great day to us. And we know that enemy to remember that thousands have died because of this struggle. To remember some have died or leave their job, or some their parents have lost their life because of this. Sure that the death of our people will not be in vain. I must assure that Biafra de facto governments will try their best to make sure that I want to thank everyone who honored today, from Owerri State to Iweraha State to Amambala State. We thank you for your videos and the rest of them that you did for burning the candle. Who remember the souls that have died because of this struggle. We need to buckle more. Some of them died during the time that people are using this struggle to play. But I must assure us that these times the government have been organized well. The death of our people will not be vain as long as we are concerned. Let us come together and achieve this dream. God bless all of us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Do we have a COA in the house? COA, are you there? When you're available, you let us know. Thank you so much. All right. And the microphone will come back to our speakers on the talk show that we're on top of the list. Honorable Emilike, it's your turn. Welcome to this very event. Biafran people are glad to have you on the mic because we want to know why our heroes declared Biafra and the reasons why we must forge ahead to complete that mandate. Welcome on board.
Thank you, Minister Akbarawa, and thank you to the media team. I also salute my Prime Minister, His Excellency, Honorable Nkere. Sir, you have been magnificently, following the events that have been developing lately, and I'm sure that you would continue to follow it in the best way you know of. And we are glad, we are happy that you are doing this. I greet Biafrans. Good morning, afternoon, evening, depending on your time zone. And why our heroes declared Biafra, I'm going to make it brief. Our heroes declared Biafra because we were facing an existential threat. In other words, we are people marked to be deleted, to be wiped off the face of the earth. And how do you define these people? Because every people have a way of life, their tradition, their culture, their language. And without these traits, it's going to be very difficult to call a people, because that's what makes people all over the world. They have their individual languages, they have their way of life, their culture. And these things were threatened. Also, they wanted to protect our land. That's why they declared Biafra. I will not go into some of the incidences that happened to prove that our people were threatened. They already been addressed. But I'm just going to touch on them briefly. From 1945, according to our chairman of our defense forces, to 1966, those massacres, they were so abhorrible that you don't have to be told that you're not wanted. And it continued on to 1970. And so these things just touched on our heroes, and they decided, we cannot allow our people to be destroyed in the manner that they are being destroyed. And also, we have to protect our land. And that is why Biafrans living in the north and the west were encouraged to come back home. And they did. Very few didn't, though. And do we have a responsibility to complete this declaration that they did in 1967? Yes, we do. We must complete the declaration and the recognition and the restoration. We must complete the process. You see, the threat is still there. It hasn't gone away. The threat is there because all the promises that were made after 1970, like the 3 R's, none of those were, respected. And if you wonder why, I would just say, look back and see, are there any seaports in Biafra land? Are there any international airways or international airlines or whatever in Biafra land? Are there any federal presence in Biafra land in terms of major projects? The only area where you find the federal government is when it comes to exploiting our resources. That is where you see them. And even in the process of that, we have no share whatsoever from those resources. We are excluded from something that comes from our land. It doesn't stop there. Now they make rules and policies that take over our land as grazing routes or routes. They destroy our farms. They claim they own the land. As a matter of fact, that is the claim, that the land belongs to them. And so, are we going to sit aside while this happens? No, I don't think so. Only a fool can be told by a foreigner that the foreigner has their best interest at heart. Now, I know some of our people have been confused, deceived, but I like to remind everyone that's hearing my voice, love yourself first. Tradition, you love your way of life, you love your land, because that is what made you who you are. So it's very simple. If you've been listening to people who think it's all boils down to money, money is also a type of culture. In fact, it's a culture. And so if you can reason that money is more important than our ancestors who have protected this portion of Africa for us for thousands of years, then you do not deserve to be one of us. So I ask you again, so come on board, join us. For the future Biafrans, this is the only territory to have to call theirs, that the world may respect us and respect our lives. We have something to show the world. We are gifted people. So join us on this Heroes Day celebration to reassess everything that you are doing. And for those who are fighting us, go back, sit down, reassess everything, and realize that there are many, many of us who will not let go. I thank you for listening to my voice. I yield my mic here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Emelike. Thank you for your sacrifices, your energy, your resources, and your life for Biafra and your money. I appreciate you so, so much. Thank you. We have many of the direct survivors of the Biafra genocidal war, and we would like one of them to give us direct experience of the sinister. And while that person is coming up, there will be Honorable Neoma. We call on Honorable Noye and Honorable Nenaya, Honorable Eunice to get ready, and Honorable Meshe to get ready. Thank you so much. Honorable Neoma, the floor is yours. What happened to the babies, women, and children to whom you were one of them?
Hello, everyone. Am I coming out?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Okay. Greetings from here. Greetings, everyone. Greetings, my PM, His Excellency Nkere, Honorable Minister of Information. Greetings. Thank you for this opportunity. Sorry for that. Thank you for this opportunity. God bless you all. Greetings. Hey, let me just go forward without wasting much time. Thank you for the opportunity. That war was a very brutal one. Very, very brutal. Of which, by the grace of Chukwu Okike Abiama pụrụ ime ihe niile, I'm one of the survivors. Yeah. And thank you, Minister of Information, for that video you showed again about my age mate. Before I go to that, many of you have watched those children that were crying of hunger. They were starved. You know, the most terrible thing you can do in this life is to starve an innocent child, a child that needed to eat, a child, you deprive him or her, his or her infancy, and he will cry brutally and die. I'm one of those 5 million children starved. Thanks to my beloved parents, my mama and my papa, that is how we call them, my beloved mother and father. They did everything they could. I'm the 6th child, and I was born in that blessed day of 1967, just few weeks And the war, you can't just imagine, a brutal war. And the Biafrans were targeted for extermination, total extermination. I did not know anything, but I'm telling everyone what my parents told me, because I was few weeks, less than a month, to cut it short. They planned to exterminate the whole Biafrans, but more than 5 million died. You can see them crying with their ribs counted, and the world is using those my age mates to do publicity, even to get some money for their own pockets. But forget about that. It's very, very painful. It pierces my heart that after God Almighty made it possible for me to be alive, among those children died of hunger, died of kwashoko. Even till now, our people is being killed. Our people, the remaining Biafrans, are still targeted for extermination. That is why we are here and we said no. We did not do anything. Those children died, did not do anything. And many Biafrans that died innocently, they did not do anything. That is why we are remembering them today. All of them that lost their life, including those children. I am 59 almost. Imagine our people has been suffering for this brutal. We are born, we are children of God. God designed us for a goal. God designed us to the, how can I put it? We are great children. We are great people of Chukwokika Abịama from Ihe Almighty God created us. Why should we be targeted for extermination? Because we are children of God, because we believe in God Almighty, God Chukwokika Abịama from Ihe, because our people love their culture, love their food, love their heritage, because we are blessed. And we are talented because God Almighty endowed a lot of minerals in our own region. Would that be the reason for extermination of children of Elohim? Please, please, I want to cut everything short because I don't have long time. That brutal experience. I cannot, everything my mother and my daddy told me from childhood, and from that 67, they carried us and we run from one place to another. I cannot repeat how the bomb nearly cut off my head, and I survived by miracle. How I survived, I don't know. Only that Almighty God, want me to be alive today. That is why we cannot stop. To cut it short, Biafra war, you cannot explain it in 5 minutes. You cannot explain that brutal war in 10 minutes, not even in 1 hour. I urge everyone to back up the Biafra government in exile, headed by His Excellency Nkere, and watch VOB, and you will hear the stories there. Thank you, everyone that have spoken so far. You people have spoken very well. But we must continue. We must continue because Biafra war is a reality. It happened. I am one of the people that's supposed not to be existing. But Almighty God said I have to be alive here, living in Europe, to continue. If you want to appease our ancestors, they are all slaughtered. Slaughtered unjustly. So when I'm praying, I'm saying they will not rest in peace. So even this morning, I prayed and invoked a lot of all their spirits to reincarnate. They have to reincarnate and back up the Brgie, back up our PM, back up the Biafra government in Azai, back up the homeland forces, all our resistance forces, back up the Biafra Liberation Army. We are the one to bring peace when Biafra is fully recognized internationally. They will be at peace once. I'm not talking of, you know it all, you know them. They sacrifice their life. Therefore, I urge everyone to come together. We have to continue doing what we can. Donating, supporting Brgie, donating financial effort, financial support for Biafra recognition, every political engagement we are doing in the Capitol Hill. Everybody need to back it up so that Biafra will be recognized, and our ancestors, all these fallen heroes, my age mates, 5 million children slaughtered, 5 million children suffered of hunger. Every place of, we thank the Irish missionaries, but that wasn't enough. The world need to recognize the brutality of Biafra war. It was not a made-up story. There are survivors of this brutal war. The world need to say sorry to Biafrans and recognize Biafra urgently, so that myself as a mother will be at peace.
Thank you.
And I will be happy because we achieved Biafra in our time. Thank you all for this opportunity. All hail Biafra. We must continue, please.
Thank you so much.
We must continue. That will make our heroes to be happy and they will be at peace.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
God bless us.
Nyoma, thank you so much. We appreciate your sacrifice for Biafra, and your speech today is awakening the veins in us that we're kind of sleeping. Honorable Messiah, are you there, Honorable Messiah? Honorable Noya, are you there? Honorable Nenaya, are you there? Honorable Jenny Onyama, are you there? You there? Honorable Eunice, are you there? Okay, Honorable Noya, over to you. Biafra Memorial Heroes Day, and Biafran people will want to know what is happening today, if there has been any difference compared to what had happened before. Thank you for having you on this stage.
Use this opportunity to thank our past leaders, our heroes and our heroines for their sacrifices. Today, as we remember one of the most devastating tragedies in the African history, the Biafra conflict, and the suffering of millions of Biafrans during the Biafran War between 1967 to 1970. I would like to let the world know today that as we speak, hundreds of Biafrans are being killed. homes are burned down along with the occupants, all in their sleep by the Islamic extremists. And Biafrans are also are faced with displacement, hunger, and death on an enormous scale. And so as we remember those who have died, we have to also recognize the value of Biafran life and understand the consequences of hatred. To keep their children alive every day. And also the children who never had the chance to grow up and to grow up and be who God created them to be. Asked is, why haven't anybody been apprehended? Denial, even though things, I mean, it's obvious that the Nigerian military are killing Biafrans every blessed day. And this it did not start today. This has been ongoing for decades. So fact remains that we are not going to just sit back and keep watching what's going on in Biafra land. We have to fight. We must get our freedom. So Biafrans, let me close by saying that we must commit ourselves to protecting Biafran lives. And we must also defend freedom of religion. I thank all of you for being here. And Biafra we must get. We don't have any other choice. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Honorable Noye, for your speech. I appreciate your sacrifices for Biafra. Thank you so much. Honorable Nenaya, over to you. You can pick the mic. You can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister of Information. Thank you. Great Biafrans, greetings from my end here from Italy. There is no need to tell you people how happy I am this evening to be in your midst and the opportunity given to me as well. Today is a memorable day, that is 30th of May, the day we remember our hero and heroines, and why we must not ignore, why we Biafra must not ignore today to remember them. We remember them today because of the sacrifice they showed us, and that become the foundation of our history and source of our strength. Today we remember the fallen heroes and heroines whose dreams were cut short. We remember the tears of mother, the strength of survival, and the spirit of a people who refuse to lose their identity, even in the face of unimaginable sufferings. To many survivors, the scar of war did not end on the battlefield. They lingered in the economic hardship that follows, like the abandoned properties and the 20-pound saga, which we will never forget. For many of us, we are presenting our Prime Minister Mazi Nkere, our Information Minister Mazi Sonia Barawa, and all the good cabinet members that are fighting assiduously to promote our cause. For that, I am asking all the good Biafrans to rise up and fight to defend our land for our freedom. And to those who are sabotaging what we are doing, should please desist. They should stop. And I'm asking Biafrans, please donate to fund our freedom. Because we've seen so many lives has been lost, so many sacrifices has been made. And we are still looking forward that God will grant our quest. So I am saying, may the spirit of our departed heroes and heroines continue to rest in peace in God's bosom. All hail Biafra, and God bless Biafra and Biafrans. Thank you, my people. Thank you.
All hail Biafra. Thank you so much, Honorable Nenaya. Thank you so much for your sacrifices. I appreciate it. All right. We've been able to know why we must not forget this day, why we must not ignore this day, and we must continue. Thank you so much. Honorable Meshe, over to you, sir. What we need to make Biafra a reality.
Oh wow. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, you can maneuver your device.
Okay. All right, good.
Honorable Eunice, please get ready. Honorable Eunice, get ready.
Am I able to turn my camera on?
Yes, you have your device. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, yes. All right, thank you very much. I greet the house. I thank everyone. And I thank our PM, our information minister, our COS, all the cabinet members. And I'm just gonna make it quick because I know we are running out of time. So let me just begin by saying that General Philip Effiong was right. It's like he knew that a day like this will come when he said that if you don't treat their parents right, the children will rise up again. And we are those children that he talked about. And we have risen up and we will never come back down. You must remain focused, resilient until this Biafra is accomplished. Yes, we have to do what is right. There's no going back again. We have crossed the Rubicon. So I urge each and every one of you, do not become weary. Yes, do not become weary. For if we continue to fight and don't give up, if we faint not, we shall reap. Yes, and Paul said that. So Biafrans, please let us work hard. We cannot go back again. I want to encourage our brothers and sisters that are at home, the ones that's in the homeland. I know that it is difficult, but think of what you can do to help Biafra. Yes, think of what you can do to help Biafra. If you are not able to support financially, think of other ways that you can do, or other things that you can do to help Biafra. You can, spread the information about VOB. Because the Bible said that we shall know the truth, and the truth shall set us free. So spread the information, do the best that you can. Don't think of what Biafra will do for you, but what you can do for Biafra. President Kennedy said that. So it is time to double our efforts and do what is right. So, and for our brothers in diaspora, I don't really know. I guess I can use, the Bible verse, like I can use Esther and Mordecai story to talk to our brothers and sisters in diaspora. I know we always make references to the Bible. We cannot help it. We are God's people. And we're not going to apologize about that. Yes, we always make references to the Bible. Esther became a queen, a Jewish girl who became a queen in modern day Iran. Yes, Persia. And the people of Israel, their lives were in danger. They were facing persecution. And her uncle Mordecai came to her and said, maybe the reason why you came to royalty was for such a time as this. But, she kept dragging her feet and not wanting to help. And Mordecai told her that even if you don't help, salvation will come through another method. And I want to use that to speak to our people in diaspora, because some of them think that, oh, I came to the diaspora because, God likes me more than the people that he left in contraption. No, you are wrong. God has no favor. There's a reason why you are here. Maybe the reason why you came to the diaspora is to help to restore this holy land of God called Biafra. But you have ignored this call of God, this purpose of God, and you are pursuing vain things. I urge you to make a U-turn and do what is right and do the right thing. So, because just like Mordecai told Esther, you find yourself in the diaspora and you have abandoned the call of God and you're not doing anything, you're just waiting. All you do is create chaos. You have gone into a fault-finding mission. All all you're doing is waiting to find faults, to complain about everything. Even if you don't help, Biafra will still come. Whether with you or without you, Biafra will still come. But woe to you. Woe to you. If all these things happen when Biafra comes and you did not partake in this effort to restore this holy land of Biafra, you should go and weep for yourself. That's all I can tell you. You should go and weep for yourself. You don't understand. I mean, so many things are going to happen when Biafra comes. People will die.
Hello?
Yes, some people are wondering what happened. I heard that Chukwuma is dead. What happened? What killed him? Oh, his blood pressure was high. No, there was nothing wrong with his blood pressure. The land of Biafra killed him because he didn't do what he's supposed to do. He made all that money in Germany, in America, in Spain. And he let other people do the work. Now he returned to reap where he did not sow. Believe me, a lot of things are going to happen. So it is time for you to make a U-turn. Support your government. Colonel Obosi said that, and our information minister carefully enumerated all this in one of his broadcasts. Support the government of God. Yes. And when he said it, he didn't even know that there will be a government. He didn't even know that there will be a government. He said, support the government of God. And that government is Biafra. So it's time to double our efforts, contribute the best way that you can. Go to Biafra Republic government.org. If you don't know how to spell government, go to Google or AI. It's just write government. It will explain to you. It will show you how to write government and make your donations. We also have other means you can support this government. You can go to GoFundMe. You can also give us a loan and you get back to your loan 100% interest. So please, this is the time to do what is right. I know that we have been complaining when during Onyendu's time, we kept saying nobody is hearing us. United Nations is not hearing us. International Criminal Court, nobody is hearing us. But now everybody is talking about Biafra. Everybody is talking about Christians, persecution in Nigeria. So why are you dragging your feet? It's time to help. Do the right thing. Do not make all that money and sit on it and wait for other people to pay for it. Then you come back to enjoy the land of Biafra. It's not going to happen like that. And I want to thank all of you. I want to thank all the cabinet members, our PM, our information minister, all the people that have been working hard. Our information minister, I thank you so much. I don't know how you do it. You know, keeping DOB on 24 hours. My brother, thank you so much. May God bless you and bless your family. Thank you so much, great Biafrans. They will.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Honorable Michelle, I appreciate you. You all make it rock. It is a teamwork, and if you all are not there, we can have the success that we record today. And thank you all for standing very strong and giving strength to our Prime Minister. The load has not been easy. With all of you, it gives him the courage and the strength that he has, people that understands what he is fighting for. I appreciate you all. Honorable Eunice, are you there? Honorable Kello, Honorable Chima, are you there? If you're there, please raise your hand so that you can take a turn on the talk show. Honorable Eunice, over to you. It's your turn. We want to know what we will be needing more at this time if we must get Biafra. Welcome to the station.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Heroes Memorial Day. Can I have my video on, please?
Yes, you have your device. You can start your video.
this
Yes,
background.
so we can see you very well. You are everywhere on the screen.
Okay, you can see me. All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and I want to thank you for honoring this occasion. I don't want to go ahead to repeat what others have said. I just want to maintain every protocol and yeah, thank you everyone for honoring this day. I want to start by saluting our heroes, both dead and living, and we honor their memories, and then we are here, just like Senator Bruce said, that the history of Biafra was removed from our schools. And he asked, why did you remove the bite of Biafra from the map? You know, for the fear that this generation of Biafrans would stand again, they removed our history. They did not want us to come back again. But little did they know that they were wrong anyways. Here we are, standing, fighting to achieve that which our heroes past fought so hard to achieve. Unfortunately, they couldn't. I want to thank our eternal leader, Odumegu Ojukwu, His Excellency. He fought so hard, even with his resources and the resources of his dear parent, and Biafra never emerged. It was short-lived. And when he was asked by the reporter, he said, if I'm given the opportunity to do this again, I will do it over and over again. I have no regrets. That was what he said. So if Ojukwu could say such at that point in time, what about us? I am made to understand that I have 5 minutes to speak. Unlike me, I don't speak for 5 minutes, but I will try to honor the wish of my minister and keep it to 5 minutes. Please time me so I don't go astray. Yeah, I penned down just a few things so that I will not have my words mixed up. We have gathered here today to honor our heroes who fought for our freedom. We remember the lives lost. People like Ikonso, Waka Waka. I saw their pictures on our poster. The young men and women who were thrown in Ezu River. The Obi Igbo massacre. Men and women who died on Onitsha Bridge. We remember them today. And their fight will never be in vain. So today it's about memory, reflection, and telling our story so that the next generation will understand the price of freedom and the value of peace. Because freedom brings peace. May we honor their memories by working together for a future, a Biafra where rights and dignity will be respected. 1967 to 1970 will never be forgotten. We will never forget. Today I'll be talking about funding our freedom. A lot of people, have come up to say, why are you people asking for money? Is it about the money? Money every time you're asking for money. Sometimes when our minister Betty will be on her program, hosting her program, you see people commenting, why are you, it's all about money. Why are you all about money? What are you using the money for? What are you using the money for? There is no freedom if you don't fund it. There is no recognition if you don't fund it. And there is no restoration of your freedom if you don't fund it. So it's all about the money. We listened to the video played by our minister, our Minister of Information, where General Nwobosi, Ogene Obosi, as he called himself, he said when they were fighting, that there were few of them with arms, but they still continued to fight. You understand? He said there is no restoration of freedom without funding. He was 27. He gave everything. Even in his 80s, when he was granted that interview, he said the proceeds from his books, the sale of his books, will be channeled towards the freedom of Biafra. That is to tell you that you cannot achieve anything without funding. As it stands today, Ukraine is still sourcing for funds, both military and ammunition. However, they are sourcing for funds. So you cannot come and tell us that, oh, you're asking too much, you're asking for too much, or you don't need this money. What are you using it for? We need your fund. Ojukwu gave all he had and still did not achieve Biafra. He fought with his money. You can imagine if he did give everything financially. What about now that, the world has gone nuclear? We cannot allow marauders from Sahel to take over our land. And that is the reason we have to fund. We cannot allow people who are not circumcised to take over our land. The other time I was watching a video, they were, displaying their ammunitions, AK-47. In fact, I was wondering, what have we gotten ourselves into? If they could wield such grade of ammunition, then you know that we have a long way to go financially. We have to fund our freedom. The Biafran Defense Forces cannot do anything if we don't fund them. We need that money to help get them greater ammunitions than the ones these marauders have come with to kill our people and to displace us. I want to mention our website. For those who don't know, you're listening to me. Maybe this is the first time you're coming across our channel. You're listening through YouTube or Twitter, X. Please visit our website. It is www.biafrarepublicgovernment.org. When you go on Google, type that, click on it, and it will bring you to a very beautiful page where you will see different flags, beautiful flags displayed with a picture of our honorable men and women who went to the Capitol Hill on a briefing to talk about Biafra. If you click on that site and you are not seeing these pictures, please run away from that site. It is the wrong site. But once you see these two pictures, the flags with a podium and a picture of our honorable men and women of Biafra Republic Government in exile, that is the right website. When you click on it, you go on your right side, you will see two bars, a sandwich, like a sandwich bar, Click on that. And it will take you down to our donation platform. When you click on that, you will see home engagements, BRGIE engagements, where you can read the news, our achievements. You see IOU. You can donate, giving us your IOU, and you will get a beautiful certificate for that. That will go a long way towards achieving our recognition. Then you come down a little bit further, you will see a black highlighted donate sign. Click on donate, and it will take you to the different sections, segments of donation. Oh my God, I forgot my flag. Pardon me. I have my Biafran flag here. So when you click on that, you will see as low as $5, my dear people. $5, as low as that, up to $500. Don't tell me you cannot achieve $5 in a week, please. Those of you who are used to drinking coffee, you can sacrifice your cup of coffee. Those of you who are used to buying beers, bottles of beers every day, you can sacrifice $5. You can sacrifice your ejemma. That is how we call it, our ejemma. Even as low as 1,000 AJ. We have our COA solutions in the homeland who is ready to take your donations. My people, Ukraine is still sourcing for fund. Is even South Korea sourced for fund. So who are we not to source for your fund? Please, please. And one more thing, if you make a pledge and you do not redeem your pledge, it is as useless as making a pledge. Please try as much as possible when you make your pledge to redeem it. And there is blessing in redeeming your pledge. I know it's not easy, it's not easy, but this is a task that must be done. It is a task that must be done. General Wobosi went ahead to donate 10% of proceeds from his the sale of his book. And he said there's no recognition without funding. There is none. So please pardon me. There's this group of persons that gathered themselves a few days ago, and they were talking about how they have redeclared their nation. They are now a sovereign nation. They invited a white man to their platform, and they were trying to instigate, hate on this man. And this particular man, after these people must have, tried by all means to inflict hate on him, tried to speak against the people who are doing the right thing. He told them, he said, there is no redeclaration if you don't have your recognition. Your redeclaration is as useless as whatever. Yes, you have gone ahead. Oh, we have declared our nation. We redeclared it on 29th of November 2024. Oh, we have our nation. We are a sovereign nation. What's a sovereign nation? How are you a sovereign nation? Where have you occupied as Biafran?
Thank you.
So, my people, we have to buckle up. In rounding up, I want to thank our Prime Minister, His Excellency, Mazi Ogechukwu Nkere, who has been doing a tremendous job. And this is the man who took a leap of faith when our former Prime Minister was captured. And he did the needful. And what is the needful? He continued from where our former Prime Minister stopped. And what is it? After redeclaration, you need your restoration. Your recognition, then your restoration. These are the 3 R's: redeclaration, recognition, restoration. This is exactly what Mazi Ogechukwu Nkere and the Biafra Republic government in exile is doing. You can't beat that. All the briefings in Capitol Hill, the lobbying, it is a step. They are steps towards our recognition. And you cannot do without recognition. The man who was invited by those people, disgruntled elements, he told them, he said, you need to get 1 or 2 countries to recognize you. This is what BRGI is doing. And your funds will go a long way towards achieving that, my people. Thank you for listening to me. And for those of you who are asking, oh, what is Ogechukwu Nkere carrying bags up and down to Capitol Hill to do? When is this recognition coming? When are we getting this recognition? My dear, Ojukwu was asked by the reporter, why is Ireland taking too long to recognize you? And he said, we cannot force these people. Governments, they take their time to watch, to see how they can step in. So Ogechukwu Nkere is going, and he is pursuing, and he's been tenacious, and he is being unwavering in his efforts, and we must support him.
Thank you.
And he will continue to carry that bag until our recognition is achieved. Thank you very much. I have a lot to say, but I yield my mic here. God bless you. Please don't forget www.biafrarepublicgovernment.org.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, as we are continuing the program with the talk show, visit the website of the Biafran government in exile and make your donations, because we are soon going into the fundraising, and we will be off the air when we switch over to fundraising. So, COA, we called you up before on your slot on the program. It's like you're available now, so go ahead. After you, the PM will take the stage because of the way time is going. So, COA, over to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister of Information, Media and Communication. Thank you, My Excellency, or should I say, His Excellency, Honorable Ogechukwu Nkere, the Prime Minister of Biafra Republic Government in exile. Thank you all officials of our government, both in exile and the homeland. Thank you, Biafra, those who may be listening right now, for the opportunity to join my voice in making this day memorable. Today is a great day indeed, the day that we remember our heroes and heroines, both past and present. We may even also remember the future, because when after Biafra is restored, we also have heroes and heroines who will be playing roles to preserve the freedom. For the heroes past, we appreciate them, we remember them for their efforts towards our freedom. For the heroes present, we appreciate them, we remember them. And when I say heroes present, of course, it is you and I, all of us who are sticking out our neck, all of us who are coming out of our shells, making every effort to ensure that we have this freedom. We remember all of us for the effort we have made, for the efforts we are still making, and for the efforts we are yet to make. will remember everyone. Living without freedom is like a fish living without water, or a light existing without brightness. We must continue to make every contribution to ensure that we have our freedom. That is when our destiny is protected. Without freedom, our destiny is caged in the hands of the oppressors. So we must be free. In the video we watched while in this program, our eternal leader, General Odumegwu Ojukwu, a question was put to him by the journalist, whether he has any regrets about his role in the Biafra cause, this same Biafra cause. The answer that our leader, eternal leader, gave serves as strength, serves as new energy, serves as vision, serves as everything, clarity that we need to go all the way to restore this freedom. The answer is that if he gets or has 1,000 chance again, he will do what he did before. Today, he is no longer alive to have that chance, but we are alive. So we are proud to stand out for our freedom. I encourage every Biafran, wherever or whatever capacity you are serving, and if you are not making any effort already, I encourage you to join those who are making effort to see that we fulfill this dream. All of us together will love it in the end, because we will be free. That is when all Biafrans and friends of Biafrans will really understand what freedom is all about. These are people who are being cowardly by press what we are doing. They love this freedom too. In Biafra will be a better place to come and play politics, to come and be free. Thank you so much. I will be very brief and not extensive today due to my current location. It is not encouraging for lengthy speech. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much from the Homeland Interior and the State of Biafra. We salute all of you for your good works. And without much ado, and considering the time constraint that we have, we will invite at this point the Prime Minister, the shockwave that Nigeria is being in their panties, the Honorable Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic Government in Exile, to address Biafrans on this very memorable event. Honorable Prime Minister, you're welcome to the station.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And I believe we have our guests here as well. We have Elias. Please, we all know who Elias is, and he's very important to us. So for him being here today, we really appreciate him to come and also commemorate and celebrate and remember our heroes that have fought hard and paved the way for us to still be fighting the fight that they believe in and also die for. So we'll keep their dream alive, and while we the living, continue to fight. We call him Mazi Elias from Washington and Madison, our lobby, of which we Biafrans are familiar with. I call him my friend. We call him our friend, our brother, because he's doing the bidding, the work of Biafran people. Elias, please, you are welcome. If you're here, can you take the mic too? Please, thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister. It's an honor to be here. I just want to stop by briefly to pay my respects to you and the Biafra public government in exile, all the ministers and supporters and the Biafran people overall, to pay my respects on this very eventful day of May 30th to commemorate the sacrifices of the Biafran people in the past and the lives lost. But to also note that today is a day of not just a historical remembrance, but also looking towards the future. And I'm very proud of the work that the Biafra public government in exile has done under your leadership and that of the Brgie cabinet. It is going to new heights. I must say, the progress that we have made, Prime Minister, is actually much faster than I even would have anticipated, or many other people would have anticipated. What I could say to the Biafran people is, we're showing some of what we're doing publicly, which are in our public meetings, to carry along the Biafran people, but there are also a lot of private and highly sensitive initiatives that are ongoing with both the U.S. governments as well as other governments. The U.S. government's not the only country that the Biafra government has relations with. The Biafra government also has relations with some other U.S. allied governments, which will not be named for the time being. But what I just want to indicate to Biafrans is the way either U.S. government or other governments work with groups like Brgie or similar groups is that the relationship is and the partnership is usually done in a much more secretive way than is a relationship with an official government. And the reason I want to clarify this is because sometimes our enthusiastic supporters, put out, tweets saying, "Oh, when's the U.S. going to get involved? When is the U.S. going to support the Biafran forces?" The way that U.S. and other governments work with groups like the Biafrans is they won't put out a statement saying, "Oh, we're doing this." These things are done in a very secretive manner. Over time, they may become more public. So we won't say specifically what is going on, but I can assure you that the Biafra public government in exile is working at the highest levels of the U.S. government, and there are a number of initiatives being taken which are now public information. So we could put it in that way. And, we already see the reaction of the Nigerian government. It was leaked to the public that the Nigerian government is now going completely gaga, and they're so desperate and crazy now that they're trying to go after the Prime Minister and maybe even myself on U.S. soil. But I can assure you that the Nigerian government will fail very woefully. I don't care if they write 1,000 petitions to the U.S. government. This is, it's just not going to work out for them. And under no circumstance, I can assure you that anything will be agreed to by the U.S. government in terms of requests by the government of Nigeria. This is not a situation at all like Finland or the UK or Kenya, and that's why our relationship with the U.S. government is important, because if you have a close partnership with your these host governments, they could also take the necessary actions to protect those with whom they're working with. So, I'm very proud of what we're doing. What I would say is the Biafrans should not even think about in terms of is Biafra going to come. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when, and it's also a question of how ready are the Biafrans, right? So how fast the U.S. international community can move also is dependent on how fast the Biafrans are ready to move. So I think the support is there for us to achieve what we want to achieve. The external support, I think what's needed also is for the Biafrans to take things to the next level, to move past all the nonsense in the past in terms of the dramas, the chaoses, people running around trying to create these small groups, all that nonsense. They need to move past all that and get very serious and prepare for establishing a new country. So the support is there. Brgie has very good relationships, but the Biafrans themselves also have to demonstrate that they are ready for independence as well. So it's a question. Things are moving now towards getting Biafra ready for independence, and all of you have a very important role to play to make sure that we achieve what we need to achieve in a timely manner. I'm grateful for the support that all of you have given to the government, and also in serving in the government or supporting the government. So I'm very happy with what we're achieving. And again, you could tell who's serious, and Brigie's really the only player, because the Nigerian government is going after us. They're not going after all these random people. The Nigerian government is coming after us. So, both the U.S. government knows and the Nigerian government knows who's serious and who's in charge and who's actually, pushing the envelope forward. So I think now's the time to get serious. All of you have a role to play in terms of all the confused people who are running around, the people who don't know their left foot from the right foot, putting them all to one side, parking them somewhere else so we could go and achieve what we need to achieve. So I think that the best thing that could happen now is we have a very solid group now in Brgie, in the current people who are involved. And I think now there's a very solid foundation. And I think what I'm hoping is over time, as things develop, there's going to be more of a consolidation as well. So I'm very proud of everything that all of you have done. What you need to do is to continue support Brgie, and know that there is a straight path to achieving what we want to achieve. So something that perhaps was more of an aspiration perhaps a couple of years ago, I think now is a reality. It's something that is very achievable. And I think it should be very encouraged. And people have admitted this to me as well. People here in Washington have told me, hey, a couple of years ago, if you mentioned Biafra, I wouldn't have taken it seriously. But now this is something that is very much a possibility, and it seems like we're moving towards. So, Biafrans are impatient. If Biafrans want things to happen, more quickly, and Eunice, had our wonderful Eunice and mentioned that some of our Biafran friends are impatient. It's not all on the U.S. or other governments. It's also on the Biafrans, because if the Biafrans themselves are, messing themselves up with drama and nonsense, again, the U.S. government or the international community can only move as fast as the Biafrans themselves can move. So it's important on the impetus on the Biafrans to make sure that they themselves are organized. And there isn't any of these distractions and nonsense. The U.S. government, international community can do a lot to help, They can do a tremendous amount to make sure the Biafrans are successful, but the Biafrans themselves also have to make sure that everything's moving well on their part, and then we can move quickly to achieve the goal. And the Prime Minister will address you now, and I know he's going to bring some even more positive news, I think, demonstrating the maturity of the movement and how things are developing. So I just want to say I'm proud of all of you, what you're achieving. The Prime Minister is working hard. We talk every day, sometimes at midnight or 1 a.m. about urgent matters, and I think we're all very fortunate, Mr. Prime Minister, for your service and dedication, which is very inspiring. It's an honor to call you a friend and comrade in this endeavors, and to work with this wonderful and dedicated team that you have. So thank you, and it's an honor to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elias. We appreciate you. You are actually a God sent. You and your team, we say thank you. We really appreciate. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Wow, today is the D-Day. Day to reflect. Day to ask questions. Thoroughly think about what is happening in our land. Some can turn it to a day of merriment, but I don't think it is a day of merriment. It's a day of remembrance. So, those that fought before us, why they took that action. Good afternoon. Greeting from here, my fellow Biafrans. Today, May 30th, we gathered in solemn remembrance. We remember the millions who suffered, sacrificed, and gave their lives for the vision of Biafra self-determination, dignity, security, and a better future for generations yet unborn and born. It's not simply a day or a calendar. It is a sacred covenant between the living and the dead. It reminds us that Biafra was not born out of ambition, hatred, or conquest. Biafra was born out of necessity. It reminds us that Biafra was not born or just imagined to be. It was born out of the need of a people to live, to be protected, to preserve their identity, who they are, value of life, and to secure a future for their children. It's not only a remembrance of the past, it's also a day to renew our vision for the future. We must complete the work that our ancestors began. The injustice that led our people to seek freedom have not been resolved. In many ways, they have deepened. The Nigerian today is facing a profound political, security, religious, and humanitarian crisis. The same failures of governance, insecurity, persecution, and inclusion that made Biafra necessary in 1967 remain present today. Indeed, the need for Biafra is even more urgent now than it was then. The Biafra Republic government in exile has emerged as a serious political vehicle for the aspiration of the Biafran people. We have elevated the Biafran issue to the highest level of the United States government, of which we are all aware of, and the international community. We have brought the suffering, persecution, and aspiration of our people to the attention of some of the most powerful leaders in the world today. The world is beginning to listen, my fellow citizens. The United States government and other international actors have taken greater notice of the persecution of Christians and vulnerable communities in Nigeria, including Biafrans. We have now friends, allies, and supporters at high levels of government, policy, and international affairs. Ours is no longer isolated. It is becoming part of a larger global conversation about its security, religious freedom, human rights, and self-determination. Biafra is well positioned to become a key ally of the best strong leader of the world, United States of America, and the civilized world in West Africa. A free Biafra will be a partner of peace, which is very important, security, which is important, economic development, religious freedom, and regional stability. The Biafra of 1967 to 1970. Today, we have access to international political network, diplomatic channel, global media, not like 1967 to 1970 that our voice was suppressed. Not like 1967 to 1970 that the world knows little about what is happening. So have our legal advocacy and strategic partnership that can advance our cause before the world is very, very important. We are in a significant, stronger position than our ancestors were during the first struggle. 1967 to 1970, our ancestors, our leaders then don't have the opportunity we have today to dialogue with the United States of America, the leader of the free world. Their courage, our ancestors, our heroes, their courage gave us a foundation. Their sacrifice gave us a duty that we must all carry on. Keep fighting, keep moving. We must not disappoint them. And for those that are making mockery of May 30th, If you're one of them that don't show to support this great cause, but today you decide to show up because it is May 30th, Remembrance Day of our hero and heroines, don't let this work against you. Today is a sacred day. If you're one of those that are making this day mockery day, desist from it. What takes now is to act with discipline, unity, and wisdom. We must show the world that Biafra is not merely a memory of the past, but a responsible and necessary vision for the future. The Biafran people at home and in diaspora, I say, have hope. The sacrifice of our ancestors will not be in vain. We remember them today, not only with words, but with renewed commitment. You as a Biafra, how committed are you? Will you change from your evil way? Will you change from sabotaging our heroines? Will you repent? Will you be truthful to yourself? How committed are you? Heroes and heroines that you celebrating today, if you one of them that just mocking at them or making joke caricature of this special occasion, you will be disgraced, and the land of Biafra will not forgive you. Repent, be committed. I urge you, have a renewed mind today. Have a renewed spirit. May those before us that fought before us inspired you. May their sacrifice inspired you today, May 30th, for you to have a renewed mind and be committed. Respect their sacrifice. We honor our heroes by continuing to do the work of liberation with seriousness, strategy, like what we are doing in Washington, D.C. that made the Nigerian government coming after Brgie, me, and the entire team. And also faith. May the souls of all the Biafran heroes and heroines rest in peace. And for you, everyone that don't want to have a renewed mind, if you don't let the soul of our heroes, heroines, rest in peace, you will have a price to pay. Because you that decide not to have a renewed mind, you might be the one not to rest in pieces. May God strengthen the people of Biafra. Listen, I want to make a major announcement from the Biafra Defense Force, known as BDF, to commemorate May 30th and demonstrate a critical step towards our freedom. It is very important. Please pay attention to this announcement. And as if you can recall back, in 1968, we have Biafra Special Task Force. On this day, May 30th, 2026, we are announcing the creation of the Biafra Special Operation Command. I repeat, on this day, May 30th, 2026, we announce the creation of Biafra Special Operation Command. When you work with the best, like country, like United States of America, our greatest ally, a country that if you ask Biafrans, will you like to be an American? They will 99.9 will say yes, because we love them so much. We love what they are doing. They have set example time without number that they are the leader of this free world. When the genocidal war, when the genocidal is going, actually it's war, that is what it is. What is going in Nigeria today is genocidal war against Biafran Christians and Nigerian Christians. The only country of America. Why can't we partner with them? Why can't we work with them? Why can't we emulate them? Why can't we follow their model? So this creation of the Biafran Special Operation Command, this will be a small elite unit, unconventional war and counter-terrorism. Don't you think it will be beautiful for this elite unit to work hand in hand with United States of America and great state of Israel? It is based on the model of United States Special Operation Command called OSCOM or called SOCOM. The Biafra Special Operation Command will be only part of the Biafra Defense Forces authorized, I repeat, the Biafra Special Operations Command will be the only part of the Biafra Defense Forces authorized to collaborate with foreign intelligence or foreign forces. If you know, you know. The newly created Biafra Special Operations Command will counter malign foreign influence, such as from China. Have you heard China? China. Where in the world have you seen China help any minority, whether any religion group that have been persecuted? China never helped. It's only their own interest. China don't care about you. If it is not China, it's not China. And also Iran. So these forces will work, collaborate with our ally to counter this influence of such of China and Iran. and also Islamic terrorists. These forces, we counter them, and we will be aligned again. How many times have I said align? Who are we aligning with? United States of America. This force, our special force, we align with US and also Western interest. And when we say Western interest, the countries that are going to fight and counter these terrorists will we all work together, hand in hand. In addition, my fellow citizens, the BDF, Biafra Defense Force, announces the creation of the Biafra Defense Intelligence Agency. That's BDIA. If you know, you know we are getting there. We are pleased to announce the creation of BDIA, Biafra Defense Intelligence Agency, which is also after the US Defense Intelligence, the same model. When you work with the best, you imitate the best. If you want to win, not just that having a better team, you need a better coach. We are now the team. The only way we find a better coach is United States. They're the one that will coach us. They'll be winning. They keep winning. We cannot go and get coach that will not train us properly to win. So we are aligning with the American system as well. So the BDIA will be led. We'll get there. So we're not gonna. The need for the creation of Biafra Intelligence Agency is long overdue. That we have this unit. And the BDIA, as the military intelligence arm of the BDF, we collaborate. This is more beautiful here, this collaboration. We collaborate with our allied foreign intelligence agencies. The BDIA, we work in collaboration with the Biafra Special Operation Command. We are getting there. My fellow citizens, just like as our lobby said, not everything will bring out here in public because of the secrecy. But, you know, our defense is getting stronger every day. And these two units that was created, we make it stronger. And these two units will be the one that we collaborate, work with our peers. No any other agency in Biafra land will work with our allies, except these two created Biafra is here. We need to let our allies, the world, know how serious we are. that we are ready. And in the spirit of Memorial Day, I call on all Biafrans that are not committed. Please renew your commitment. Stop faking. Worldwide, Biafrans are celebrating today. It's a welcome development. It's part of creating awareness, because different countries, different all social media, our activity, our celebration is being flooded, littered everywhere. And people will be asking questions, what is going on? Who are these Biafra? Please use that spirit, that renewed mind, and trash all your sabotage ways, and trash all your evil way. Repent, so that the soul of our heroes will rest in peace. Because if you rest in pieces, you will be the one to pay the price. For those that believe that the living can hear, see, if you believe, what about if they come and hurt you? If you are evil, if you are sabotaging what they work for? Today, everybody shouting May 30th, May 30th. Both the ones sabotaging. We appreciate that you saboteurs participate, at least create awareness, disease from your evil way. May the day soon come when Biafra stands free, secure, peaceful, and recognized among the nations of the world. Hey, Biafra, we participate in the Olympic peacefully. We are Biafra, we participate in World Cup peacefully. We are Biafra, we work hand in hand to fight and counter these terrorists. Biafra have something to bring to the international community. We bring positivity, not terrorism. Thank you very much. Renew your commitment. Disease from your evil way. May God bless you as you renew your commitment. Meditate, reflect in what May 30th means. Before the program started today, or during the program, you saw a lot of video of those that have paid sacrifice for our freedom, those that have worked very hard. Don't let their sacrifice be in vain. Remember that today, even as we speak, the Nigerian terrorist state, they are still terrorizing Biafran, people killing Biafran Christians. Let us all come together. May God bless you. God bless United States of America. God bless Biafra Republic, known as Republic of Biafra. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Honorable PM, thank you so much for that heartwarming speech of the day. Thank you so much.
Voice of the East, hey, hear our voices rise from every town we answer the call.
Voice of the East, hey! Voice of the East, hey! Voice of the East, hey!
Hear our voices rise, hey! Land of the rising sun, shining bright for everyone. We rise, we shine, we stand tall. From every town we answer the call. Voice of the East, hey! Voice of the East, yeah. From the rivers and valleys to the hills so high, our dreams keep growing beneath the sky. No more fear, no looking behind. We're hope in our hearts and a future to find. Together we're building, together we're strong. United in purpose, moving along. The light keeps shining for all to see. A people of courage and dignity.
Hear our voices rise.
Land of the rising sun, forever shining bright.
Voice of the East, hey!
Forever shining bright.
Voice of the East.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister. And thank you to entire Biafran people. And because of time, and at this very time, and at this very point, and according to our program, we will be jumping into the Bcos of Biafra television. We are going up and we continue inside the Zoom. Thank you all to have been available on the Voice of Biafra TV. Please come inside and continue with us in the Zoom as we do what we have to do to be able to form Biafra. Thank you so much. Mowumba, go ahead.
In the rising sun of a new dawn, a nation stood tall on her own ground. May 30, 1967, the flag was raised. Land of the rising sun, freedom proclaimed. All over Biafra land, the people sang and danced, tired of broken promises and iron chains. In July 6, 1967, Nigeria waged a genocidal war against the young republic. The drums of war began to sound. Nigeria turned against us on our own sacred ground. May 30, 1967,
we still remember
the day hope was born
and hell descended.
Rivers ran red, children cried for food in the shadow of famine and flying bombs. Biafra, Biafra, your name we call. Though they tried to bury you behind the wall, your spirit lives in every soul that knows the price of freedom and the blood that flows. Hey. Blockade and hunger became their sword. Kwashoko scars on bodies of the young and children. Women buried babies in shallow graves, while the world watched and looked the other way. From Uliya Street to the starving fields, 1 million souls crossed into eternity. They called it war, we call it genocide. Our peoples will refuse to die. May 30, 1967,
we still remember
the day hope was born
and hell descended.
Rivers ran red,
children cried for food
in the shadow of famine
and flying bombs.
May 30, 1967, echoes in the wind, never to be erased. Biafra lives in memory and in flame. One day the truth will speak your name. We say loud and clear, never again, never again, never again. Biafra independence is not negotiable. Independence is not negotiable. Biafra leaves. Today Nigeria is in confusion. Jihadist terrorists
from home. Though Biafra they protest and ask for their freedom, what the Nigerian terrorist government do? They arrest them, kill them, shoot them. So for that reason, we have a government in exile, so we can fight from abroad. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Information. And we're also going to bring 1 or 2, 3 videos on the screen. Those that Nigerian terrorist state need to go after, because they actually sponsor the insecurity. But is that the reason why the Nigerian terrorist state are not going after Sheikh Gumi? Minister of Information, please, can you bring the video of Sheikh Gumi to the screen? Thank you very much.
They are, yes, they are physique and everything, they are Fulanis.
Of Nigerian extraction.
Oh, you know, they're Nigerians, no doubt about that.
They are Nigerians.
Yes, in fact, some of them have parents in the town.
So why, for those who say some of these criminal elements are non-Nigerians who move through the ECOWAS territory
yes,
into Nigeria, is that true?
What happened is, you see, as I've said now, we are having an ethnic war. The Fulani nomadic feels his existence is threatened. So what they do is, when they have a war, they call other Fulanis from other countries, irrespective of where they are. Fulani is Fulani. They go to defend their kinsmen. Then disperse, each one goes back to his roga. So that's why they what do you call it? They transit the borders just for an operation and go back. But if there is calm and there's peace, you will not see this kind of incursion of foreign elements into the nation. And that's why it's very important. The government is very proactive in this issue. Let's go in, let's educate them, let's register them, let us do what we do to others.
Thank you very much, Minister. Sheikh Gumi, a terrorist man, said they need to educate the terrorists. They need to live with them. They need to do to them what they do to others. What do they do to others? Reintegrate them into the military. What do they do to others? They pay them a sum of money in millions, depending on how many innocent citizens they kill. Instead of this Nigerian terrorist government, who know their hideout, who know how they can stop these terrorists. Turn a blind eye. They coming after me, Mazio Gechuku. Nkere, a former president named Obasanjo. Obasanjo said the insecurity in Nigeria can never stop. My fellow citizens, are we going to remain in a country that the insecurity can never stop? Are we going to be part of a country that breeds, sponsor, support insecurity? Obasanjo made it clear that the politicians, governors, they sponsor the insecurity. This disgraced country called Nigeria, They should go after the sponsors of the insecurity happening in Nigeria and leave me hell a fucking alone. Terrorist state of Nigeria. They sponsor the insecurity. Let them leave Mazio Gechukwu Nkere alone. Obasanjo made it clear the insecurity can never stop. That the government sponsor the insecurity. Then why are they coming after me here, United States of America? Thank God we have not turned United States of America to be the battlefield. Here in Washington, we will destroy Nigeria with truth. Here in Washington, we will expose Nigeria like never before, a shithole, disgraced country. A country that don't care about humanity. A country that care about citizens. Look at United States heroines. We as Biafrans, what are we going to say we will remember Nigeria that they have done for us? Is it the better life they gave us? Is it the better opportunity? Is it the good life? Is it the school system, sewer system, the infrastructures in our land that they make better? Is it the road, hospital? Is it the economy that they provide for the citizens of Biafra? So that after our children graduate from their high school or college, they can acquire a good paying job of which they can start family with. None of the above. God punished the entity called Nigeria. Very disgrace. They are not ashamed of themselves. After United States of America, I advise this useless country what to do to stop the insecurity. America advised them to abolish this Sharia since Nigeria is supposed to be a secular country. What did they do in return? And this Sheikh Gumi here is telling the government of Nigeria, because he worked with the government of Nigeria. He's telling the government of Nigeria to pay the terrorists, to pump money to the terrorists, to integrate the terrorists to the military. And do you think the Biafran people will not defend? Information, I think we have some few to go through. Can you play the video with, the protest? Because a lot of people will be the first time tuning in Biafra. We will keep this country. If I have what it takes, I will save the people of Nigeria. I'm already saved Biafra. Attention, the Middle Belt and the Southwest, maybe rise up. Entity called Nigeria, I will burn it down. Thank you very much.
Let me say that if the federal government have demonstrated capacity and can arrest Nnamdi Kanu, they should also exhibit the same zeal and will and decision to arrest these Fulani herdsmen that are terrorizing our state and our country. Let that be done. These ones are living here with us, but if Nnamdi Kanu can be arrested from a foreign land, I believe that the federal government will exhibit the same will. They will arrest Fulani herdsmen, especially Meyakiala, who have owned up to the killings in Benue State and have continued to terrorize our land. It is laughable and unfortunate when I heard that Meyakiala are calling Nnamdi Kanu a terrorist, someone who is fighting for the liberation of his people is being called a terrorist by terrorist organization called Meyakiala and Fulani herdsmen. So federal government should rise up to its responsibility and arrest this one. I have no problem in trying Nnamdi Kanu. Due process should be followed and let there be justice. If he has committed any offense, let there be justice. But the federal government must also do justice by arresting Fulani herdsmen who have been terrorizing our land, who have created so much problems and pains and challenges to our economy, to our security, to our unity. If federal government doesn't do that, it means they are not serious.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister of Information.
Voice of Biafra TV, the voice of truth, the voice of the people.
There is only one broadcasting network.
Voice of Biafra TV.
The first, the best, and the last.
Voice of Biafra TV.
We lead, we shine, we last. The first, the best, and the last.
From the east to the world, hear the truth unfold. No other station does it better. Truth be told, real stories, real power, real Biafran soul. Every day, every hour, we taking control.
Breaking every silence, letting voices rise. Standing for the people, opening their eyes. Strong and unshaken, both for all to see. Broadcasting the future.
Voice of Biafra TV.
There is only one broadcasting network. Voice of Biafra TV. The first, the best, and the last. Voice of Biafra TV.
First to speak, best to watch, last to ever.
Voice of Biafra TV. Voice of Biafra TV.
Holy war, holy war.
Voice of Biafra TV.
Only one, no only one.
Only one, only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, only one, only one, only one, only one, only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, only one, only one, only one, only one, only one. Hear the people sing at last.
Jakaba.
Voice of Biafra TV. The voice of truth, the voice of the people.
There is only one broadcasting network.
Voice of Biafra TV.
The first, the best, and the last.
Voice of Biafra TV.
We lead, we shine, we last. The first, the best, and the last.
From the east to the world, hear the truth unfold. No other station does it better. Truth be told, real stories, real power, real Biafran soul. Every day, every hour, we taking control.
Breaking every silence, letting voices rise. Standing for the people, opening their eyes. Strong and unshaken.
Welcome to Voice of Biafra TV. It's morning, it's afternoon, and it's night, depending on your time zone. I bring you warm greetings. This is Voice of Biafra Television. And we are coming out on a series of platforms. We are live and direct on live television channels all over Africa. We're live and direct on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and many other platforms. And we salute all of you for joining. You can call into the program with the number that will be displayed on the screen. Tomorrow is Heroes Remembrance Day, and we continue to remember our heroes, and we continue to fight and to give them what they need. Welcome to Voice of Biafra Television.
Voice of Biafra TV. There is only one broadcaster network. Voice of Biafra TV. The first, the best, and the last. Voice of Biafra TV. First to speak, best to watch, last to ask. Voice of Biafra TV. Voice of Biafra TV. Holy war, holy war. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, no, only one. Only one, only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, only one, only one, only one, only one, only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, only one, only one, only one, only one, only one. Hear the people sing at last. Voice of Biafra TV.
Welcome back to Voice of Biafra Television, and we are live and direct on all media platforms. Somebody just threw a question, and the question is, Mazi, I'm just curious, is Danjuma still alive? I really want T.Y. Danjuma to be alive so that he can see the goodness of God. Because God has used T.Y. Danjuma to send messages to the children of God in Nigeria. And it then depends on all of them that are ready. And those that are not ready, they still continue to sit on the fence. God has used T.Y. Danjuma to open the eyes of many Nigerians and to tell many of you what you should know and what you should hear, and how you should wake up and stand against the terrorists. Tomorrow is Saturday, and we are happy to be alive in this very present dispensation and to talk about Biafra and to tell the world about Biafra. I come with a very happy heart. Yes. I come with a very happy heart because the U.S. government officials has proven once again that they don't turn their backs on those that have their interests and those decides to work with them. Even as we have not gotten our recognition yet from American government officially. I am perplexed and I am overjoyed at the same time to tell you that U.S. government officials are already defending Brgie Prime Minister, Nkere, while Finland and Britain betrayed Mazi Simon Ekpa and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They sold them out. That's what they did. If Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Mazi Simon Ekpa happen to have been UK citizens and Finland citizens, then these same countries betrayed them and gave them out to be picked by Nigerian terrorist governments. It's a very big shame. Very big shame that I don't know how to explain to many of you, because I have tried how to put it all together and to see how it will come out. But it's very shameful to say it. But here I am. Talking to you about what the US government officials are already doing as they see Nigerian government trying to drag Brgie Prime Minister Nkere to their caricature Nkere dance that they want to start dancing. So interesting to see that a country that values your existence can protect you and keep you away from the foreign terrorist that wants to come and pick you. That is why they say where America leads, others follows. The line is open to those that want to call in, because this program is unannounced and we are coming on an impromptu, because tomorrow we have series of events, and with the joy in our hearts, we cannot fold our arms just to watch and see things that are happening and go just like that. America is where you have to be and speak for freedom. America is where you speak for freedom and you will be protected. America is where you will speak for the freedom of mankind and your rights will be protected. Finland government and UK government, up till today, I have not seen one official of the Finland Parliament or the UK Parliament come out to lambast Nigerian terrorist government for kidnapping their citizens. Instead, they trade the freedom of their citizens for monetary values. They trade the freedom of their citizens for business values and interests. Recently, all of you saw that the UK government hosted Nigerian government officials. These are the people that kidnapped Mazen Nnamdi, and they kidnap your own citizen. And you say that your citizen is Nnamdi. You said he is using your own British passport. And then one country kidnapped him. And they lock him up. They sentence him to life imprisonment. Until today, as we speak, you have not come out to say anything about his kidnapping and his imprisonment. Rather, what you do is that you invite the same terrorist governments that kidnapped these your citizens, you give them a befitting banquet feast. You call all of them to the royal castle in UK. All of you sat down, you drank, you enjoyed, you celebrated a job well done of kidnapping a citizen that was using your passport, simply because of oil and gas. Simply because he is not a bona fide citizen of United Kingdom. I want all of us to understand something. Other countries will defend you even when you are not born in their country and then you acquire their citizenship. But the United Kingdom and the European government will not do it. Why? Because of the business interests that they have. Because of the business interests of America and Nigeria, America decided to put the lives of the babies, women, and children as a priority. They don't put the business first. They put the lives of the babies, women, and children as a priority. They sanction Nigerian government. They designate Nigerian government as a country of particular concern. They sanction their officials. They place visa ban on Nigerian passports because their government has refused to disband Sharia law, who is killing every babies, women, and children on a daily basis. The Sharia law that has made Nigeria to become unlivable to all of you. The Sharia law that has made Nigeria to become a shrine of injustice. The Sharia law that has made Nigeria to become where they slaughter your mothers, your fathers, your children on a daily basis. The Sharia law that gives boldness to the Nigerian terrorist government and the terrorists themselves to be paid after they cut off your head, after they cut off your brains, after they slaughter you to pieces, after they take what does not belong to them. This is what the Sharia law is able to do. The Sharia law gives them the power to do all this. But the Nigerian government are very okay with the Sharia law. Nigerian government refused to disband Sharia law. on the mandate and order of the American government, which is to save the lives of the citizens. Was the American government not so good in business when they put their business interests aside? They placed the values of lives. They placed the importance of the babies, women, and children's lives first. But what UK government does, or Britain does, is that your life is not important. It is the resources that is important. Britain and Finland don't care about their citizens. They can sell their integrity for oil and gas and for business interests. But we are happy to announce to you today that US officials are already defending the Biafra Republic government and as a Prime Minister. Okay, Nkere. How I wish Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was in UK. And then he left UK and came to America to stay in America to fight for Biafra. How I wish Mazi Simon Ekpa was in Finland and then he left Finland and came to America to stay in America to fight for the freedom of Biafra. If we had these three forces of men joined together, alive and breathing in one place, I wonder the height that we would have attended at this time. Having all of them here, putting all their hands together, putting all the forces together. With the effort that Prime Minister Nkere has done in Washington, D.C., even without having all the support of the entire Biafran people, he has shaken Nigeria to the point that Nigeria is now shaking and afraid of Nkere. With the lobbying work that is happening in Washington, D.C. with the to the point that Nigerian government now wants to use their lobbyists, the ambassador that they just brought, and all the people that they are working with to look for a way of implicating Prime Minister Nkere and to push him to the American prison for them to send him back to them in Nigeria. It cannot happen. US officials are already speaking and defending Prime Minister Nkere. That is the surprising thing that everybody should say. Those of you that do not appreciate or take what we are doing very seriously, I want to ask you, when has your own government in your own country stood up to defend you? An official of parliament of your own country stood up to speak to defend you, whether in your small crime that you commit, or you coming out to say you are declaring and standing for Biafra in that your country. I'm asking you a very simple question. When did that your country officials come out to stand to say they are defending you because you're fighting for Biafra? Do you know what it means for US officials to take the front stage to come and defend the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic of Martinique. He's defending Biafra for us. He's talking for Biafra. Why? Because we have already made them to understand what Nigeria is all about. We have already educated them that Nigeria is a shrine of injustice. We have made them to understand that Nigeria was built to destroy humanity. Nigeria was built to even destroy America. Nigeria was built to be used as a pivot to project every projectile of missiles to come down to America to kill and destroy America. This is the Nigeria of today, the way it has been designed. If Prime Minister Nkere is in America and Nigerian government have the guts to go after him in America, why couldn't they do so to Finland? And why can't they do so in Kenya? And why can't they, as they have kidnapped Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and put in their caves, why can't they now be staying there and giving Nnamdi Kanu a false script and command for him to carry out, so that all of you here will become confused? And on this very note, I want to make a public announcement. If you know going forward today that you are not comfortable with Brgie and you love to be a slave,
Voice of Biafra TV, the voice of truth, the voice of the people.
There is only one broadcasting network.
Voice of Biafra TV,
The first, the best, and the last.
Voice of Biafra TV.
We lead, we shine, we last. The first, the best, and the last. From the east to the world, hear the truth unfold. No other station does it better. Truth be told, real stories, real power, real Biafran soul. Every day, every hour, we taking control.
Breaking every silence, letting voices rise, standing for the people, opening their eyes, strong and unshaken, both for all to see, broadcasting the future.
Voice of Biafra TV. There is only one.
welcome back to Voice of Biafra TV. I said, if you know that you are not comfortable with Brgie and you cannot go with the brutality that we carry, there's one thing you need to understand. And I said this a few months ago. I said the phase of the Biafra freedom that we are going into now is going to be more brutal. Number one, Nigerian government will come after you. Number two, there will be pressure coming from inside Nigeria. They will use all our leaders in prison to implement series of scripts. And you can see those scripts coming out as Sokoto Declaration. You can see some other scripts coming out from Finland, where they will come and say, Mazi Simon, say like this and say like that. These are part of the scripts. Many of you are already falling and becoming fools at your 80s and 50s and 60s to 100 men of Sokoto Declaration. I pity for you and I weep because I see stupidity running through your veins. Yes, because I don't know how you have been shouting Brgie, Brgie. You followed Mazi Simon when he was here. You went to Finland. You were shouting Helsinki Declaration. Later you shout Latin Declaration. You carry Biafra flag and you carry charter. You carry the declaration document and you are shouting nonsense. Say Biafra, BRJ, Biafra, BRJ. And then all of a sudden, British government, European government, Nigerian government launch a different template and tell you that your freedom is inside prison. That all of you must go to prison and wait and take order from prison. And then with your stupid brain, you now start going to prison. All of a sudden, the BRGIE that have been working to see the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is no more in your head again. It has become irrelevant. It is 100 men of Sokoto Declaration prison that is the mandate to you. I weep for your stupidity. I weep for the people that have laid curses on you, because some of these things are happening because of the curses that people lay on you. Without BRGIE going to Washington, D.C., what is happening in Nigeria today would. Without the congressional testimony that was submitted in June 2025, everything that we demanded of the U.S. government in that congressional testimony is what the U.S. government have implemented on Nigeria and against Nigeria today. We even appeared again on the 18th of September inside the White House Congress, where none of you have ever been, where your grandparents have never been. But history brought itself to fruition under our watch to see that we appear live and direct in U.S. Congress to give a congressional testimony in that briefing. That has not sunk into your head. Over 2 pages of the congressional testimony that is submitted centers on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu release and Mazi Simon Ekpa's release and the transnational repression that Nigeria and Finland has meted on Biafran citizens. That has not entered your head. We submitted a business deal and proposal to the U.S. government on the prospect of Biafra, what America will gain and what Biafra will gain, and what we will work in common to secure the safety of lives and properties of the Biafran people and every Christians in Nigeria and in the entire Sahel of Africa. That did not enter your head. Recently, we've had American government officials, not just journalists, not just normal writers, not just people that just speak in the street, no, U.S. government officials on live interview, speaking to you on Voice of Biafra television, educating you and making you to understand that what you are doing is creating effect, that Nigeria are feeling the pain. That did not enter your head. Now, because of the effectiveness of BRGI, Tinubu government have gone kaka, seeing that they kidnap Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they kidnap Mazi Simon Ekpa, they are hunting down Biafrans in the homeland on a daily basis. But that has not stopped the effectiveness of Biafra Republic government in exile. With the new prime minister in office, going extra woto. That has not entered your brain. It means you are daft and you are dumb and you are cursed. And I don't know how the curses that were laid on you will be delivered of you. So if at this very time you don't see the effectiveness of BRGI, and it is Sokoto Declaration manuscript, and the one that is Finland prison manuscript, that is what you want to use, I am sounding it as a warning before all of you will start shouting that Sonia Parawa is shattering the table. That is what all of you normally say. That is what Ngozi was saying. That is what Imam Amuku was saying. That is what Choma and Bryson are saying. That is what Jory, Roby, the rest of them are crying. Some of you that are still pretending to be inside BRGIE now. Sounding a warning to everybody. And media team, you guys should try to cut this very part and chain it. If you know you cannot contend with the pressure that is coming from the Nigerian government, after you seeing that Nigerian government is launching attack to kidnap Prime Minister of BRGI inside Washington, D.C., to lock him up and bring him to Nigeria to them. If you know you cannot stand the pressure, pack your load and leave BRGI, because the day that I will open the Pandora box, it will be very, very disastrous. Yes. We don't want idiots. You know what idiot means? Idiots, we don't want idiots in BRGI going forward, especially in the cabinet. Idiots are people that while they are slaughtering dead bodies of our babies and shattering them all over the place in the communities, they don't care. Idiots are people that when the Nigerian government is hunting down your prime minister in Washington, D.C., it is not important to you. You don't care. When they have taken Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, your IPOB leader, and they have taken Mazi Simon Ekpa, your former prime minister, now they are after your active prime minister in Washington, D.C. It's not a problem to you. That means you are an idiot. You are a misplaced priority in BRGIE. So if you know what is good for you, pack your load now and go. If you know that your work is to cause chaos and to look for trouble where there is none and to form another cabal and to create another accountability group of accountability group 3 that will come to emerge later, pack your load now and start living. Because when Sonny will open the Pandora box, it will not be peaceful. Yes. Because the same way you people plan how to launch the second accountability group, this is how it all started. Sokoto declaration has come out now. 100 men option has come out. A Mama Mugu group is there. Bravo Fulani group is there. IPOB accountability group is there. Oaneze and Afi and Igbo Congress, they are there. You can go and join any of them. If you want to become a problem with this 100-men group and this Sokoto declaration nonsense and any prison nonsense decree to come and use it to distort Biafran's brand, I will pack you where you have to be. Mazi Simon Ekpa was in Europe. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was in UK. And Nigerian government picked him up. Now, Mazi Nkere is in America. And they want to pick him up. And that is not a problem to some of you. And then American government officials are coming out to speak to defend BRGI and to defend Mazi Nkere, your prime minister. That is not a problem to some of you. And you're not doing anything. You are all in Europe. You are all in America. You are all in UK. But Sonny is in Africa. And his face is coming out here every day. He's talking and creating awareness and keeping the tempo high. While you that is in Europe, you that is in America, you that is in UK, you that is in Asia, you feel discomfort more than me that is in Africa. Whereas I am the one that is at the prime scene that can be taken out anytime. You're all comfortable where you are, but your prime minister is threatened to be taken out. It's not a problem to many of you. If you know that BRGIE the pressure that is coming on Brgie, you cannot contend with it. And it is very, very brutal for you. Just pack your load and go. Don't attempt to destroy the minds of many others, because it will be very, very bad. Like I said before, media team, please cut this part and send it out. And I'm very, very happy that American government officials are defending Brgie and defending Nkere, the Prime Minister. And I repeat it again, how I wish Nnamdi Kanu was in America, or he was in UK and then he relocated to America to seek refuge in America and then stayed there to fight for our freedom. How I wish Mazi Simon Ekpa was in Europe and then he relocated to America and stayed there to fight for Biafra. How I wish all of them met together with the active Prime Minister in office today, Nkere, in America, and then they join all the forces together. We would have gone very far. Yes, the formidability of many people would have been straightforward going. But we did not know that UK can sell their own because of their oil and gas interests. We did not know that Europe can sell their own because of their oil and gas interests. This is how far American lawmakers, American officials are ready to defend and are defending Biafra. Can you see that? I want to ask you where you saw that the British government defended Nnamdi Kanu like this. I want to see where you saw that the European government defended Simon Ekpa like this. If you see anyone, please bring it out. We want to see. This is the active Prime Minister of Brgie, Honorable Nkere. In one of his diplomatic meetings with Ambassador Tibonash, there they are. And today, as Nigerian terrorist government are launching attack to pick the Prime Minister of Brgie out of America because of Biafra, after they have felt the fire, these U.S. government officials are speaking up against Nigeria. And they are telling Nigerian government that Nigeria's transnational repression is not acceptable in American soil with American citizens. Unlike Finland and United Kingdom, that has allowed their citizen Simon Ekpa, Nnamdi Kanu, to be kidnapped and imprisoned by Nigerian government pressure, respectively. This is how a government that has your interest and protects you are supposed to be speaking. That is why I'm very proud of all of you that are in America. When Nnamdi Kanu said that many of you in America were stationed there to work for Biafra to come, I am already seeing it now. And I'm seeing the fulfillment in all of you. That is why some people in other countries and other continents, they may become useless. But all of you in America are standing very strong. Because you have a defined mandate. Yes. While some other groups and some other people in other countries are planning of how to overthrow the government, how to create accountability group, how to come out and tell the Prime Minister that he is not doing well, that they can do better than him. But yet they are in Europe, they are in UK, they are in Asia. You cannot see what they have done. For many years that they have been in those countries, you cannot see what they have done. Their country, number one, cannot even guarantee them the safety to do anything. They themselves cannot also make themselves available to do anything. The only people in America can make themselves available. From their tithe and offering and their blood and everything, they will sacrifice their family, their business, their time and everything. When you see Prime Minister Nkere traveling to Washington, D.C. to meet the U.S. lawmakers, you think that he doesn't have a job? He closed down his business. The other time you saw Honorable Mighty Dot alongside with the Prime Minister. They closed down their work. They closed down their family affairs. They closed down their business. The other time you saw Honorable Chima. The other time you saw Honorable Noye. This is a woman. A woman is putting her life in the front stage. You also saw Honorable Love. Who have you not seen? Is it the COS? And the Prime Minister is always calling on all of his officials that are available in America for them to also be part and parcel of his political outreach, so that they will also be learning and getting to understand what he is facing there and what he's doing. While some of you are thinking of how to go and do Sokoto declaration, how to go and do 100 men nonsense, how to go and do Finland declaration in the prison, you are always reading the scripts of your enemies. It's so pathetic. I am happy to see that U.S. lawmakers, U.S. officials are defending Biafra Prime Minister. If our own Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa, had this kind of officials in Finland, he would not be in prison today. If our own Onyendu, Nnamdi Kanu, had this kind of officials in his country, he will not be in prison today. He will not have been kidnapped. Some of you don't know the implication of what just happened. You don't understand what has happened in the spiritual realm and also in the physical realm. To see that members of Parliament of America are defending Biafran government in exile Prime Minister, a country that has not gotten their independence yet, a country that is still fighting for recognition, a country that is coming to have diplomatic engagements with the U.S. lawmakers. They are already placing them in a very important position. They are already protecting their interests. They are already watching them away from danger. As Nigerian government shoots their bullets, U.S. lawmakers reply and defend to tell you that this is not Finland. You cannot do what you have done to Finland citizen Masai Monaba and British citizen Martin Nnamdi Kanu in American soil. It is not done. How they think they switch you for body, how they switch you for belly. That's what I'm supposed to hear from all of you. Please, as I'm speaking, if you want to call into the program, you can call in. Don't wait for me to finish talking, because maybe as I finish talking now, something will come up, then I will have to run out of the studio. So the line is open. You can be calling as I'm talking to air your views, because I don't have much time to spend here tonight. And I appreciate all of it. Continue to support Biafra Republic government in exile, because this is the only authentic government that we have seen that the U.S. government recognizes and they are working hand in hand with them. Now, Nigeria is a very big soup. Littoral, for those of you that do not know littoral, it's something else that they just brought up. All eyes on Nigeria. Hold on, let me check my sound. Let me see if it's back. All right, sound system is back now. I can hear myself very well. This is Littoral. Littoral is who? Is the chairman of the DOJ task force to combat anti-Semitism and senior counsel at the U.S. Justice Department. Littoral says, all eyes on the massacre of Christians in Nigeria by Islamic terrorists. Yes, the radar is on Nigeria now. That is why you see that Nigerian government are going crazy. Why are they going crazy? Because Prime Minister Nkere has opened their nyash already in Washington, D.C. Just look at what is on the screen. Check out the numbers of government officials that I showed them. That is not all, though. I'm just showing the small one now, make you see. Just showing the small one for you to see. That's showing up. I'm just showing the small one for you to see. Oh, if I have to bring more now, this screen go full because it's plenty. I want to ask Nigerian government, having seen that this Prime Minister of the Republic Government in Israel have met virtually all the U.S. government officials and has educated them and briefed them of the Biafran affairs and the Nigerian terrorist government affairs. How do you think that picking him out will be very easy for you? Please, I want to ask this question. I want everybody to help me to answer. Nigerian government. How do you think Nigerian government that taking out Prime Minister Nkere in Washington, D.C. will be very, very easy for you? Now, question I ask you, because some of you don't think, some of you don't ask questions. You want to go after Prime Minister Nkere. Okay, go now. When you collect woto in America, you remember that America is not Finland and America is not UK. Oh, great God. So nice to hear that some people are going crazy because of Biafra. So American government gave Nigeria woto. You know that they have done, and then it's becoming very visible. Now this is Leo Terror with Prime Minister Nkere. Can you see him? He said, we will not be silent about the genocide against Christians in Nigeria by jihadist terrorist monsters. He is not meeting people that are not influencing the policy making in America. He is meeting those ones that are in strategic positions. Those ones that when they will press one button, Nigeria feels the heat different ways. And they ask me a question now. Why wouldn't Nigerian government be crying and peeing in their pants? Saying that anywhere Nkere is going and coming out, the kind of photo that is coming out with is meeting important people. If you don't see him meeting people from here, you see him meeting Senator Ted Cruz. The damage that Nigerian government are facing today is coming from Senator Ted Cruz. Senator Ted Cruz is the person that invoked the Global Magnitstic Act legislation against Nigeria. And that is the suffering of Nigeria today. Because this genocide has been happening for decades. Nobody took it serious. There was no opportunity to open up for people to see the reality. Until Senator Ted Cruz now opened the Pandora box against Nigerian government. Now you see that Nigerian government are in pains. They are not in good order. Please tell them that if they are looking for Prime Minister Nkere, they should prepare and eat well before they start going there, because what they will face will be very disastrous. And for every Biafran who do not understand the stage that we are in now, it is a stage of brutality. It is a stage of wotu-wotu. It is a stage of take it the way you see it. Our memorial message says something, and I want to bring it to the screen. And this is our memorial message photo. It's very peculiar. Yes. The memorial message flyer is very, very peculiar. We need to bring it to the screen to explain something. The memorial message is very, very peculiar. Here is the memorial message. The reason why the memorial message is very peculiar is that Biafra Heroes Memorial Day, and it goes on to explain something. It said, these heroes, they sacrificed in Biafra land, but our voices were not heard in American Congress in 1967 to 70s. And in today, in 2026, we have a voice in Washington, D.C. Yes. Today in 2026, we have a voice in Washington, D.C. And that is what is making all hell to get loose. That is what is putting fire on every brimstone. And we are looking at them and doing Nto. Yes, Nto has to happen. Because we suffered. Those that we send messages to go and speak for us or take message to the U.S. Congress in 1967 to 70s, they decided to become warrant messengers. When they got there, they decided to place their personal interest first. They turned their belly to be their great importance. They ignored the Kwashoko children that were dying. They ignored the babies, women, and children that were dying. They ignored the economic blockade. They ignored the food blockade. They ignored the land, air, and sea blockade that stopped every aid that was coming in to help the Biafran people. And we all died. We did not have a voice in US Congress in 67 to 70s. But today, in 2026, we have a voice in Washington, D.C. Yes, we have a voice in Washington, D.C. And the voice is speaking very loud. That voice that is speaking very loud is what is making Nigeria to go crazy like this. Yes. This is what is making Nigeria to go crazy. Because that voice is speaking very loud in Washington, D.C. God bless Elias Girasoles. God bless Attorney Dabiri, Aman Dabiri. God bless Prime Minister Okechukwu Nkere. And you will continue to be blessed in this generation till another generation. Your children, your lineage will be blessed for making yourself the servant of the Biafran people, for sacrificing your life, for sacrificing your business, for sacrificing your family, for sacrificing your comfort, for sacrificing everything that you have worked for in America. I'm not talking about just yourself or your life. No. When I mean sacrificing everything that you have worked for in America, your life savings, your family, your business, your future, everything, you risked it for Biafra. In the America of today, which we know that if you don't have the balls to stand before the powers that be, you cannot speak and you cannot make a difference. But you, Okechukwu Nkere, Okechukwu Kamma, the God of Biafra, has placed you in America to do what we did not have in 67s or 70s. Some people say, you don't speak grammar well. When you now started speaking grammar now, they start going angry. Some people said, you know, go school. You did not tell them that you go school, but you are doing something that people that did not go to school have not been able to do for the past 50 years. People that claim that they have gone to school for the past 50 years, they have not been able to make Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to have any handshake with any of the US lawmakers, to have any meeting for the past 20 years. Even those that have been before Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they were not able to have just one tangible meeting with the US government. Is it not Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that is in prison today? Is it not Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that is in prison today? If all of you were doing everything possible and giving them all that they needed, would they be in prison? Would they be sabotaged and locked up? Anyway, God says, when one door opens, another one. And when one door closes, another one opens. Maybe if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not in prison, Mazi Nnamdi was not also put into prison, maybe we will not climb to the next stage. Because it was when they kidnapped Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that God opened the eyes of Mazi Nnamdi to come with the new dimension. As Mazi Nnamdi now was now kidnapped and locked up, God now catapults Okechukwu Nkere from where he was, where he was very calm and quiet. He was not very troublesome, but now he has become extra troublesome. He is giving Nigeria trouble everywhere. Nigeria are crying now because of Okechukwu Nkere. And they are now looking for a way to kidnap him, to take him to Nigeria, which cannot happen, not in this generation, when the US lawmakers are already standing up to speak for him. They are already standing up to defend him. Hey, Nigeria, also to go, the sacrifice in Biafra land that these men and women did. But their voices were not heard in American Congress in 1967 to 1970s. But today, in 2026, we have a voice in Washington, D.C. All praises to God. And thank you to Nkere. Thank you to Elias. Thank you to Attorney Daberi. And thank you to all of you Biafrans who have imposed your confidence on this Prime Minister Nkere, which many people did not have confidence in him because they did not know what he is made of. But now I believe you can tell from the result that is coming. You can tell from what God has used him to do and where we are now. You can see the situation report. Everywhere in America is crying of Nkere. Everywhere that Nigeria agent is in America are crying of Nkere. They thought that after they finished with Simon Ekpa, Nnamdi Kanu, that will be the end. Because every other maniac that comes out was coming out to cause confusion. While Nkere continues with results with the US government. Result. Today, you can see where we are. Don't miss the memorial. Our memorial tomorrow goes with our normal fundraising. Our memorial procession will last for minutes. When I mean minute, I don't mean 1 minute, because many of you will go to school. The way we misinterpret English and grammar is very different. When I mean minute, it means the minute can be up to 1,000 minutes. It can be up to 1 minute, can be up to 3 minutes. So the probability that it is 1,000 minutes is 1. The probability that is 0 minutes is 0, meaning that there is no probability that is less than. It's less than 1. So that means I'm not telling you that we are going to have less than 1 minute. So we are going to have our memorial procession for minutes, as long as God gives us. Then we later go into the fundraising. The memorial procession will be televised and will be coming out from the TV and all the social media platforms. And when we are done with the memorial procession, we will cut off the transmission. Our fundraising cannot be live on live television, because Voice of Biafra is a live television that is being watched everywhere. So the memorial procession will be shot on the live television. When we are done with the memorial procession, we now cut it off. Then we continue the rest of the fundraising inside the Zoom. We have to keep this mantle that God has given us. We need to raise the army of God to go and finish the job. General Obosi said he is donating his 10% of his book's proceeds to support the government of God for the children of God to get the freedom. And he said he is also imploring all of you to do same in paying it as tithe and offering, because it is the tithe and offering that you offer to God to save the children of God in the cause of Biafra. So come with your very big purse and come and give your own quota to support the works of these heroes which they started, so that we can take it to a finishing and lasting end. We don't want to leave it halfway, because they gave us a responsibility. They passed the baton to us, and we have to take it down to the final destination. There is something else I want to address before I take my leave. I have seen many of you, you slept and you woke up, you jump into the media, and then you bumped into BBC publication. BBC published something and they said they are publishing about Biafra story. And then the author or the person that projected the narrative or the story happens to carry a Yoruba name. Yes. And then I see the enragement in all of you on the social media. Many of you say, oh, a Yoruba person should not be the one to tell our story. BBC should not be the one to tell our story. Somebody that did not witness the war, do not know anything about the war, should not be the one to tell our stories. And I'm going to look in good faith, with a clear mind and conscience, so that you just listen to me and hear what I want to say. Yes, this is part of it. This is part of it on the screen. This lady here said, according to her, that if as a Nigerian I cannot make a documentary about the Holocaust, if as a Nigerian I cannot make a documentary about the Rwanda genocide, if as a Nigerian I cannot make a documentary about the Armenian genocide, if as a Nigerian I cannot make a documentary about the Somali civil war, if an Igbo woman cannot even have the word Owambe in an exhibition she is holding in Lagos without getting attacked, then Meji Alabi Isama and Leke Alabi Isama have absolutely no business making a documentary about the Biafran genocide as Yoruba people. That Biafra is not some neutral historical topic to us. It is a generational trauma, starvation, massacre, displacement, grief, and pain that still lives in Igbo families today. If they are so desperate to tell a story, they should tell the story of how Yorubas were enslaved and sold by the Fulani. They should make a documentary about the fall of the Oyo Empire instead of inserting themselves into Igbo history. That has been the opera in the media. That has been the topic in the media for like the past 48 hours. Yes, she cited some good points. That Biafra war is a trauma and a dilemma and a sinister, a wound and injury that has been on us for years and continues generationally. What I want to say is that if you do not tell your story, do not be angry when somebody come and tell and twist your story. My question to this very lady and to all of you that have been enraged since morning about this publication of BBC by Meji Alabi Isama and Leke Alabi Isama. My question to all of you is, how or what story of Biafra have you yourself written about your Biafra? Because it's not about jumping out from nowhere and you start attacking Alabi or Sibi because they are not Biafran, they are Yorubas, and they are being used by BBC to tell your story. The reality is, which story about Biafra, you that claims to be a Biafran, have you made since you were born? As we speak now, this lady that wrote this in her, this Tracy, I asked her a question. Which story about Biafra have you Tracy, made since you were born till now? If you have not made any story, or written your own story about Biafra, or brought any exhibition about Biafra, or talk about the Biafra genocide, I say, how are you supporting the Biafra restoration project that is ongoing? Because this is a better way of you writing your history. Just look at Prime Minister Nkere. This man and his entire cabinet are writing the story of Biafra in America. This man and the entire cabinet of Biafra are writing the story of Biafra in America. The genocide that you don't want some other person to write for you and to talk for you, Nkere is writing and talking it in Washington, D.C. How is Nkere doing it? With his actions, with money, with his time, with his family, with his sacrifice, with his work, and everything that he has. He is not hiding behind the keyboard and writing nonsense and attacking a Yoruba person and BBC that is coming to write your story. To the Biafran people that are inclined and they are supporting this Biafra with their money, with their sweat and their resources, you have the right to attack anybody for writing your story because you are already writing that your story yourself. But for those that are doing nothing, those that do not support financially, those that turn Biafran issue to content creation to make money on the social media for their personal interests. That is why many of you make this money on social media for this content that you're making, and yet you still come out to be begging money from other people because you still remain poor, because you are making money that is of blood money. You're enriching yourself of the blood money and you're not returning that money back to support the cause of Biafra. General Obosi was using his 10% of the book that he wrote about Biafra, which he even fought for the Biafra. And then he is donating the 10% of the book process back to Biafra. But you are making money with Biafra affairs on social media every day. And you're using that money to enrich yourself. That is why you still become poor, become pauper. You will still be looking for more money because that one is not enough for you. That is how God used to disgrace people. You see them bump out from social media. They want to use, when they hear Biafra story, they use it to do social media content. Their aim and objective is not to key in and to support the Biafran cause. It's only for them to make the money to do the talking. Then they will be looking at the algorithm of the money, the statistics of the money that will be falling into the account from social media, from Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok. That is what they are just after, to monetize the account and collect the money. Collecting money is not a crime. But when you collect money, how much of that money that you collect are you donating back? Or are you supporting back with that money to the Biafran government to use it to advance the cause of Biafra? This is how you remove the cost from that blood money on your head. But if you don't do so, you cannot go front. You remain stagnant. You remain poor because you're reaping from where you're not supposed to reap, and yet you're not repaying back the tithe and offering. So, which story have this lady written since she was born? And how much and how far is she using her money to support and tell our own story of Biafra now, supporting the Biafran government in exile and the BDF in the homeland, who are sacrificing their lives by telling the story, the real story. The real story are those that are sacrificing with their blood, their money, their resources, those that are in prison. My Simon Ekpa is writing his story with the sacrifice that he has done for Biafra. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is writing his story with the sacrifice that he has done. The BDF are writing their story with the sacrifice that they have done. If all of them waited and then sat down and wait, when they see BBC and when they see one Yoruba person or Hausa person do one story publication and put in social media, they will now jump to go and attack. You only sit down to go and do social media attack. But when we are looking for people to come out to now write this story of Biafra, you cannot do it. Just for you to do social media noise, you can bump out from nowhere. Yes, you make the noise, so you clap everywhere. Oh, BBC, you're writing my story, you're telling my story upside down. If BBC is writing your story and is turning upside down, how did you write the story? Where is the one that you wrote? How have you pushed your own story? To see that you push your story before to the US Congress or to the media or to the people, and then they rejected it before BBC now came to push his own and then they pick it. If you all push Biafra story and Biafra government activities, the way Fulani terrorists, the way these Islamic terrorists are pushing the terrorist agenda, when they slaughter you, they put it on social media. As it goes around on social media, it instills more fear on all of you that you cannot even travel. If you are all going with this same momentum that these terrorists are pushing on your own, writing your own story, do you know the impact that would have created? Do you know the level of attainment that you would have gone? No, you don't know. Oh, you wouldn't know. You're waiting for BBC to write your story and turn it upside down, to twist it. And then you come out to the social media. Continue making noise. When you finish, BBC will still write another story. Simi, Alibi, and Akeke, even Musa will write your next story. I'm telling you, Musa and Adamu will write your next story. And there is nothing you can do about it. You will only come to the social media and rant. When you finish ranting, you go. This person that wrote this nonsense here now, when they finish here, where will he be? You will not see him or her coming out to support Biafra government in Israel. You will not see him or her post anything about Biafra Defense Forces or post anything about Biafra government in Israel. You will not see her publicize the work and the affairs of Biafran government in Israel and what the government in Israel is doing with the US lawmakers. No, you will not see her do it. No, she cannot do it. She will only go to promote the BBC nonsense publication in the name of I am attacking, I am bringing it down. Oh, you're bringing it down, my foot. So, this person here had better go and have a rethink, because it is not to jump out from the social media and come and attack BBC publisher. When you finish attacking the BBC publisher, you go back and sit down. Let us just do a small assessment. Let us go back to this person's Twitter account. I want this person to disappoint me by posting any of the achievement of Biafra government in Israel. That is what I want to see. Then when I see, I will just be happy tonight. Let us go through our post. I'm going through our post. So we want to see if she posts any activity of Biafra government in Israel to show how the Biafran government in exile is telling the story of Biafra in Washington, D.C. To show what we are doing in Washington, D.C., telling our story and changing the narrative and turning everything upside down against Nigeria. I am watching and I am looking. This is like 19 hours ago. Let me take time to say, maybe for the past 5 days, because I cannot stay one day without posting something about Biafra. I'm looking up. I'm still looking. I'm looking for activities of Biafra government in Israel. that is posted or reposted of any of the activities that Prime Minister Nkere is doing in Washington, D.C., and then she is now posting it or reposting or sharing. I'm looking for it. I'm checking. I'm checking all. I'm still checking. I'm still checking all. Today is what? Today is the 29th. I'm checking. This is as at 27. This is 27. I'm still checking. 27. I'm checking. This is 26. I've not seen anything about Biafra government in Israel. I've not seen any yet, though. I'm still checking on. Nothing about Biafra government in Israel. I'm still checking. I'm still checking on. This is 24. Okay. I've not seen anything yet. I'm still checking. I've not seen anything yet. This is 22. 22, don't come. We're going that 20 now. We did 20. We did 22. We did 22. We did 21. I have not seen anything that pertains to Biafran government in Israel. This is somebody that is the first person that wrote a bomber-to-bomber message about BBC that wrote our story. But you cannot find any of Biafra story that she has written about on her page. For the past 8 days now, for the past 8 days, you cannot find one Biafra story that she has written about Biafra. These are the urchins that you see on social media that makes Biafra to even be looked down upon. I want to ask you now, between you and the BBC and the Yoruba person that wrote the article, who is better off now? Is it you that claim to be a Biafran, but you have not written anything about your Biafra? You have not even published the handiwork of your Biafra government in exile, who is fighting for you, who is writing your story in America, who is telling your story in America. You don't post, you don't repost, you don't share. Between you now and the BBC and the Yoruba person that is helping you to tell this your story and to twist it, who is better off? The BBC is better off. Yes. Because the BBC, as is better off, have been able to tell this your story the way it suits them. Because they saw that you were useless. If you were not useless, why didn't you tell your story? Why did you have to wait for another person to come and tell your story before you wake up from your sleep? If you were not useless, wouldn't it have been your duty to tell your story from morning to night? People would have been running to come and read the story that you publish. But what happened? You waited for somebody to tell your story before you now jump out from nowhere. Hey, you're telling my story? Yeah, you cannot tell my story. You cannot write my story. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Nonsense, nonsense, nonsense. Why should you tell my story, this and that? Now, I want to show you how many of you are good in telling Biafra story. This is the best way that many of you are good in telling Biafra story. You see, you said that BBC don't have the right to tell your story and turn it upside down. And you as a Biafran, you did not tell your story. This is a fellow Biafran now who has decided to be very useless as he is now, and is the one now telling Biafra story in a negative way. If this man now, as a Biafran, took the lead to tell the story of Biafra in a negative way, look at them. Now, what do you expect? What do you expect now of BBC itself and Yoruba person itself? This these people here that you saw, they decided to work for BBC. They did this misinformation and propaganda agenda against Biafra media group in 2022 in May. And because of this video that they did, all of you disappeared on the media after this time. None of you want to do Biafra again. Only few of us later remain. So I ask you, as you refuse to tell the story, instead of you telling the story for good, you decided to be telling the story for evil. You decided to be doing the work of destroy, work for the enemy, destroy. You don't see Fulani coming to tell the hill part of the story. When you are looking for Fulani, oh, will Fulani be the person to come and tell the hill part of the story? No, you don't see. You will see, look at them, look at them. Look at the people that are now coming to tell the story of Biafra in the negative way. Then you will now be going to blame Simi. You're blaming Simi. You're blaming a Yoruba person for have told the story. Have you? Oh my God. I want you people to look at the name of this man. Where is that BBC idiot that was in charge of this propaganda machine work? I want people to see his name. See him here. Here he is. Here he is. Oh. This is the person. Ask this idiot now. Idiot, where are you from? This idiot is a Biafra. He decided to tell the story of Biafra and to turn it upside down and call it IPOB Biafra Media War, call for killings on social media. And they target propaganda, misinformation on Biafra. This was 2022 of May. Since that time till now, are we not still working strong? Has it stopped? Look at him there. What is his name? Nicholas Ibekwe. Can you see it? That is the work that some of you are good for. When you are told to work for the best of Biafra, you say, no, you must work for the evil. Because you think that you are doing Sonny. This time, they thought they were doing Simon Ekpa and they were doing Sonny. No. How is Nigeria today? How is Nigeria breathing today? How is the terrorism invading your communities today? These are the things we need to ask ourselves. Then reassess and know if you are telling your story in the positive or in the negative way. So by the time you now start shouting, oh, Nigerian government are telling your story. They are turning your story upside down. I wonder which Nigerian government that is telling your story and turning upside down. Which Nigerian government is telling your story and turning upside down? When you yourself have become very useless, you cannot stand up to tell your own story. Nicholas Ibekwe was working for BBC to do media propaganda against Biafra. And they did this in 2022 May. They lined all our faces up. They did all the propaganda that they wanted to do. And then they thought that would stop us. These are all of us that they did the propaganda against in 2022. After this, many of them ran away because they could not stand the pressure. Today, how many of them can you see? You will tell your story in the negative way. You give the lead to the enemy to come after you. That is George Onyibe that was on the phone. Josh Onyibe was talking nonsense and explaining nonsense to BBC. While the other one that they call Uche Mefo was also talking nonsense. And the rest of them were talking nonsense. They turned the whole story upside down. Is this how you have to tell your story of Biafra? When you now see BBC now coming to tell your story, you now get angry. No, don't get angry. Why do you have to get angry? Don't get angry. You should be ashamed of yourself that you wake up to go and look for BBC for what they are doing against you. When you yourself, you are doing nothing. You are not supporting the government. You are not bringing anything to the table. You are not supporting those that are bringing things to the table. You are not telling your story. You are not doing anything. You think that the Biafra that we are fighting for is when you jump into the social media and then you see something, you attack it. Oh, that is how you fight for your own Biafra. When you finish fight, you go back. Case closed. Oh, you have fought for Biafra. Oh, that is the Biafra that you have fought for. I just opened the social media account of this person. You could not see shishi about Biafra. It shocked you, Abi? It shocked many of you, right? But this is the person that was attacking BBC and said they should not tell a story of Biafra. Then the person that said, don't tell my story. You cannot find any story that the same person has told about the so-called Biafra that she claims is her own. You claim that Biafra is your own, but you cannot tell any story that Biafra is your account, your Facebook account, your Twitter account, your YouTube account cannot carry anything Biafra. No, nothing Biafra. You wait for BBC and Yoruba media to do their publication. Then you come. This is how many of you have claimed to be fighting for Biafra for many years. And that is why no difference has been made, because you just stay on the social media. You wait for 30th May Memorial Day. When you hear that it's 30th May, oh, Memorial Day, you start posting all the videos on the social media. You make all the noise on social media. After the Memorial Day, your own Biafra is finished. You go back to sleep. Until when you look for around Memorial Day, you come out again, come and make noise. Then you will not allow somebody to hear what you say you're fighting for Biafra. Now that you see that we are entering Washington, D.C. and we're having meeting with U.S. lawmakers, and we are putting Biafra on the table and they're talking about it, you know, do you real for IO? Because you were fake. It's only fake people that when they say original, they cannot call it original, because they were unable to make anything original. So when they see another original, they try to defy the authenticity of that originality that they see, because they don't want to give the credit. When somebody don't pass you, give the credit to the person, because the person don't sacrifice before he attended that very position. That because of ego and self-pride, backstabbing, evil and jealousy, the same way you guys wanted to kill Ojukwu, your own self are the one planning how to kill Ojukwu and how to kill Philip Efio. Same way you are your own self planning how to kill Nnamdi Kanu, how to kill Simon Ekpa, how to kill Nkere, how to kill Sonny. If you see Sonny in the road, you will kill him because he has not allowed you to continue to make your money the way you used to make using Biafra. Not people everywhere. Okay, Nkere is sacrificing his life. Why you are going to sit down to be counting the error that he's making? How he's talking, how he's addressing this and addressing that. I have said it again. If you know you cannot contend with the pressure that we have in BRGIA coming from Nigerian government and how we are going with speed and the water that we are using, just pack your load go and sleep, because it is not time for dollars. It's not time for dollars and drowsiness. It's not time for weary people. It's time for woto brain minds. Those are the people we want now. I salute all of you. And time will not even allow me to pick any calls again. So please, people should not be calling now because I'm running out of time. And I appreciate all of you. And support Biafra. And support the Biafran government and the Prime Minister with everything that is doing. Because God has given him to us. And we have to be thankful to God for this blessing of Chukwu Kikabian. Nigeria is bound to collect woto. And the woto must continue. Appreciations to all the US lawmakers who are making it happen for us. We appreciate all of you. Oh, Ambassador Tebonash, thank you for speaking up for Biafra people. Thank you for speaking up for Prime Minister Nkere. Biafran people now have a voice in Washington State. And our voice is echoing with strength and not with weakness. We appreciate all of you. We did not have a voice in Washington, D.C. in 67 to 70s. But today, in 2026, we have a voice in Washington, D.C. This is Voice of Biafra Television, coming to you from the Biafra Republic Government in exile. See you some other time. And remember, as you are coming to the Brgie Heroes Memorial procession tomorrow, come with your candle light, because we will light the candle for our heroes. We will light the candle for our heroes, and we will pray for them, and we will ask God to rekindle their strength and their spirit and power in us, so that we can do more than they did. Because the latter must be greater than the former. Our strength must be rebuilt from their reincarnation in us. I appreciate all of you. Remain blessed and be of good faith. This is Voice of Biafra Television. See you once again in another segment.
Voice of Biafra TV, the first, the best, and the last. Voice of Biafra TV. First to speak, best to watch, last to everlast. Voice of Biafra TV. Voice of Biafra TV. Holy war, holy war. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, no, only one. Only one, only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, only one, only one, only one, only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, only one, only one, only one, only one, only one. Hear the people sing at last. Voice of Biafra TV.
In the rising sun of a new dawn, a nation stood tall on her own ground. May 30, 1967, the flag was raised. Land of the rising sun, freedom proclaimed. All over Biafra land, the people sang and danced, tired of broken promises and iron chains. In July 6, 1967, Nigeria waged a genocidal war against the young republic. The drums of war began to sound. Nigeria turned against us on our own sacred ground. May 30, 1967, we still remember the day hope was born and hell descended. Rivers ran red, children cried for food in the shadow of famine and flying bombs. Biafra, Biafra, your name we call. Though they tried to bury you behind the wall, your spirit lives in every soul that knows the price of freedom and the blood that flows. Blockade and hunger became their sword. Kwashiorkor scars on bodies of the young and children. Women buried babies in shallow graves, while the world watched and looked the other way. From Uliya Street to the starving fields, 1 million souls crossed into eternity. They called it war, we call it genocide. Our peoples will refuse to die. May 30, 1967, we still remember the day hope was born and hell descended. Rivers ran red, children cried for food in the shadow of famine and flying bombs. Biafra, Biafra, your name we call. Though they tried to bury you behind the wall, your spirit lives in every soul that knows the price of freedom and the blood that flows. Whoa. No victors, only survivors left to tell of the pain, the courage, and the tears that fell. Nigeria may hide one flag, but 2 wounds remain. Only Biafra independence can heal these wounds in the heart of a nation still carrying the pain. We do not forget, we will not be silent for the unborn children and the dead who cry loudest. May 30, 1967, echoes in the wind, never to be erased. Biafra lives in memory and in flame. One day the truth will speak your name. We say it loud and clear. Never again, never again, never again. Biafra independence is not negotiable. Independence is not negotiable. Biafra leaves. Today Nigeria is in confusion. Jihadist terrorist killings everywhere in Nigeria. Biafra leaves. Retreat and surrender is dead for us. Therefore, no retreat, no surrender. God bless Biafra Republic, government in exile, under the leadership of Prime Minister His Excellency Nkere, for standing tall for Biafra independence and freedom. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra, the land of the rising sun. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra, the land of the rising sun.
Government exile, which is the political arm of the Biafra independence movement. And in that capacity, I've played an active role in shaping U.S.-Nigeria policy, including the current posture coming out of Washington, taking a very harsh stance against the government of Nigeria for a number of issues, including the Christian genocide that you mentioned. So I look forward to having this productive discussion.
Thank you so much, and thanks for that clarification, because you're making it very clear that you have a client. Therefore, I don't expect you to be very objective. I expect you to be subjective and defending the interests of your clients on this conversation. Am I right?
That's correct. I'm very open about who I represent. It's public information. And I think as a point of ethics, if people were to represent certain interests, they should make that clear when asked questions about those interests. So I think I have an obligation to tell the audience exactly how I'm involved with this, because I'm not simply a neutral outside observer. I'm active in shaping U.S.-Nigeria policy on behalf of certain interests, and I think I have a moral and ethical obligation to make that clear to you and the audience, and look forward to having a further discussion. And even though I do come with a certain perspective, I will make sure to separate whatever my personal opinions are from clearly established facts.
Thank you. I would like us to start the conversation by looking at the recent President Trump designation of the problems in Nigeria. He said there is a Christian genocide in Nigeria. Why would he call this a Christian genocide? I know you advocate or you represent the Biafran movement, but is what is happening in Nigeria a Christian genocide or banditry, criminality that affects everybody?
Yes, I think the reason why we are using, or the U.S. government's using the term Christian genocide, is you're not simply talking about general criminality. When it comes to groups like Boko Haram, ISWAP, and other groups that are engaging in mass murder, there is a religious undertone to these actions. Their actions are targeted against Christians. Yes, there also have been other individuals who've been murdered as well, moderate Muslims and so forth. But there's a clear religious undertone in terms of the targeted killings that are being taken place. And genocide is as much about intent as it is about the number of people who are killed, which in this case is quite significant. So this is not simply a matter of general criminality like in other contexts. There are religious and other motivations in the context of the killings that are happening, the groups that are behind it, and ultimately the complicity of the government of Nigeria as well in terms of the insecurity in the country.
Yeah, when you mention Boko Haram, ISWAP, ISIS, what comes to mind is terrorism. How could terrorism be linked to genocide? These are therefore terrorists who are committing terrorist acts, and then you refer to it as a genocide against Christians. That doesn't seem to match with my understanding.
I think you bring up a very good point. I think part of the problem is that the Nigerian government is not an innocent bystander in this. If it were, then maybe a term other than genocide would be used. But the problem is that the government of Nigeria is complicit in what is happening, and you have elements of the government of Nigeria that are tied to these terrorist groups. So if we look at the current government of Nigeria, the vice president of the country currently, Shettima, has deep ties to Boko Haram. Some have called him the co-founder of Boko Haram. But regardless, everyone, and this is a public fact in Nigeria, he has deep ties to this terrorist group. There are photos that are available. Politicians in Nigeria have talked about this. What I'm saying is not a speculation. It's an established fact in terms of his ties. You have elements of the Nigerian military that also have ties to the same terrorist groups. And there have been famous instances of this. For example, back in 2014, there were plans between the U.S. and the Nigerians to rescue the Chibok schoolgirls. And one of the plans was foiled because elements of the Nigerian military leaked the planned operations to the terrorist groups. So the reason why the term genocide, or you've also heard the term Christian persecution, is being used is that you also have complicity of elements. I'm not saying the entire Nigerian government, but at least elements of the Nigerian government
that are sympathetic to these same terrorist groups or who have relations with these same terrorist groups. And I think that's a fundamental part of the problem. And in a way, it's almost, to use an American phrase, asking the wolf to guard the sheep, or to ask the fox to guard the hen house. Because how could we hope that a government could effectively fight the same terrorist groups in which some extremely senior members of that government have relations with those groups? And again, even politicians in Nigeria have openly talked about, we have this dangerous situation in which elements of our own government are tied to terrorist groups. So this is not just Elias's opinion. So
Let's look at it this way. The United States has legal instruments like the Magnitsky Act and other sanctions that they could apply to the individuals you have identified and mentioned, if at all they are guilty of what you are mentioning. Why doesn't the Nigerian government or the United States government use those tools at their disposal to target the individuals they know are directly linked to Boko Haram, instead of categorizing a whole nation as suffering from genocide, understanding that maybe the vice president, as you say, is part of it, but then the president himself, who is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, is not part of it? Is that not a mistake on the side of the United States?
I don't think it's a mistake, and also I don't think these things are mutually exclusive. So you talk about targeted sanctions. That's the next step. You know, President Trump has designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern, which is an appropriate designation, given their poor record on religious freedom. But additional steps need to be made. Simply designating the Nigerian government as a country of particular concern is not sufficient. There have been talks and efforts in the U.S. Congress to go further than what the president has done, and to start engaging in targeted sanctions on specific Nigerian officials. And Magnitsky sanctions are an enormously effective tool to be used as almost a surgical knife to identify specific wrongdoers who are engaging in bad acts and are of a malignant influence. I fully support Magnitsky sanctions. Currently in the U.S. government, people like Senator Ted Cruz, who we've met with, has publicly talked about how he knows who the guilty parties are. There are lists that are being considered now in Washington. Names are being discussed. These things aren't overnight. They take time. I will anticipate over the coming months that there will be a push for certain Nigerian officials to be sanctioned under the Magnitsky Act that you referenced. So, you actually mentioned something that we completely agree with, and I think you'll see as one of the next steps. And the great thing about the Magnitsky Act is, again, these are targeted sanctions that specifically go after the wrongdoers, rather than having something that's just generalized. So, targeted sanctions are effective, and those actions will be pursued.
I understand that is just a first step, and there could be second steps or third steps. But President Trump was very emphatic about using military attacks, and he already told Secretary Hegseth to prepare to attack Nigeria, meaning he understands, or they already know where the terrorists are, and they could just go there and obliterate them, as he did with the nuclear arsenals in Iran. So why take all these steps if he already knows that is where the problem is and the terrorists could be obliterated?
Right. Those are two things, right? One is a symptom of the problem, which can be addressed through military action, right? Eliminating specific terrorists. But the problem will continue if the government of Nigeria continues to have politicians that have relations with these terrorists that covertly support these terrorist groups. So there can be operations that are done to eliminate terrorist cells and terrorist operators in Nigeria. But ultimately, we also need to engage on it using the diplomatic tools. It's not enough to use military tools. You have to use diplomatic tools in order to...
But you use military tools after diplomatic tools have failed. But President Trump started with military tools.
Well, as you can see, we haven't engaged. The U.S. government yet is considering its options, right? There haven't been military operations, full-scale military operations yet. And the President Trump has a very unique style, if you will, in terms of dealing. That's very unique, right, amongst the presidents that we've had. And I think that in dealing with a country like Nigeria, where people have for years
been complaining about these issues, and the government of Nigeria has refused to listen to the suffering of its own people. I think, frankly, a straightforward style of the president is what's needed in order to show the government of Nigeria that we're serious and that they can't continue with what they've been doing. And you can see that the president's style has caused the Nigerian government to have a reaction, whereas for years they've just been completely blasé. And a lot of my friends in Africa very much like the president's straightforward, no-nonsense style. And I think when you're dealing with a country like Nigeria or some of these other countries where you have bad governments, diplomatic whispers often don't move the needle. You need to be a little bit more aggressive. So I think it's part of the president's diplomatic style of carrying a big stick. And I think sometimes that's what's needed. And I think it's been effective in this case.
I think President Trump's direct style, where he breaches diplomatic protocols, is one of the strategies that he uses to get things going and resolving problems around the world. But let's come back to talk about the funders of the Boko Haram. You have been emphatic that military officers in Nigeria and politicians are part of that movement. But we have on record on the floor of Congress a congressman reading an audit of USAID. And in it, he claims that the USAID has been sponsoring Boko Haram. So why is President Trump putting the responsibility on Nigerians and Nigerian leaders while there is evidence from the United States side, read by a congressman on the floor of Congress, that the USAID has been participating in this? Why is the responsibility falling only on Nigerians now?
Well, the responsibilities, as discussed, are falling not on Nigerians, not the Nigerian people, but these horrible, horrific Nigerian politicians. And I want
but on the United States side, there seems to have been action sponsoring that too.
Yeah, well, and you see what President Trump did on that front. President Trump has shut down USAID and has folded USAID into the State Department, and a lot of ineffective programs were eliminated. Again, I'm not... I try to work to influence U.S. policy in directions in which I think they are the right directions. That doesn't mean that everything the U.S. government has done has been correct. Sometimes mistakes have been made. And I think the president made the right choice in terms of deciding to make reforms within our administrative state. So again, the same USAID that you're mentioning that the congressman talked about is the same USAID that the president has shut down, and it's now been folded in the State Department. Programs like that, those programs have been closed. And there have been other programs too that have made absolutely no sense whatsoever. We've unfortunately, USAID, which had started with good intentions, had a variety of programs that just didn't make any sense, that were a waste of taxpayer money, sometimes even working against our interests. So I think that that's a perfect example in terms of why there have been reforms. But nonetheless, the primary responsibility is for the problems in Nigeria is the government of Nigeria.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to make a clarification here. You don't work for the State Department. So what you are saying is just your understanding of how the State Department and the government of the United States is operating and the processes, how you read them from outside. Am I being right?
Well, yeah. Well, I'm a lobbyist, government relations consultant here in Washington, D.C., so I'm not an employee or representative of the U.S. government. That being said, I work closely with all the parts of the U.S. government, including our Congress, State Department, White House, National Security Council, and other agencies. So I'm not a representative of the State Department. I'm not a formal representative of the U.S. government, but these are all officials whom I talk to, who I work closely with, who I try to bring my information to and my perspective to. So I hope that provides a clarification.
Thank you so much. Let's go back to talk about the categorization of the genocide. In his testimony to the subcommittee on Africa in Congress recently, Ambassador Jonathan Pratt said, in northern Nigeria, Christians live under constant threat from these terrorist organizations, compounding this unacceptable level of violence against vulnerable Christian communities. Nigeria continues to prosecute blasphemy cases, which my colleague will discuss in more detail. This claim of genocide against Christians and Christian persecution, is that based on what is happening to Christians only in the north of Nigeria or everywhere across Nigeria?
Yeah, this is a broader issue, and let's bring this beyond the issue of simply terrorism. I think some context is needed here. Nigeria is almost evenly split between Christian and Muslim. For a period of a few decades, there was an attempt to have a balance of power in the country where there was, you could say, an informal understanding that there should be a rotation between Christian and Muslim presidents and vice presidents, and that the government should be secular. And there was a very fragile balance of power. And that balance of power was upset in 2015 with the rise to power of the former military dictator of Nigeria, Buhari, as president. And he began the process of introducing Islamic fundamentalism into the government, engaging, that's when you started to have the increased persecution of the Biafrans and the Biafran independence movement. You start to have policies about reintegration of quote unquote repentant terrorists into the Nigerian military. And this process of fundamentalism coming into the government has continued, whereupon now in the current government, I talked about Shettima, but you have in both President Tinubu and Shettima for really the first time a Muslim ticket, where you don't have Christians in either the presidency or the vice presidency. You also have the spread of Sharia law in the north of the country, and now there are attempts to bring that southwards. So, for example, there have been attempts to now introduce Sharia law into parts of the southwest of the country, what we call Yoruba land, for example, right? And the Yorubas tend to be more religiously moderate, but now they're trying to bring Sharia law into the middle belt, even south into the country. Some of these radical politicians are trying to make these sorts of proposals. You also have, again, the terrorists, Fulani herders coming from the north into the middle belt, and even now parts of both the southwest and the southeast, what we call Biafra land. So there's considerable concern by many elements of the country, actually, that you have basically a fundamentalist capture of the key institutions of government in the government and the military. And it's something that is deeply concerning to people. So I think that's a very important factor as well. That's also, of course, connected to this issue of terrorism as well. So that's just another factor that is deeply concerning, I think, to both Biafrans and Nigerians generally, as well as to the U.S. government, frankly.
I get you very well. What difference do you make between the Fulani herders and the Boko Haram terrorists? Because when I listen to you, it looks like the two are the same.
No, I didn't say the two are the same. I'm saying there have been issues by those groups and other groups in terms of murders of innocent civilians, and the situation has gone completely out of hand in the country. So I did not, I didn't say all these groups are the same. They have different nuances, but they all contribute to the problem.
So at what time, I am asking these questions because I understand that your work informs the United States government on what is happening in Nigeria. So at what point do you make a difference between a Fulani herder attack on farmers and a Boko Haram attack on farmers or on Christians? How do you make that difference?
I'm not sure if I really understand the question. I think it's almost, splitting hairs in terms of if the government of Nigeria is not only not protecting the country, but you have politicians that are tied to radical groups that are killing innocent civilians, whether or not an innocent person's murdered by Fulani herders or by Boko Haram. I think it's a problem either way. So I'm not sure if I understand what kind of
point. I get the point where you are making the argument that it doesn't matter whether it is called a genocide or it's called Christian persecution. What matters is insecurity, and the government of Nigeria is not performing its role.
And that's where many people are offended by the government of Nigeria, because they try to engage in semantics in terms of it's not Christian genocide, and that's not the technical term, and there is no genocide, and maybe use this other term. And even if you see the reactions, forget about the U.S. government, if you see the reactions of many Nigerians, they themselves get furious when they see these Nigerian media spokespeople trying to, split hairs over definitions and terms. And you'll hear many regular not just Biafrans, but Nigerians generally, say, hey, listen, the country is a disaster. We're moving towards a failed state. We have problems. People are being killed, and yet you're trying to, make a debate over terminology. So, I think this is something where, even people in Nigeria are very, very upset, and they want their own government to be held accountable for what's happening.
Okay, so I'm happy with that clarification. So at this point, from your understanding of what the United States Congress and White House and State Department are thinking, what would be a solution that the United States would say, okay, the Nigerian government is doing everything now to protect Christians? What is going to happen for them to say that that is happening?
Yeah, I think when you're dealing, again, with a country in Nigeria with the types of people that are running the government, the best tool to use is really sanctions, including targeted sanctions. When these corrupt Nigerian politicians, for example, are no longer able to, let's say, launder their money in the U.S. and other places, if, let's say, their assets are seized, because also many of these officials are completely corrupt in outrageous ways. And there have been a number of stories about the corruption of Nigerian officials. So if we were to go after officials who are complicit, who are part of the problem, sanctioning them and holding them accountable, I think that would be the best way to change their behavior. Simply trying to nicely ask the Nigerian government officials, oh, please do something. People have been asking the Nigerian government to do something for years. Clearly, they have not cared to do anything, and the problem's only gotten worse. So I think when you're dealing with a conundrum like Nigeria or any other, and these other governments too, I think, a tough approach is what's needed, frankly. And the same goes to, for other governments in Africa as well, where, let's say, and especially with more autocratic regimes. But, that's a separate discussion.
Yes, we're going to talk about that in a moment. I want us to switch gears now and talk about Biafra. So we'll definitely talk about autocratic governments like the government of Cameroon when we talk about Biafra in this case. In an article by the Africa Report, they say former U.S. Congressman Jim Moran, who lent a voice to the indigenous people of Biafra movement in 2024, the situation in Nigeria reflects human rights abuses, religious freedom issues, persecution of Christians, increasing Islamic fundamentalism with the Nigerian government and its alignment with U.S. adversaries. But in his statement, Ambassador Jonathan Pratt says, Nigeria is one of the United States' key allies in Africa. Is your firm having this thing wrong?
No, I think not at all. I think one thing to clarify is the U.S. government is a very complex machinery. It works in a very unique way. On any particular issue, you'll have different parts of the U.S. government that may have different points of view, right? What matters is what's the overall political consensus among those who are the decision makers. In this case, when it comes to taking a strong stance against the government of Nigeria, you see extremely strong support in the United States Congress. I've worked with many of these members of Congress. That's now been reflected at the White House and in the National Security Council and the President of the United States himself. And ultimately, in the nature of the current U.S. government, what really matters is the policy stance of President Trump. The viewpoint of the president is reflective in U.S. government policy. This is different than, let's say, other administrations where decisions are made at a more bureaucratic level through the interagency process. In this case, what the U.S. government policy is the viewpoint of President Trump. The State Department tends to be a little bit more, how shall we say, conservative and risk-averse usually. So that's why you have people like Ambassador Pratt making those comments, but that doesn't necessarily reflect the overall consensus and the viewpoint of the people who are the decision makers. Mind you, before this whole topic took off the past 2-3 months in terms of Christian genocide and the stance of the President of the United States, you had people like Masad Boulos, who's another senior State Department official, who try to argue that the Christians aren't being targeted and that maybe more Muslims are being killed. Mr. Boulos has had a past history with Nigeria, given his background, and has friendly relations with the President of Nigeria. But then the President of the United States decided to take a different stance. given the mood in Congress and other parts of the government. So I guess what I'm trying to say is the stance of the U.S. government is very clear through the opinion of the President of the United States. President Trump has even made comments saying Nigeria is a disgrace. So with due respect, what really matters is the viewpoint of President Trump, his influential people in the White House, and his allies in the U.S. Congress. And Ambassador Pratt, I think, is speaking in diplomatic terminology, but that's not really driving the U.S. policy right now.
Yeah,
so I just want to give you that.
Yeah, that background was necessary. And somebody who's listening to us now, it's definitely asking, how did you get to President Trump's ears, whereas his own ambassador could not convince him on these issues?
Well, that's why lobbying is important here in Washington, D.C. It's to engage in an education campaign. For the past year, we've been very proactively lobbying members of the U.S. Congress, educating them on these issues, building alliances. And again, we can't take all the credit. You've also had some pro-Christian evangelical groups that were very active and also lobbying on behalf of similar issues, Christian persecution in Nigeria. And some of those groups we've allied and worked with and cooperated with in terms of our lobbying efforts. And because of the alliances we built in the U.S. Congress, and you had people like Senator Ted Cruz, who are extremely influential, who introduced legislation calling for sanctions on Nigeria, that penetrated into the White House, into places like the National Security Council, which is very influential in this particular White House. And eventually that percolated to the president, and the president decided to take action on the issue. So lobbying is systematic. You build alliances, and if you build enough alliances with influential members of Congress and other individuals who speak directly to the president, that can influence the viewpoint of the president of the United States. And also, too, I think this was very natural for the president because many of his supporters are people who are evangelicals or pro-Christian and so forth. So I think this was a very natural decision for him to make.
Am I understanding you very clear that in your lobbying and advocacy, you have decided to use Christians in place of Biafra in order to catch President Trump's attention?
Well, I won't say in place, but rather in connection with, because again, the Biafra issues both has ethnic undertones, but also it's there are religious connotations to it as well, because the Biafrans are predominantly Christian. And so we have advanced the Biafra issue in conjunction with the issue of Christian persecution in Nigeria. Because those are connected issues and related issues. It's just the Biafra issue also has some specific nuances to it beyond also the Christian issue as well.
So you're saying that you added Biafra and Christian advocacy to catch President Trump's attention. Am I getting that clear?
That's correct. And again, those are related issues. It's just the Biafra matter also has some additional elements and nuances to it.
What are those additional elements and nuances?
Well, when it comes to the persecution the Biafrans have faced, part of it, there is a religious element to it because the Biafrans are a significant bulk of the Christian population of the country. But there's also an ethnic element because Biafrans, one of the major tribes in Biafra land are the Igbo people who've suffered significant persecution in Nigeria in the 1960s. Of course, you're aware that there was a civil war where the Biafrans tried to establish their independence, and they had their own state for 3 years, recognized by some countries. Unfortunately, they were re-annexed by Nigeria, and unfortunately, they were never really fully accepted back into society. They faced discrimination and marginalization since the end of the Civil War. They haven't been able to get, for example, the Nigerian presidency. And there's, for example, a lot of that part of the country, Southeast Nigeria, the Nigerian government has purposely neglected to invest in that area, develop the infrastructure of that area. You have Port Harcourt, for example, that's still been completely undeveloped. This is all intentional to punish the people of what we call the Southeast Nigeria or Biafra. So there's been very unnecessary persecution and marginalization, which has only gotten worse with the recent governments in Nigeria. And this is something that needs to be
I hear all those points, but one point came to mind, or one point struck me more. Did you say Nigeria re-annexed Biafra?
What I was trying to get at is, after the Biafrans declared independence in 1967, there's a 3-year civil war, and then Nigeria unfortunately won the civil war. That's what I was trying to convey.
Okay, so Nigeria won the civil war, and Biafra became reintegrated into.
That's what I was saying. Yes.
So what is the basis for the Biafran movement of independence right now? Is it a historical base or an economic?
I think it's a combination of a lot of things. I think a fundamental part of the problem is Nigeria is really an artificial amalgamation of the British, where they put together disparate peoples under colonial borders in 1914. You have the Biafrans in the southeast, you have the Yorubas in the southwest, and then you have the Hausas and Fulanis in the north. Unfortunately, the British played some games where they favored politicians in the north, which they felt could be more easily controlled, and empowered the northern politicians for political power in Nigeria, even though you have the human capital and the economic resource base in the south of the country. The Biafrans or Igbo people are incredibly educated, entrepreneurial, and also the Yorubas in the southwest. You have Lagos. They're also very educated. A lot of the Nigerian professors that you see are of Yoruba background, for example. And also that's where you have considerable natural resources, and let's say in the Biafra territory in terms of oil and gas and so forth, which unfortunately they don't get the benefit of that. So the country was put together, and again, when there was an attempt of having a balance of power between Christian and Muslim presidents and vice presidents, the country was kind of barely holding together in this dysfunctional way. But now that the balance has been upset, the country's totally spiraling into a failed state, because ultimately you have different competing value systems, within the same country. You have parts of the north, again, that are under Sharia law. You have, again, the Biafrans who are completely different in terms of being westward, westward oriented, Christian, highly educated population. So the whole system is disintegrating. And we've seen this in this happen in other cases, in other contexts, like, for example, the breakup of Yugoslavia and so forth. So, unfortunately, we're at a situation now where, given just how dysfunctional the country is, other options have to be considered. And what I'm talking about is not radical. Many people throughout Nigeria have talked about we have to really reconsider this whole arrangement. Even people in the Southwest, the Yorubas, some of them have called for their independence because they're just concerned that the whole system is becoming dysfunctional and collapsing. So given the state of that country and just how dysfunctional it is and how the system is at odds with itself, I think a lot of people are saying, okay, this is the time to sit back and potentially rethink how Nigeria should work, and if parts of the country should have, let's say, greater autonomy or even their own independence. So this is not a radical point of view, and this is not just a perspective of the Biafrans. Different people in different parts of what we call Nigeria are seriously reconsidering this entire arrangement.
So based on these factors you have just outlined, what is your client's final objective? Is it independence or greater autonomy within Nigeria?
Yeah, so the eventual goal is independence. But that being said, the Biafra government also is very sophisticated. They understand how international diplomacy is. That's why they're working closely through me with the U.S. government, and we're working on seeing how we can achieve the goal, because it's going to take some time, and there going to have to be transitionary processes as well as we work towards the eventual goal of independence. The creation of entities that are autonomous or newly independent states. These are things that take time, and it's something we want to be very thoughtful about. So the Biafra government, through my efforts here, is having close dialogue with the U.S. government. And this is a process that we're working on, but it's going to take time. And we're making sure that we're working with the U.S. and other necessary stakeholders to work towards the eventual goal.
let's talk again about the religious persecution and genocide as it's being presented. The Nigerian government has refused those claims and said they are gross misrepresentation of the reality. But when President Trump made his statement, supposedly Biafran diaspora was celebrating and jubilating. Do you think the Biafran diaspora is considering this as a win for their advocacy?
The president's actions are absolutely a win. And again, what the government of Nigeria is talking about is just complete nonsense. I mean, we see this recently in the life sentence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who's a prominent Biafran activist that was illegally kidnapped by the government of Nigeria in 2021 from Kenya. He's the Nelson Mandela of our time. He's been a peaceful activist for an independent Biafra. The government of Nigeria kidnaps that gentleman, drags out his trial for years, gives him a life sentence. Meanwhile, you have the president of Nigeria pardoning drug traffickers, murderers, and convicted Islamic terrorists. So a lot of not just Biafrans, but even other Nigerians, when they look at what's happening, they say, hey, how come the Nigerian government, in the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, is giving him a life sentence through this clearly politically motivated court case? And meanwhile, the president of Nigeria is pardoning criminals, drug traffickers, and former terrorists. So it's just when you have contrast there so stark, one can't help but come to the conclusion that there's a bias against both Biafrans and also Christians generally in Nigeria, because what else could possibly explain these type of discrepancies?
So you're saying that...
And this is not just my view, too. Recently, congressional hearing that you alluded to, a member of Congress, John James, highlighted the example of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as the double standard Nigerian government example of Christian persecution in Nigeria. So again, this is not just my point of view, but the point of view of people in the U.S. government and point of view of people in Nigeria, both Biafrans and non-Biafrans. A lot of Nigerians, again, non-Biafrans, think that the Nigerian government's prosecution and life sentence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is completely ridiculous and absurd.
Yeah, I don't want to adjudicate.
Again, that's just one example to show you why what the Nigerian government says is just absurd.
That's right. I don't want to adjudicate those issues because we could have a different conversation on the judgment itself that was delivered 100 and something pages, but we could have a separate conversation on that one.
But that's just to answer your question, though.
What I want to touch, do you believe that Nnamdi Kanu did not commit any crime, or are you saying that the sanction was more than the crime he committed?
He did not commit any crime. He was agitating for the independence of Biafra. He had an organization, the indigenous people of Biafra. He was a peaceful activist, and the government of Nigeria has not presented any convincing evidence regarding any crimes that he committed. It seems that from the perspective of the government of Nigeria, simply having the viewpoint of supporting Biafran independence is a crime in and of itself. And I think that's just, again, completely absurd. People should have the right to free speech and the right to have different political viewpoints.
So what is the main leverage right now that the Biafran movement has as compared to the Republic of Nigeria, to the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Because the Biafran movement is actually advocating for independence, as you said, but at this material moment, it looks like President Trump is rather focused on bringing in sanity as regards Christians. So what leverage does the Biafran movement have to press the right buttons?
Well, we have a lot of support here in Washington, D.C. Again, there's certain things I can't go to due to their sensitivities, but we've met with senior people in Congress, in the White House, and other places as well. I think given the acknowledgement of the poor treatment of Christians in Nigeria, right, that there is a greater sympathy or openness towards having a separate Christian state in the south of the country, and in this case, Biafra. And the Biafrans, and I'll speak generally again because I can't go into private conversations, have a lot to offer the United States. The Biafrans have, as I'll talk about what's been mentioned in press reports, have offered military bases
to the United States in the Gulf of Guinea. There are immense oil and gas deposits in Biafra. That's actually majority of Nigeria's oil and gas. The Biafrans will be more than happy to renegotiate more favorable contracts with U.S. oil and gas companies, cooperation with the U.S. government on counterterrorism, and other benefits. And the U.S. government is very much interested in having greater presence in West Africa. There have been a number of coups in the Sahel, Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso. We've lost some of our military installations and bases in those countries. There's an interest in having alternative allies in West Africa to make up for those losses so we can maintain a presence. And Biafra offers an ideal place for the U.S. to have presence in the Gulf of Guinea. And unfortunately, because the Nigerian government has just proven to be so problematic, and there have been efforts over the years to try to work with the government of Nigeria, and it's just been not very fruitful. There's an openness now to alternative allies. I'll give you another analogy in a different part of the continent. We have in East Africa, Somalia, which has been a failed state for a long time. You have the separate de facto state of Somaliland, which is self-governing, but they're not recognized yet by the U.S. or the international community as an independent country. That being said, because Somaliland is developing good relations with the U.S., they've made open offers to the United States in terms of bases, port deals, natural resource deals. You've had key people in the U.S. government, especially in the U.S. Congress, advocating for the recognition of the independence of Somaliland. President Trump has talked about him looking at Somaliland, and I think it's very likely that the U.S. government will make a deal and recognize the independence of Somaliland sometime during President Trump's term. So there is currently, with the existing administration and Congress, an openness to engage in deal-making in Africa, which presents an opportunity for, again, depending on the right circumstances, independence movements in Africa, depending on, again, the circumstances and what they're willing to offer the United States.
Yeah. So why do these deals leave African states their sovereignty and the economic development? Because through independence, from independence till today, we've seen African states losing all their natural resources and their wealth generation to superpowers. And it sounds like these countries are offering all this to the United States to come continue the journey. So where do we stand? Look at Niger. All the uranium is gone, but there is no electricity in Niger. Nigeria, the oil and gas is all gone, but there is no consequential development. And then what I'm hearing from you is that is going to continue with the United States?
No, that's not what I'm saying. You make a good point in terms of, I think a lot of Africans have been exploited by what we could call neocolonialism, where even after, let's say, countries become quote-unquote independent, they're still under undue influence by former colonial powers. I think one of the most controversial being France. And oftentimes the issue with some of the former European colonists, whether it's the French or the Belgium or some of these other powers, is they do business with their former colonies in a way that's exploitative, oftentimes trying to prop up puppet dictators, engaging in economic deals that are bad for those countries that are exploitative. That's not what I'm advocating for, and that is not what the U.S. is advocating for. In fact, I think a greater U.S. presence can offer an alternative for African governments to both kind of these neo-colonialist former powers, as well as an alternative to both the Russians and Chinese. And the way that the U.S. is, it's not this exploitative colonial model, but rather a business style model in which the U.S. can come and say, hey, how can we help make investments in your country such that we could both deepen our relations and we could both make money and prosper together. So the viewpoint is not in exploiting the countries or its natural resources, but rather having investments in these countries in which both the U.S. and those countries, whether it's the Biafrans or other places in Africa, where there can be a mutually benefit, where it could be a win-win situation. So yeah, I want to say,
the problem is when I listen to you talk, you say the Nigerians or the Biafrans and the Somalis and the Somalilanders are willing to offer the oil and gas, natural resources and ports for the US to come in, but I didn't hear the other part where they are coming to invest in those countries so they can generate the wealth within those countries and create
that's exactly
jobs.
what I'm saying. For where the US can come in, but to make investments to help the Biafrans, or to, let's say, help Somaliland take advantage of their natural resources in such a way that the US benefits, but those countries also benefit. And that's a much better model in terms of, let's say, what the Biafrans currently have, where their oil and gas are exploited by both these companies as well as the government of Nigeria, and none of the benefits of that wealth benefits the people of the area. So, we have I think we can have a situation where Biafra, that can determine its own destiny, can have friendships with countries like the United States, that can make investments, right, in its oil and gas industries and other industries, where the people of Biafra can finally benefit from their own wealth, their own natural resources. Of course, it'll be of a benefit to the United States as well. So it's a win-win situation.
Yeah. So far, what is the blueprint from the Biafran side that they're offering to the United States? Because, as you say, I understand President Trump's foreign policy is driven by national security and investment, which he considers to be economic security, both for the United States and for the foreign countries. But at this point, what is the kind of blueprint? If it is not confidential, tell us, what is the blueprint that Biafra is offering? Do they already have some numbers? Do they have what they're looking at and saying, okay, if we do this, Trump comes in and offers this, then our country is going to benefit by this? If not, wouldn't they be falling back into the situation that we find in Nigeria today?
Yeah, so we do have a blueprint. I'm just telling you the generalities of the blueprint, right? In terms of the areas in which we're already having discussions with the U.S., in terms of the oil and gas investments, U.S.-Biafra defense relations, in terms of potential bases and also counterterrorism cooperation and other areas. So I could speak generally in terms of this is what we're offering. There are some more specific things, but again, I can't go into those particular details due to sensitivities, but I'm just telling you what the general items are, which some of this is in the news and public reports. We are having some more specific conversations. I can't go into those specifics.
All right. So what is the advantage of having a lobbyist in DC instead of doing or talking to these people yourselves? Because the senators, their doors are open to the public, open to their constituents. They listen to their constituents and receive them. Why should someone be hiring you to go talk on his behalf?
Yeah, so the way I would explain lobbying is similar to how you have a professional attorney that you hire to navigate you through the political process, through the legal process. You hire a lobbyist to help you navigate through the political process. And I think there's a term in law that any client who tries to represent themselves in court is foolish, right? There's this phrase for attorneys. And I know you have a legal background yourself. So someone can represent themselves, let's say, in court or at trial, but they're better off having a professional attorney helping them through that process. The same thing goes for the political process, where the U.S. government is extraordinarily complicated to navigate, and people like myself have the knowledge and expertise as to how to navigate the U.S. government, and we provide advice and counsel to our clients in terms of how to best navigate through the U.S. government, who are the right people to meet with, and also how the information should be conveyed and what the message should be. So we act similar in a very similar way as attorneys do. And also people like myself, we have established relations with members of Congress. So a lot of members of Congress are people in the U.S. government. They know me. There's a certain comfort. There's a certain understanding that if I'm to introduce someone, let's say to a member of Congress, that person is vetted, that the cause that I'm representing is legitimate because I have these relations and I'm established here in Washington, D.C. So it produces a certain comfort to be introduced by a party that's known by both sides versus, let's say, someone approaches a member of Congress who they don't know who that person is, right? And the same thing applies to life in general. More comfortable when you're introduced to someone else by someone who you already know, who you have friendly relations with, who you trust. So I have established relations with members of Congress and other people in the U.S. government. They know me, they know my expertise, and that allows me to be essentially a facilitator between myself and these worthy causes. So I hope that gives some perspective.
It does give the perspective, and but it's expensive to hire a lobbyist to do this work in DC on your behalf, not being short of the outcome?
It's an investment that I think should be viewed as a political investment, and it's something that's very effective. That's why so many countries and international causes hire lobbyists. And I think given the results that we've achieved, and this is not just me saying it, senior officials in the government of Nigeria have openly attacked me and have blamed my lobbying and so forth. So even the Nigerian government itself, you could say, has acknowledged the effectiveness of my lobbying, although they're not happy about it, whereas my client is happy about it. So I think clients can decide the effectiveness of the services given the results. In this case, we've achieved, I think, significant results. And in fact, there's even a tweet, I forget by who, but there's a tweet online that went viral, 500,000 tweets, saying, the lobbying campaign that our firm engaged on behalf of the Biafrans was one of the best returns on investment in history, which I think was a little bit flowery. But, clients can judge, and people can generally judge in terms of, whether or not a lobbyist is achieving results and influencing opinion or not.
So Biafrans are already happy while they have not yet had their independence? You say, is that what you're telling me?
Well, Biafrans are happy about the results we're achieving, but we're still working towards the goal. Achieving a newly independent state in Africa or anywhere takes time. We've engaged in our lobbying campaign. I've been involved in representing the Biafrans for a little bit more than a year now. In the cases of some countries, it's taken decades for them to obtain their freedom and independence. So we've achieved a lot in a short period of time, and we're working towards the goal. These things don't happen magically overnight, and anyone who says that they're going to achieve a newly independent state overnight is not a serious person, in my opinion. These statecraft takes time, especially if you want to do it the right way.
I don't want to go so much into that. That was not the focus of our conversation today. But you've mentioned the Biafrans and Somaliland that are advocating for independence. And the Ambazonian movement is linked with the Biafran movement. And the leaders of the Ambazonian movement and the leaders of the Biafran movement are in jail. Do you have any relationship with the Ambazonian movement?
Yes, so I also have experience with the Ambazonian movement. I am the lobbyist here in Washington, D.C. for the Ambazonian Governing Council, and so I have an understanding of the Ambazonian cause as well. And, it's something that has relations to Biafra, as you said, because Amazonian Biafra, those regions border each other, and some of the Biafran groups have collaboration with Ambazonian groups.
And are you proud that you're putting yourself in the middle of a region that is likely being destabilized in Africa?
Well, the way I view it is I hope I could play a constructive role in terms of coming to positive conclusions in these issues, because I think if you don't have, let's say, any sort of international interest or U.S. mediation, let's say, for example, in the case of Cameroon, you've had the Anglophone crisis for the past, I think, 9 years now, and it hasn't gotten the attention that it deserves. I think highlighting the issues to the U.S. and the international community and trying to get some interest in terms of resolving the problem that can be helpful. So I view myself as trying to have a positive role in an area that has had conflict and instability, and trying to be constructive, because otherwise some of these conflicts will continue to be neglected and the problems will just continue to worsen.
So President Trump is on record as saying he has resolved at least eight conflicts around the world, and he wants to prevent other conflicts. If you were to advise President Trump about conflicts, let's say you meet President Trump today and you were to talk to him about conflicts in Africa, what are the 3 top conflicts you're going to talk to him about?
Yes, so obviously I would talk to him about the Amazonia, Cameroon conflict, the Anglophone crisis. I think President Trump, who has negotiated 8 or so peace agreements or negotiations, that would be a perfect place where he could be a mediator. Obviously, I would talk to him about Biafra and our interest in, having the U.S. play a role in deal making with Biafra. You mentioned a third. There are a number of conflicts that could also be highlighted. You have what's happening in Sudan, for example. President Trump has indicated that he now wants to get involved in resolving the conflict in Sudan, and I commend him for that. So I think Sudan is something I would mention. You've also have had a tremendous amount of instability in Central African Republic. That's another place you could look into as well. So those are other areas that I think the president can look into, should look into. And again, I'm very pleased now that President Trump, in a tweet or Truth Social, the president enjoys social media, has finally mentioned what's happening in Sudan, which has been, again, one of those areas that has been neglected. You know, a big part of the problem is some of these conflicts just receive absolutely no attention, and people are suffering. And I think just having some attention to these issues is so important. So I think if the president can play a positive role in negotiating the situation in Sudan, I think that'll be a great win for his administration. He's already, the President Trump has already tried to broker deals between Rwanda and Democratic Republic of Congo. So I commend these efforts and engagements, and they should continue with these efforts and engagements.
All right. You say you are the lobbyist and you speak to these people. What about a situation where one side has a lobbyist and the other side has a lobbyist? How does that play out? Because I don't think it's like a situation where you go to court, you have the prosecution and the defense, and they argue following specific laws, specific procedures, and then based on the law to have an outcome. So if there are two different lobbyists on the cause arguing two different stories, how do you play that out?
That's a very good point, and it happens quite often here in Washington, D.C., where you have lobbyists, let's say, representing the opposite sides, right, of a particular issue. And what's needed in that situation is to present the better argument. And I think a member of Congress has the right, or any U.S. government official has the right to listen to both sides and see what makes more sense and make their best judgment. And so that's how those situations play out. And again, you know, someone like myself or any other lobbyist cannot guarantee what a U.S. government official will do. And anyone who says that is, again, not being genuine. But what we can do is present our best arguments to the decision makers, make sure they have the information. They could then process information from possibly the opposing side, and then make their own judgments and come to their own conclusions. So again, this sometimes happens here in Washington, and I think that's perfectly fine. I think we should have a healthy competition of ideas, and then U.S. officials can make their own best judgment.
All right, I want to give you a hypothetical here. It's a practical example, and I hear how that plays out. Cameroon on October 12 had presidential elections. The Constitutional Council declared Paul Biya the winner, that is the incumbent president. Issa Chiruma on the other side published results from the polling stations, and those results showed he won. But the Constitutional Council and the elections management body have not published the results polling station by polling station. Now, if you are hired to represent Chiruma to make a case to the United States Senate and government, what would be your best strategy?
Well, what I would say is, and again, these are things that I already highlight in my capacity of representing the Amazonians. But Paul Biya has been a longtime dictator in Africa. He's 93 now. He wants to be president until I think he's 100, which I think will be a record. And Cameroon, under his tenure, has not had free and fair elections. They've been Cameroonians, whether they be Amazonians or other Cameroonians, have had a history of being oppressed under the Biya dictatorship. And I think someone, the Cameroonian opposition, individuals such as Chiruma, can make the argument that a democratic Cameroon will be better for the people of Cameroon and will also create a situation of a healthier Cameroon that would be a better partner for the United States that can help stabilize the situation within Cameroon. Part of the reason why you've had instability in the country, whether it's the Anglophone crisis or other problems, is because of the mismanagement of the Biya government. And I think Cameroonian opposition can make the argument to the United States that many of the problems in Cameroon could be resolved if you had a friendly, democratic government which can resolve the problems of the people instead of the situation with the Biya regime where there's suppression and then you have revolts and all these other problems that have come as a reaction to that. So I think there's a persuasive case at this moment that the opposition could make, and you have members of especially members of Congress like the Senate Foreign Relations Chairman who are skeptical of the Biya regime, and others. Yeah, the Biya regime has many critics in the U.S. for their lack of democracy and many other problems.
And if Biya's lobbyist comes in and says, we have a stable government that has stabilized the country for the last 43 years, and we are critical for the stability of the Gulf of Guinea, if we change the system, there is a high probability that the country may go into full-blown crisis, considering the case of the Northwest and the Southwest and the North and the East. And if they say they have held some balance for all this while, and that is what they need for the country right now, how would you counter such an argument?
Yeah, I'm sure that's what they would say. But what I would say is, again, the situation has completely come out of control. Under the Biya regime, the situation in the country is not stable, as we've seen with the Anglophone crisis, and that's because of policies of the Biya government. And also, too, he's 93 years old. He doesn't have much more time. You know, his end is inevitable given his age. Regardless, there's going to be a change because at some point,
So if he's going to amend the constitution because he has a majority in parliament and appoint a vice president who takes over from him to ensure continuity, what would you say?
Well, what I would say is there are many people who are dissatisfied with this style of the Biya regime, which is autocratic in nature. And there are many people in Cameroon that would like to experience true democracy. And so I think that's something that should be given a chance. And I think it will be a beacon of hope, especially a country that's important like Cameroon. If it were to have a transition to democracy, I think that would be a positive development in the region. So I think there's an argument that can be made and should be made there by the Cameroonian opposition.
Thank you so much, Elias, for coming to the Beyond Africa podcast. Do you have any last word for our viewers?
Yeah, well, it's a pleasure to be here with you. What I say is this is a very interesting time in the continent. I think some of these liberation movements, like the Biafra independence movement and other pro-democracy causes in the continent, should be receiving more attention. I'm glad that some of these issues are receiving attention, but I think more attention needs to be paid to Africa. Africa is often overlooked, even though it's so critical and so important. And so I appreciate the role that your program has in terms of creating additional awareness and appreciation for Africa, and it's a pleasure to be on your program.
Thank you so much. We seek to give in-depth time to actors who are discussing and managing issues on Africa because traditional media does not give that amount of time, and we want to have all perspectives on the news, so we share those views. For example, the news would go on saying there is no genocide in Nigeria, but irrespective of the term that has been used, what is important is there is violence and there is need for security because the government is failing. And when we have such conversations, we have a different view of what is happening around the world. And that is the essence of the Beyond Africa podcast. We are here to tell African stories to change lives in Africa. And thank you again for coming to the Beyond Africa podcast, Elias Jorasulis. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. What a time to be alive and what a time to follow African politics. I have been your host, Ngalim Bernard. See you in the next episode of the Beyond Africa podcast.
I resume my function as President of the Council. I now give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for chairing this important meeting. Thank you to our briefers, Secretary General Guterres, and ECOWAS Commission President Dr. Touré. Colleagues, as we speak, Al-Qaeda-affiliated terrorists in the Sahel have paralyzed Mali with a fuel blockade. Colleagues, the situation is dire there. We see Al-Qaeda aiming to take over the entire country. The United States acknowledges the counterterrorism efforts of the Malian armed forces against these and other terrorist organizations such as ISIS, Sahel, but the situation is worsening quickly. We remained deeply concerned about the incidents of kidnapping, the incidents of hostage taking across the Sahel as a means to finance these terrorist activities. Unfortunately, since the veto of the UN sanctions regime in 2023, it has been deeply disappointing to see Mali's security situation continue to deteriorate. That decision removed critical tools from the international community that it relied on to promote accountability and to promote stability. And the result has been an uptick, a massive surge in violence, has been a shrinking space for dialogue and growing risk for civilians across the country and across the region. The terrorist threats are not only intensifying, they are spreading, they are shifting southward, as evidenced by the terrorist attacks we've seen in Benin and Togo. But particularly, the United States is concerned and outraged by the ongoing slaughter of thousands of Christians in Nigeria by various ethnic militias in the Middle Belt, as well as terrorists like Boko Haram and ISIS West Africa in the north. It is tragic and it is unacceptable. Churches are burning, villages are being razed, thousands are killed, clergy murdered simply for wearing a cross, for being a Christian, for daring to say they worship Jesus as Christ. Just yesterday, 25 little girls were kidnapped from their school and one school official murdered trying to protect them from MAGA Comprehensive Girls Secondary School in Kebbi State. Colleagues, this is happening. It's undeniable and it's unacceptable. The United States condemns these attacks in the strongest terms, and it demands accountability. And as President Trump has made clear, we will not stand by while such atrocities are happening in Nigeria. The government of Nigeria must take immediate steps and do more to increase security, respond to early warnings, end impunity, and address the drivers of violence. And colleagues, we need to see African leadership on these matters, and we need to see a coordinated response among all countries in the region. The situation is critical. The United States will continue to work with regional partners to counter these common threats. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United States for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of China.
James, and I want to thank him. February of 2024, he had a very important hearing on Nigeria and other advocacy throughout that time. So the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for your personal invitation, for your leadership, and for your friendship. I'm honored to be back. Psalms 96:14 asks, "Who will rise up for me against the wicked? Who will take a stand for me against evildoers?" Nigeria is facing one of the gravest religious freedom crises in the world. As the former chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee on Africa, I have visited and have seen firsthand the direness of the conditions in what is now the deadliest place on earth to be a Christian. They are targeted, displaced, and killed simply for their faith. The ancient plea, "Is there no help for the widow's son?" still echoes today. Since 2019, nearly 17,000 Christians have been killed. In the first 7 months of this year alone, hundreds more were murdered. On June 13th, during the Yellowwater massacre, more than 280 Christians were slaughtered in a single day. These are not isolated tragedies, but a sustained pattern of religiously motivated violence, often ignored or even enabled by the Nigerian government. Extremist groups like Boko Haram, Fulani militants, and ISIS West Africa attack often without any meaningful intervention from authorities. The lack of response has created an atmosphere of impunity where Christians continue to live in constant threat and fear. The United States has previously recognized this crisis. President Trump not only designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern during his first term, but redesignated it again in his second term after President Biden inexplicably removed that designation. Religious persecution is tied to political repression and weakening institutions in Nigeria. Example, the detention of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a clear example. In 2022, Nigeria's Court of Appeal struck down the charges against him and ordered his release. The UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention has also called for his unconditional release. Yet he remains in solitary confinement, in deteriorating health, and recently had to represent himself in court. Nigeria has signaled that the law is optional and targeting Christians is fair game. Just hours ago this morning, despite the pleas and cries of Nigerian people and many Nigerian lawmakers, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was convicted on all charges. For fiscal year 2025, the U.S. has requested nearly $8 billion for sub-Saharan Africa. But when Americans see political prisoners, judicial defiance, and the slaughter of Christians, they understandably ask as they meet their own struggles, why should our tax dollars support governments that refuse to protect their own people? Is our aid aiding a genocide? Nigeria is a nation of tremendous potential, but that potential is being choked out by violent persecution of its Christian population. No country can build a stable future where churches are burned, believers are killed, and communities live in fear. The United States must stay engaged, and Nigeria must change course now. Mr. Pratt, a direct question. Do you believe in your professional assessment that the government of Nigeria has been infiltrated by jihadists?
I do not believe that the government of Nigeria has been infiltrated by jihadists.
Okay, because when you look at the selective enforcement of the rule of law, one might question if there are any favoritism or looking the other way when groups are being specifically targeted, despite the fact, as my colleague Mr. Moore mentioned, not enforcing the rule of law with regard to weapons. My next question, how has the Nigerian government reacted since President Trump's country of particular concern designation announcement?
They have taken the designation very seriously. There is a senior delegation here now. They will meet with the most senior officials of the U.S. government this week. And we have already demarched the government in Abuja and here in Washington on the action plan. And I can say that the results so far have been positive in terms of cooperation.
The Nigerian government needs to do more to address this issue themselves, but what measures are being taken to assist Nigeria to increase its focus on persecution, particularly in the Middle Belt?
Yeah, so thank you for your question, Congressman James. As you mentioned, Middle Belt is a particular concern. That's where Christians, you mentioned Yalwada, where 250 or 280 Christians were killed, massacred. They were targeted because they were Christians. Churches have been burned there. There have been internally displaced people there. And so we're reviewing all options at the State Department, including Chairman Smith, you mentioned in our bureau, we have Global Magnitsky Act sanctions. We have other tools at our disposal as well to make sure that Nigeria, the Nigerian government gets the message that we are serious about the persecution of Christians and other communities as well, but particularly Christians right now who are suffering disproportionately in the Middle Belt.
Thank you for your answer, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having me again. God bless you, and good luck. I'm here for you.
Thank you, Committee, James, and I want to thank him. February of 2024, he had a very important hearing on Nigeria and other advocacy throughout that time. So the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for your personal invitation, for your leadership, and for your friendship. I'm honored to be back. Psalms 96:14 asks, "Who will rise up for me against the wicked? Who will take a stand for me against evildoers?" Nigeria is facing one of the gravest religious freedom crises in the world. As the former chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee on Africa, I have visited and have seen firsthand the direness of the conditions in what is now the deadliest place on earth to be a Christian. They are targeted, displaced, and killed simply for their faith. The ancient plea, "Is there no help for the widow's son?" still echoes today. Since 2019, nearly 17,000 Christians have been killed. In the first 7 months of this year alone, hundreds more were murdered. On June 13th, during the Yalwada massacre, more than 280 Christians were slaughtered in a single day. These are not isolated tragedies. but a sustained pattern of religiously motivated violence, often ignored or even enabled by the Nigerian government. Extremist groups like Boko Haram, Fulani militants, and ISIS West Africa attack often without any meaningful intervention from authorities. The lack of response has created an atmosphere of impunity where Christians continue to live in constant threat and fear. The United States has previously recognized this crisis. President Trump not only designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern during his first term, but redesignated it again in his second term after President Biden inexplicably removed that designation. Religious persecution is tied to political repression and weakening institutions in Nigeria. Example, the detention of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a clear example. In 2022, Nigeria's Court of Appeal struck down the charges against him and ordered his release. The UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention has also called for his unconditional release. Yet he remains in solitary confinement, in deteriorating health, and recently had to represent himself in court. Nigeria has signaled that the law is optional and targeting Christians is fair game. Just hours ago this morning, despite the pleas and cries of the Nigerian people and many Nigerian lawmakers, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was convicted on all charges. For fiscal year 2025, the U.S. has requested nearly $8 billion for sub-Saharan Africa. But when Americans see political prisoners, judicial defiance, and the slaughter of Christians, they understandably ask as they meet their own struggles, why should our tax dollars support governments that refuse to protect their own people? Is our aid aiding a genocide? Nigeria is a nation of tremendous potential, but that potential is being choked out by violent persecution of its Christian population. No country can build a stable future where churches are burned, believers are killed, and communities live in fear. The United States must stay engaged, and Nigeria must change course now. Mr. Pratt, a direct question. Do you believe, in your professional assessment, that the government of Nigeria has been infiltrated by jihadists?
I do not believe that the government of Nigeria has been infiltrated by jihadists.
Okay, because when you look at the selective enforcement of the rule of law, one might question if there are any favoritism or looking the other way when groups are being specifically targeted, despite the fact, as my colleague Mr. Moore mentioned, not enforcing the rule of law with regard to weapons. My next question, how has the Nigerian government reacted since President Trump's country of particular concern designation announcement?
They have taken the designation very seriously. There is a senior delegation here now. They will meet with the most senior officials of the U.S. government this week. And we have already demarched the government in Abuja and here in Washington on the action plan. And I can say that the results so far have been positive in terms of cooperation.
The Nigerian government needs to do more to address this issue themselves, but what measures are being taken to assist Nigeria to increase its focus on persecution, particularly in the Middle Belt?
Yeah, so thank you for your question, Congressman James. As you mentioned, Middle Belt is a particular concern. That's where Christians, you mentioned Yalwada, where 250 or 280 Christians were killed, massacred. They were targeted because they were Christians. Churches have been burned there. There have been internally displaced people there. And so we're reviewing all options at the State Department, including Chairman Smith, you mentioned our bureau, we have global Magnitsky Act sanctions. We have other tools at our disposal as well to make sure that Nigeria, the Nigerian government gets the message that we are serious about the persecution of Christians and other communities as well, but particularly Christians right now who are suffering disproportionately in the Middle Belt.
Thank you for your answer, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having me again. God bless you, and good luck. I'm here for you.
Thank you, Committee, James, and I want to thank him. February of 2024, he had a very important hearing on Nigeria and other advocacy throughout that time. So, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for your personal invitation, for your leadership, and for your friendship. I'm honored to be back.
Not from a single wound, but from 1,000 cuts. inflicted by a forced union, never meant to endure. This is the story of Nigeria. A giant built on false foundations, now straining beneath the weight of its own contradictions. And at the center of that storm stands the unbroken spirit of Biafra, crying out for freedom from a nightmare that has consumed millions. It began with the rivers of blood in 1966. Thousands of Biafran men, women and children, professionals, traders, students and families who had built lives across the Federation became targets in the northern city, fueled by ethnic hatred and religious hostility. Mobs descended upon innocent civilians. They were slaughtered in their homes, in crowded markets, and aboard trains carrying desperate families back to the east. Streets were littered with bodies, rivers choked with corpses. Survivors returned to the east carrying trauma, grief, and the painful realization that they were no longer wanted in the Nigerian Union. Biafra, Biafra, voice of truth and freedom. Biafra, Biafra, the rising sun will rise again. Then came May 30th, 1967. A desperate act of survival. What followed were 30 months of unimaginable devastation. The Nigerian military, armed and backed by foreign powers, including Britain, Russia and Egypt, surrounded the young republic. A total blockade was imposed. No food, no medicine, no escape. Starvation became a weapon of war. 5 million, mostly civilians, many of them children, perished during what was not just a conflict but genocide against Biafra. Bombs fell on markets, hospitals and villages. Communities were razed. The world watched in silence while famine hollowed the faces of innocent children. Some nations spoke out, but many turned away. The war officially ended in paper in 1970 under the declaration, no victor, no vanquished. Yet for Biafrans, the suffering did not end. Their properties were confiscated, careers destroyed. Biafrans were given only £20 regardless of how much they had. Entire families struggled to rebuild shattered lives. The promise of reintegration faded into disappointment. Marginalization deepened in Nigerian government appointments. Infrastructure and control of resources from Biafran land. Oil flowing from the Biafra land enriched the center, while much of the east remained neglected. Roads deteriorated, industries collapsed. Biafra, Biafra, voice of truth and freedom. The rising sun will rise again. The nightmare did not disappear, rather it evolved. Across Nigeria today, violence and insecurity continue to devastate communities. Armed attacks by Fulani herdsmen, terrorists have left villages destroyed, farmers killed, women violated, children orphaned and churches burned. Boko Haram and its offshoots have unleashed terror across multiple regions in the southeast. Demands for Biafra and self-determination are often met with military crackdowns, arrests and bloodshed. Protesters have been killed, fear and tension continue to rise. These tragedies reflect the deadly consequences of forcing vastly different peoples into one political structure. Through the 1914 British amalgamation, distinct ethnic nations, religion, traditions, ideologies, and systems of governance were merged without consent and without a shared national vision. The North feudal and religious conservatism can never blend with the South's entrepreneurial drive. And the East Republican individualism attempts to hold the Union together continue to be at the cost of innocent blood. Why does Biafra matter?
Biafra means self-determination.
Biafra represents dignity, survival, and the right of the people to life and choose their future.
Biafra
symbolizes resilience, innovation, enterprise, and hope. The vision is of a nation with secure borders, focused development, protection of its citizens, and economic engagement with the world, a future free from oppression, fear, and perpetual conflict. The solution is not endless political conferences, military force or federal quota system, but a peaceful separation based on shared values and voluntary association. History shows that artificial unions often fracture violently, while honest separation can allow wounded nations to recover.
Biafra is not dead, Biafra lives.
It lives because the desire for freedom cannot be extinguished. Nigeria's ongoing crisis, corruption, insecurity, poverty, and division are proof that one structure cannot hold people with dangerous diversities together. For the million already lost, for the children yet unborn.
Biafra,
Biafra